On a quiet night inside a small, dimly lit room, a soft glow illuminated the darkness. I'm just asking to borrow 100,001, that's all. Yeah, I get it. I wouldn't be asking if it weren't really tough right now. The room was pitch black, the dampness of the place betrayed by the occasional insect creeping along the wall. I paid you back last time, didn't I? I promise I'll return it before the 15th. Seriously. I always feel bad for bothering you. The boy held the phone close, speaking slowly. Thanks a lot. I'll send over my account info. Really, I appreciate it. I'm the kind of guy people call unlucky. There are folks out there who seem to land face first and still break their nose, but me. I'm the very definition of, well, at least I'm not that guy. A washed-up web novel writer scraping by every month. A 29-year-old man who still has to call up his friends because he's short 100,001 for rent. The young man stretched wearily, letting out a long sigh. Well, I survived another month, he muttered. That young man was me. He stared at the screen in front of him and couldn't help but sigh again. The comment section was a total mess. My 5-year-old nephew has better imagination than this. How the hell do you plan to resolve this plotline? Just quit already. Lazy-ass writer, all you do is lay around. Idiots. This is foreshadowing. I wanted to scream. I'll deal with it, just shut up already. Books were stacked beside him, half-open snacks scattered across the desk. People really think writing web novels is easy, huh? His thoughts spiraled into confusion and self-doubt. Then again, it's not the reader's fault. He worked himself to exhaustion, to the point where a trickle of blood started to run from his nose. If only I could write like that, he murmured, imagining himself immersed in the world of his characters fighting, flying, dominating with style. That's when it hit him. Something wasn't right. Crap, I'm bleeding. Tissue, where's the suddenly? A voice spoke beside him. Looking for this? The boy turned to see someone standing there, holding out a tissue. Ah, thanks, he said quickly, reaching for it. But he never finished his sentence because in that very moment, he realized he was no longer in his room. He was somewhere else. Someplace strange. The man beside him picked up the tissue box, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Lee Min-chan. Age 29. Web novel author. Cause of death, overwork. The words hit the young man like a brick. He stood frozen, stunned. The figure in front of him, strange and unnervingly imposing, slowly opened his mouth and spoke in a chilling tone. A pleasure to meet you. I am the Demon King Lasat, though most in the mortal realm simply call me the King of Hell. Welcome to the afterlife. That single sentence made the boy's eyes go wide. Wait, what? The Demon King's gaze grew colder and more serious. I mean it quite literally. Your life just came to an end. But don't be so quick to curse the heavens, you're actually quite lucky. Lucky. The young man repeated in disbelief. I've never even seen luck in my whole life. But the being before him responded firmly, no, really. You are lucky. Lasat went on. You are the 7,777,777th soul to pass through the gates of the underworld, a destiny jackpot. And for that, I shall grant you one wish. Of course, nonsense like becoming a god is off the table. Min-chen scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. This is happening too fast. I was just working on my final manuscript, and then suddenly. And if it ends like this, what will the readers? Before he could even finish, the man before him cut in coldly. I'm not the patient type. Panicking, the boy stumbled back a few steps, his voice rising in fear. Wait a second. This is way too scary. In his panic he blurted out, then let me live inside a novel. Please. Lasat raised an eyebrow. And why exactly is that? The boy immediately launched into his reasoning. There be adventures. And harems. And more adventures. And harems. The Demon King listened with a faint, intrigued smile. Interesting. Do you have a particular novel in mind? And just so we're clear, no, you may not choose one that you wrote yourself. That restriction made the boy pause to think. How the hell am I supposed to decide that? He thought. Isn't that basically asking me to play God? But then something came to mind, a book he had once read and left a comment on. Yeah, I remember thinking about this before. Wait, I don't remember everything, but I still recall a decent amount of the plot. Didn't the protagonist end up living a pretty chill life after all? He suddenly shouted, send me into Fallen Star of the Hunter Academy. I want to be the notorious loser from that school. The Demon King smirked. Clearly amused. Living inside a novel. It's been a while since someone asked for something that fun. Very well. I'll allow you 2 small bonus wishes. The boy stood in the center of a glowing purple magic circle, stunned by the unexpected generosity. Really? For my first wish, send me back 2 years before the story begins. I want to become the infamous reject of the Hunter Academy, one of the so-called failed hunters. The original story starts when the main character enters high school, right? But the whole troublemaker phase. That definitely happened during his 2nd or 3rd year of middle school. He'd worked so hard to erase that good-for-nothing image of himself from the start. If I handle this now, he thought, then things will be way easier down the line. The man in front of him seemed impressed by that reasoning. His eyes lit up as he stared straight at the boy. Very well, go and live happily in that world. Now, what's your final wish? Min-chan hesitated, clearly torn. Wait, give me a second to think. Actually, could you make me like a bit more handsome? Then, just before he was whisked away, he suddenly shouted, please. Give me a face so ridiculously good-looking it turns heads everywhere. Mix the eyes, nose and lips of all the hottest celebrities and slap them onto me. In an instant his entire body began to dissolve into light. He slowly vanished, leaving behind only a shimmering purple glow suspended in mid-air. From below, one of the onlookers couldn't help but comment, now that was a unique soul. The other simply nodded, calm as ever. Indeed. Completely off my usual script. Appearance is technically a kind of talent, but still, to prioritize it that much, normally people in this situation ask to take over the main character's body. This turn of events had clearly caught even them off guard. After all, Min-chan hadn't expected to be placed into the body of anyone but the protagonist. But soon the original soul was replaced, and the transfer began. Lee Min-chan's soul was now being fused into a new vessel. And the body he received was absurdly handsome. As his eyes slowly opened, adjusting to this new world, he realized I've finally entered the world of fallen star of the Hunter Academy. He found himself floating in a glittering space, a strange sense of confusion in his chest. Is this real? Did I actually die? Above him, a translucent window popped into view. Soul transfer complete. Lee Min-chan's consciousness has been successfully inserted into the body of Kang Shin-hyuk. That calmed him down a bit. Right, Kang Shin-hyuk. That's the guy. The delinquent student at the Hunter Academy. But then, a creeping thought froze him. Wait a sec. Something's off. His eyes darted around in a panic. The main character's name was Lee Ji-seong. Who the hell is Kang Shin-hyuk? Another translucent message appeared above his head, retrieving host body's memories and integrating them into the user's consciousness. A sudden wave of pain hit him as a flood of memories came crashing into his mind. In the world of fallen star of the Hunter Academy, one's potential as a hunter manifested at the age of 10. If you scored low tier or above on the aptitude test, you qualified to enroll in a Hunter Academy. But Kang Shin-hyuk never even got the chance to take that test. The director of the orphanage where he lived had secretly hidden the testing equipment. She reported that every child in the facility had the lowest possible aptitude, effectively stripping them of any shot at becoming hunters. That meant they were sent to ordinary schools and destined for lives with zero connection to the world of hunters. Years later, when the law changed, Shin-hyuk was finally retested. But with an aptitude ranking only in the top 15% of the population, far below the elite, he still didn't qualify to enter a Hunter Academy. After finishing high school at 20, he worked as a porter, hauling gear behind real hunters on their expeditions. Eventually, his abilities awakened, and he officially became a hunter, later joining some minor guild. To prevent mental overload, the rest of the memories would be unlocked gradually in specific situations. Min-chan clutched his head, groaning under the strain. Wow, this guy might have had it even worse than I did. He scratched his head, utterly exhausted. Wasn't this basically a scam? No way, I totally got scammed. He let out a long, frustrated sigh. If I wished to enter a novel world, wasn't it obvious I should have become the protagonist? At this rate, my second life's gonna suck just as much as the first. But just then, something clicked in his mind. Thanks to the memories he'd just received, he finally recalled who this guy really was. Kang Shin-hyuk. That's right. He's the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class, the guy who teaches swordsmanship. Basically, a side character of a side character. Practically a background prop. Realizing that, Min-chan couldn't hold it in anymore, and let out a string of curses. This is complete bullshit. No matter how you spin it, this ain't it. If I knew it'd be like this, I'd have just asked to go straight to heaven instead. Worn out and defeated, He slowly slumped down to sit on the floor. I really want to go back and complain, but the only way to return to the underworld is to die again, right? Then he remembered the chilling stare of the man he'd met just moments ago. A shiver ran down his spine. If I off myself just to go file a complaint, they'll probably send me straight to hell. Suddenly, a system notification rang out in his head. You'll be waking up soon. Good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. The teenager could barely stop himself from cursing out loud. You've got to be kidding me. Living as this guy is just straight up unfair, give me a refund. But before he could even finish that thought, his eyes flew open. He shot upright in bed, gasping for breath, completely stunned. His ridiculously handsome face twitched slightly with unfamiliarity. Still panting, he wiped sweat from his forehead and muttered under his breath, so it wasn't a dream. Right then, a phone sitting on the desk beside him started ringing. He stared at it, suspicion in his eyes. As soon as he picked it up, a robotic voice came through the speaker. Hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. This is the finance team from Chase Guild. The moment he heard that name, he clenched his jaw in frustration. God damn it, so I really am Kang Shin-hyuk. The mechanical voice continued, we're calling to confirm the deposit of your severance pay. If there are any discrepancies, or if you have questions, please feel free to reach out. Even though he was boiling inside, he forced himself to respond politely. Moments later, a notification from the bank popped up. Current balance, $309,482,200. His eyes widened. He stared at the number, completely frozen. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, he mumbled under his breath, trying to process it. Overwhelmed with joy, he jumped out of bed and flung open the window. Sunlight poured in, and a wide grin broke out across his face. This is it. I'm Kang Shin-hyuk now. From today on I'm really Kang Shin-hyuk. His mind started racing. Yup, a hunter is still a hunter. Dude's bank account has over 300 million won. From what I recall, his life wasn't that different from mine. Sure, maybe 300 million wasn't much to some people, but to him, a third-rate author who could barely scrape by and eventually died from overwork, this was a dream come true. A fortune he never thought he'd see. The teenager looked up at the bright, open sky, his chest swelling with excitement. Well, whatever. Complaining won't change anything. Monsters, portals, hunters, none of that matters right now. It's still modern-day Korea. Right now in this great nation of Korea, I'm 25 years old. And at 25, I've got over 300 million won in my bank account. On top of that, I look insanely good. This is unreal. This is perfect. I'm so pumped I could scream. The young man couldn't help but stare at his reflection in the mirror, grinning wider the longer he looked. Young, handsome, financially stable, and decently capable too. What more could he ask for? Sure, in the grand scheme of things, once you get to B-rank hunters like Kang Shin-hyuk, they're a dime a dozen out there. According to the story's setup, what he lacked compared to the main character was a powerful family name. And thanks to the late-stage power inflation in the second half of the novel, he eventually faded into complete obscurity. Thinking about that left him feeling tired. A side character completely forgotten by the plot, just another footnote in someone else's story. But somehow, that didn't sound so bad. He let out a dry chuckle and cracked a slightly awkward smile. Becoming the infamous dropout of Hunter Academy, this novel had two main protagonists, Kim Do-hyun, the original main character, and Lee Ji-seong, who took over the body of a rebellious punk in the story. Lee Ji-seong had transmigrated into the body of a spoiled chaebol hare. Armed with foreknowledge of the novel's plot, he hoarded all the fortuitous encounters that were originally meant for the main character. On top of that, he burned money like crazy, popping rare elixirs like breath mints. By doing so, he eventually caught up to Kim Do-hyun's natural talent. Now that I've ended up as Kang Shin-hyuk, my starting line isn't even close to theirs. Those two are riding rockets, while I'm over here folding paper planes. There's no need to compete. I'm not even in their league. His expression drooped a little, and he sighed. I had no reason to compare myself to them in the first place. I just wanted to be the main character so I could live a comfortable life. And honestly, now that he thought about it, this might be the perfect setup. A laid-back, chill life with a decent job, enough cash, and a few hobbies on the side. Totally doable. Eventually, when the portals burst open just like in the novel and the world plunges into chaos, Kim Do-hyun and Lee Ji-seong will join forces to stop the invading armies. Meanwhile, people around the world will panic and ask, can those kids really protect the world? We just have to put our trust in them now. They'll be shouting with all their might, resilient, determined. Those two, they're the last hope of humanity. Our job? To cheer them on from the sidelines. Let's go, Lee Ji-seong. You're the light of mankind. Go, Kim Do-hyun. Save the world. They'll stand proud, fists in the air, screaming with conviction, you got this. Push forward, Lee Ji-seong. Push forward, Kim Do-hyun. And of course the young man, now part of that same crowd, will also have to raise his voice and shout a few words. But this time, his chant sounds a little different. Let's go, Samsung. Keep charging ahead. Let's go, Tesla. Show them what you've got. Click. Click. The young man furiously taps away at the screen of his phone, a crazed glint in his eyes. This was his end of the world strategy. After all, those two are going to protect the world anyway, right? So while they're out saving humanity, all he had to do was scoop up the right stocks before they skyrocketed. Let the money double, and double, and double again. He gripped his phone tightly, practically trembling from the excitement. I can see the future. I'm gonna live easy from now on. No more paycheck to paycheck struggle. So this is what it feels like to hit the lottery as a corporate grunt, huh? A sly, almost wicked grin stretched across his lips as he quietly mapped out his future moves. Alright. If it's come to this, then fine. From now until the day the portals burst open, I'll live a proper, honest life. And the first order of business is to build up some starting capital. Now. The two female teachers looked shocked, almost disbelieving. Professor Kang, are you serious? Hyuk-sik let out a mocking laugh. If you're just feeling embarrassed in front of the ladies, then fine, I'll humor you this once. But in contrast to Hyuk-sik's arrogant sneer, Shin Hyuk's face remained firm and composed. I'm completely serious. Professor Jung, let's settle this with an honor duel. Honor duel. Prestige Hunter. It was a formal system in the hunter world when disputes arose. It was the duel that decided everything. Two opponents clashing in a battle of strength, where victory settled the matter. Normally, rejecting such a challenge came with immense humiliation. However, if the challenge was absurd or came from someone clearly in the wrong, turning it down wasn't shameful. But their behavior, it wasn't one of reason. It was a direct insult to his worth. Shin Hyuk stared them down, voice unwavering. If this is about bias because I didn't graduate from a proper hunter academy, then I'll respond with what you suggested, Professor Jung. A one-on-one match. He threw Jung Hyuk-sik's own words right back at him. If you're too scared, it's fine. You can wait until you've ranked up to a, like you said. The red-haired teacher lifted her head in mild surprise, glancing at Jung. Hands still in his pockets, his jaw clenched. You've lost your mind, she muttered. Professor, have you ever been in an honor duel before? His face darkened, lips curling into a crooked, borderline deranged grin. You know what an honor duel really means, right? Everything's fair game except killing. If you get seriously injured, are you going to take responsibility? Shin Hyuk met his twisted grin with icy sarcasm. How generous of you. It must be because you're the one teaching spear techniques. Hyuk-sik stood stiff, his face darkening as he heard Shin Hyuk's challenge. 1 week from now, next Friday, we'll settle this at the spear training field. All three of them looked down at him with smug expressions. The two instructors would serve as witnesses to today's agreement. Fuming, Hyuk-sik muttered. I have no idea where he gets that confidence from. He'd better start job hunting this week. With that, the trio walked away, leaving the protagonist standing alone. Shin Hyuk let out a frustrated breath. And just like that, the day flew by. That morning had started with awe-filled stares. This is Professor Kang Shin Hyuk, newly appointed today, the introduction went. The students looked at him with admiration, especially the boys, captivated by his polished appearance. But what truly worried him was the swordsmanship classes. When he first picked up a sword, Shin Hyuk was visibly nervous. Then suddenly it was as if the Shin Hyuk of this world, like a magical shadow, stood behind him with unwavering confidence. Strangely enough, the moment he gripped the sword, everything just clicked. Kang Shin Hyuk's memories came flooding back, triggered almost automatically. He instinctively channeled mana through the sword, and the movements of swordsmanship flowed naturally into his muscles. He executed each strike with clean, precise form, like this, then like that. Easy, right? The sheer grace of his form sent waves of awe across the students, both boys and girls alike. The first-year class mostly focused on basic sword skills and physical training, which were simple enough. All he needed to do was record each student's performance data after evaluation. But the real problem came later. This is Professor Kang Shin-hyuk, who just joined us today. Let's all work together from now on. Another introduction, this time to a new class. But the students responded with silence, disinterest in their eyes. By the afternoon, the air in the room was heavy as if they were looking at a man already condemned. Then one student asked, "Professor, is it true that you'll be in a spear duel next week?" Shin-hyuk paused as he was writing on the board, snapped the piece of chalk, broke in his hand. Of course, he thought. Words already spread. No doubt those two have been broadcasting it loud and clear, he sighed, thinking about the two female instructors who hadn't bothered to respect the new guy from a second-tier school. "Are you all right, sir?" one student asked, concern in their voice. "They say he's an elite hunter who specializes in spear combat." Shin-hyuk sat back down at his desk and offered a calm, almost cheerful reply. "Elite, huh? We can't let ourselves be discouraged by that. What matters most," he said with a smile, "is having a heart that never gives up." By now, the rumors had surely spread. Everyone knew he was the swordsmanship instructor who came from a non-hunter academy. Shin-hyuk faced his students with honesty, but the looks he received from them weren't exactly welcoming. Still, he smiled and spoke with confidence. "Truly, I'm not insecure. Not even a little bit." He grinned, though deep down, he felt like collapsing. "What I mean is, I'm not insecure about losing. Alright, next week we'll find out how it ends. So for now, let's just focus on the lesson." His upbeat attitude and refusal to dwell on the upcoming match caught the class off guard. If someone were to ask whether this was some kind of psychological tactic to ease the pressure through his students, the answer would be half yes. Because part of what he'd said came from genuine belief. Cut to a bus stop. "One ticket to Daeseonyang, please," a voice said. Shin-hyuk stepped onto the bus. "The bus is departing now. Please hurry aboard," called the driver. He found a seat by the window and sat down, gazing out at the twilight scenery. By tomorrow morning a lot will have changed. Elite education. Hunter Academy background. If those are the reasons they look down on people, then I'll get that elite education too. Night had fallen by the time the bus stopped. Shin-hyuk quietly got off and looked around. His first true opportunity as a hunter was just ahead, a cultivation manual hidden in the mountains. He stood alone at the foot of the mountain, staring up toward its peak. "I'm going to sneak in and take that internal energy manual." Sure, it felt a little out of place in this academy reincarnation setting, but that was how the original protagonist of becoming a hunter gained his first power-up, a tattered, time-worn martial arts manual from an old wuxia-style master. Shin-hyuk remembered how, in the original story, the protagonist had stumbled upon it in the middle of the forest on a quiet night. If it had been something like a rare herb or a powerful item, he wouldn't have dared touch it. Lee Ji-sung, the one who knew the future, would have grown suspicious. Holding a flashlight, Shin-hyuk made his way through the rugged mountain path. Still, in the original timeline, Lee Ji-sung had also stolen an opportunity meant for Kim Do-hyun, the original main character. Since this manual doesn't vanish after being seen, let's just say I'm helping spread the good stuff around. From the very beginning, his goal had never been to become a hero or savior of the world, so there was no need to be as powerful as the protagonist. A cave nestled deep within the forested mountains revealed itself in front of him. Gripping onto the rocky ledge, he thought, just a bit more deep within the cave, something floated in midair, radiating light that illuminated the entire chamber. Shin-hyuk had finally found what he'd come looking for. "I just need to be strong enough to win the upcoming duel. That's all." There it was, the first opportunity. A cultivation manual that served as a gateway to another world. Beyond that gateway lay ancient martial arts techniques and mystical incantations. With resolve, he stepped forward. "Well then, excuse my intrusion." His body crossed the invisible barrier separating the two realms. When Shin-hyuk opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the same world. Before him stretched a snow-covered forest, blanketed in pure white. Snow. This wasn't in the original story, so he had no reference. He zipped up his jacket to block out the biting wind, exhaling a puff of cold air. What a breathtaking view. I had no idea Korea had a place like this. Then, snapping himself out of the daze, Shin-hyuk slapped both cheeks at once. No. This isn't the time to admire the scenery. I need to find the manual and get out. But then a chilling presence loomed behind him. Something large, hairy, and dangerously close. It struck Shin Hyuk jumped to the side in a panic, narrowly dodging the incoming attack. A single blow had leveled a whole cluster of nearby trees. He hit the ground hard, wincing in pain and unable to get back up right away. What the hell was that? A man in white robes looked down at him and chuckled. Hoo, you may be weak, but you managed to dodge the first strike. You're clearly no ordinary man. Shin Hyuk glanced up, startled. A sword was pointed directly at his forehead. Beads of sweat formed as he stared at it, tense and motionless. State your name and origin, the man demanded. Which sector you from? How did you enter this place? Wait, Chinese? Shin Hyuk was completely confused. Why can I understand him? Did Kang Shin Hyuk also speak Chinese? He dropped to his knees in the snow, raising both hands in surrender. I'm a teacher at a hunter academy in South Korea. I entered through a portal. The old man had snow-white hair and eyebrows, with a stern expression carved deep into his weathered face. Korea? Hunter academy? A portal? He scoffed. You speak only in riddles. Shin Hyuk pointed earnestly toward the shimmering gate behind him. Look, sir, can't you see that white doorway right over there? The old man didn't even turn his head. To me, the only white thing here is this cursed snow, he said curtly. He gazed out at the vast, snow-covered forest and mountains. I've been imprisoned here for so long, I've lost track. I stopped counting after the 30th year. Shin Hyuk stared at him in confusion. What's he talking about? There's no legendary martial arts manual here, just some grumpy old man who looks like a hermit beast. Then it hit him. Wait, could it be? He hesitated, then asked cautiously, Sir, is your name Cho Yu Ryang, by any chance? The white-robed man's expression softened as he chuckled warmly. Ho, I'm surprised anyone still remembers that name. Where did you hear it? He asked, eyes narrowing with curiosity. Shin Hyuk was stunned. Of course I know it. You're the one who left behind the internal energy cultivation manual, the one the protagonist discovers through that portal. Even though the man's beard and hair had turned completely white, his noble and commanding aura remained untouched by time. But something felt off. In the original novel, when the protagonist stumbled upon the portal, Cho Yu Ryang never appeared in person. All that was there was a stone tablet covered in inscriptions, and a written will claiming he had ascended to immortality. Shin Hyuk suddenly remembered something important. He had asked the system to send him back 2 years before the main story began. And now here he was, mouth agape, stunned by the implications. He dropped to his knees in the snow, raising both hands in surrender while still staring at the sword pointed at him. So, Cho Yu Ryang hasn't ascended yet. That's why he's still here. He now understood the situation. But of course he couldn't just say, I read it in a novel. Yes sir, he said carefully. I once heard a story. Cho Yu Ryang raised a brow. A story? Go on, tell me. Shin Hyuk began slowly, choosing his words with care. Long ago there was a tale about a legendary swordsman who suddenly appeared in the Central Plains. He fought a vicious dragon that had terrorized the land and then vanished. He continued. The swordsman, clad entirely in white, faced the beast head-on with nothing but his blade. People say he saved countless lives. He looked up at the old man. The image of that hero, it resembles you. Cho Yu Ryang's laugh echoed through the snowy woods, deep wrinkles folding across his brow as he smiled. So someone did witness that battle after all. Shin Hyuk thought to himself with a hint of triumph. It worked. All I did was roughly patch together stuff I remembered from the novel. But this old man, he really let his guard down. He must be the type who's extremely proud of his martial arts. Bowing deeply, Shin Hyuk knelt and prostrated himself before Yu Ryang, trying to show the utmost sincerity. Master, he said earnestly, I heard a legend about a peerless martial artist who had secluded himself in these mountains. That's why I came here. I swear I'm not a bad person. Please, sheath your sword and teach me. Yu Ryang narrowed his eyes but eventually returned his sword to its scabbard. He looked down at the young man still bowing at his feet. You suddenly show up and ask me to pass on my martial arts. He scoffed. Ridiculous. I refuse. Be thankful I'm sparing your life. Now go back where you came from. The spear. The quiet words froze Yu Ryang in place. His back straightened as he stopped mid-step. What did you just say? Shin Hyuk looked up at him, eyes pleading, his voice honest. I have a match coming up soon. My opponent uses a spear. He remained on his knees in the snow, unflinching, and asked, between the sword and the spear, which one wins? Yu Ryang clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head slightly, examining the kid kneeling in the freezing snow. Compared to the sword, the spear has far greater reach and efficiency, he finally said. A short sword versus a long spear. If both sides are properly trained, the spear user becomes a formidable soldier. It has length, range, destructive power. There's nothing weak about it. In short, he concluded, the answer is the spear. Shin Hyuk furrowed his brows, taken aback. What? He just admitted it that easily. With that, Yu Ryan turned on his heel, coat fluttering, and began walking away again. You have your answer. Go home. Cherish your life, he said without looking back. Shin Hyuk stared after him in dismay, watching the old man's footsteps slowly fade into the snowy forest. Wait, what? He's just leaving. I talked so big. If I could just walk away, I wouldn't have come all this way in the first place. Thinking fast, Shin Hyuk slammed his fist into the snow with theatrical fury. Oh ow. Damn it. Yu Ryan paused in his steps, listening quietly. So it's true, the sword really can't beat the spear, Shin Hyuk muttered, his voice laced with self-deprecation. I rushed all the way here thinking I'd find an answer, but he trailed off, then let out a sigh. Next week, I've got to face someone in a duel in front of a crowd. Guess I should hurry back and start practicing how to beg for mercy. He chuckled bitterly at himself, then slowly pushed himself to his feet. Raising a hand to hide the emotions in his eyes, Shin Hyuk kept talking, rambling nonsense to chip away at his own confidence. I don't even know how to beg properly. Should I just pee myself to show I surrender? What am I even supposed to say to pacify a spear instructor out for blood? He hunched over, muttering to himself dramatically but just loud enough for Yu Ryan to hear every word. As a representative of swordsmanship, he said in a mock formal tone, I formally acknowledge the superiority of spear techniques. Before your mighty weapon, my sword is nothing more than kindling. No more like a toothpick. Without a shred of shame, he continued to insult his own craft, laying it on thick. Yes, a toothpick. That's better. Yu Ryan, a swordsman himself, had his sword at his hip. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and responded coldly. That was just a general discussion about swords and spears. I have no idea how skilled the spear user you're facing is. He was clearly fuming. Shin Hyuk's melodramatic speech had hit a nerve. My sword is sharp enough to split a dragon in two. You've got some nerve, comparing the sword and the spear right to my face. Are you ready to die? But I admire your courage, he continued, still ice cold. So I'll make an exception and help you. Shin Hyuk, still covering his face, let out a puff of white breath into the frosty air. And then behind the shield of his arms a twisted smile crept across his lips, drool sliding down his chin. It worked. Oh God, it worked. Wiping away the drool, he babbled excitedly, Thank you, Master Cho Yu Ryan. But, when you say you'll help, what exactly do you mean? A hidden martial arts manual? A rare herb, maybe? Whatever it is, I'm grateful. But Yu Ryan frowned and jabbed a finger at him. What nonsense are you spewing? There's something far better. The moment he said that, his fingers flashed through the air and struck several of Shin Hyuk's pressure points without even touching him. Shin Hyuk collapsed into the snow, groaning. It burns. It's like I got hit all over with a club. Yu Ryan lowered his hand calmly. You are a martial artist, and yet your danchin is completely empty. I just transmitted a small amount of yang fire energy into your meridians. In 4 days your danchin will open. In 6 days your body will begin to change. A warm current surged in Shin Hyuk's lower abdomen, and he bit his lip to endure the sudden rush. His whole body trembled, face flushed red from the overwhelming heat. Yu Ryan's voice echoed through the freezing forest, where the white portal still stood unmoving in the snow-covered clearing. I don't know how skilled your spear-wielding opponent is, he said calmly. But with the level you're at now, you'll never be on the losing end of any fight for the rest of your life. What the Shin Hyuk's eyes twitched. That's it. That's the big opportunity. He panted in the frigid air, trying to suppress his frustration. Wait a minute. Yu Ryan, hands clasped behind his back, began walking away again without turning around. If you win the duel, come find me, he said flatly. Because I can't leave this place. But when you return to the world you live in, declare it loudly and clearly, swordsmanship is the greatest. The scene shifted to the dueling arena, where Shin Hyuk and Hyun Sik were about to face off. The duel between the swordsmen and the spearmen had drawn a full crowd. Every seat in the stands was packed. 1 week later, at the spear training grounds, 2 female instructors watched as Hyun Sik lounged in the stands, casually munching on popcorn with a cocky grin. "Look at him," one said. "Still bold enough to show up. I thought he'd run away and find a new job by now." Behind them sat Instructor Yeon-sik, pale-faced and silent, eyes fixed nervously on the arena. Down on the field, Shin-hyuk frowned, clearly irritated. "You still talk too much, just like always," he muttered. "Let's start already." Hearing the impatience in Shin-hyuk's voice, Hyun-sik burst into laughter. "Ha ha, hilarious." With utter confidence, he pointed his spear toward him. "I'll be generous and let you make the first move, Instructor Kang. Go ahead." Of course he knew that spears had the advantage when counterattacking. Shin-hyuk raised his sword, getting into stance. "Thanks. I won't turn it down." His body felt light. So that's what he meant. "I've become strong enough to never be humiliated again." He launched himself into the air, but even as he did, doubt lingered. Still, this alone won't be enough to win. Not against someone like him. But he didn't care. "Even if this match leaves me crippled," he thought, screaming as he dove down with a sword strike aimed at Hyun-sik's head, "I'll never live as a coward again." His resolve hardened, Shin-hyuk's focus honed to a razor's edge. His spirit radiated the fierce hunger to win. He wasn't the same person anymore. With a single decisive slash, Hyun-sik's spear snapped in half. A chunk of his hair got sliced clean off, and his training uniform was split right down the middle by the sword wind, revealing a ridiculous pair of SpongeBob-themed boxers underneath. The humiliation was so complete, so overwhelming there were no words to describe how pitiful he looked. That final jab landed hard. The two female instructors were so shocked that their popcorn flew everywhere. Even the referee turned pale, staring at the scene on the platform in disbelief. Hyun-sik's ridiculous SpongeBob boxers were now on full display for hundreds of eyes to see. He'd been turned into a bald-headed mess, spit flying from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, completely KO'd. Even Shin-hyuk was stunned by the result of his single strike. "Huh?" He blinked, dumbfounded. Hyun-sik lay unconscious on the arena floor, his SpongeBob boxers still proudly showcased. Seeing that he could no longer fight, the referee waved his hands and announced in a shaky voice, Match over. Instructor Kang Shin-hyuk wins." Then the ref bolted toward Hyun-sik, checking his condition in a panic. "Get an ambulance. He's seriously hurt. Damn it, get a stretcher." Now, meanwhile, Shin-hyuk just stood there, eyes wide, mind still blank. His body trembled slightly as Yu Ryang's voice echoed again in his memory. "In 4 days, your danchin will fully open. In 6, you'll feel your body change. You will never again be overwhelmed in battle." Shin-hyuk bit his lower lip, glancing down at the hand gripping his sword, now slick with sweat. That crazy old man. What the hell did he do to my body? Just as Shin-hyuk was grinning to himself, fully convinced had seen the blueprint of a carefree, money-filled future, his phone buzzed with a message notification. He looked down and there it was. "Hello, this is your coordinator. You've officially passed the final screening for Hunter Academy No. 1. We've sent an email detailing your benefits package and onboarding date. Please review and respond." Still half lost in his daydream, he mumbled to himself, "So this is what it feels like to win the office lottery, huh?" His lips curled into a sly grin as he reread the message. "Alright then. From now until the day the portals go berserk, I'll play it by the book just like the original storyline." Cut to, outside a towering building on a sunny day. First day on the job. In the novel Becoming the Academy's Ultimate Reject, Kang Shin-hyuk was a former B-rank hunter who took up a position as a swordsmanship instructor after leaving his old guild Chase. Lucky for me, I jumped into his life right after he quit the guild and just before his first day at the academy. Dragging a modest suitcase behind him, Shin-hyuk walked into the prestigious Hunter Academy, head held high. He had spent the past few days combing through every bit of personal data from the original Kang Shin-hyuk, contacts, transaction history, anything verifiable. Now, phone in hand, he rubbed his chin with a frown. What the hell is wrong with this guy's social life? Practically non-existent. It was so bleak you'd think he'd been voluntarily exiled from society. Well, I get it. I used to stay home all day writing, so it's not like I talked to anyone either. He opened up the original Shin-hyuk's contacts list and stared. These are the kind of people who delete themselves from the world voluntarily, huh? He suddenly remembered a scene: a shy kid, carrying a massive backpack, nervously fidgeting while classmates teased him, "Hey, your boyfriend just walked by." Oop, my bad. That memory nearly made him laugh out loud. His eyes welled up, cheeks flushing red. Back in my old life, I gave up on a lot of things. With a deep, tired sigh, he muttered, rich kids always overcomplicate stuff. Must be nice. In my past life, I gave up on love and marriage altogether. He recalled drunkenly confessing to a bar buddy once, I think I'm married to web novels. Man. Probably been in a toxic relationship with M for years. To others he'd play it off. Being alone's easier. But deep down he knew that was a lie. There were reasons, sure, family issues, personal scars, but now, buried in Shin Hyuk's memories, he could see just how miserable his old self really was. There he was standing up during a snowy night, halfway through a drink, answering a phone call. Yes, PD Nim. I'm outside right now. Yes, I'll go back in and revise it immediately. Understood. He sighed again. Yeah, that was me, always working. Always alone. He once tilted his head back in defeat, exhaling a thin stream of breath into the snowy night as the alcohol sank in. A third-rate writer like me, barely scraping by, dating? Unacceptable, he muttered to himself. Absolutely unacceptable. His drinking buddy had blinked and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Of course, all they got in return was a clumsy wave of the hand. Sorry. Unacceptable. Just unacceptable. But now things were different. He was Kang Shin Hyuk, newly appointed swordsmanship instructor at the No.1 Hunter Academy, dressed to the nines in a crisp suit. Sure, he wasn't the protagonist he'd once dreamed of becoming, but he'd been given more than enough. Standing before the academy's entrance, he made a quiet vow to himself, I'll give everything I've got to slowly reclaim everything I once missed out on. Shin Hyuk pushed open the door. He was a bit nervous, but mustered a bright smile and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. I've been appointed as the new first-year swordsmanship instructor starting today. Silence. The whole office went dead quiet. A few teachers turned their heads, surprised by his enthusiastic greeting. No one responded. The awkwardness hit hard. Shin Hyuk's face flushed red. Okay, maybe I went a little overboard there. This is embarrassing. Finally, someone spoke up. Come on in. A middle-aged man with glasses stood up cheerfully from his desk and approached. You must be Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk. Great to meet you. I'm Park Yeon-sik. Your seat's right next to mine. Shin Hyuk's eyes curved into a grin as he nodded. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. Then, from across the partition, a woman peeked over with a stunned expression. Sir. Professor, wait. Are you really a teacher? Or are you like an actor or something? The students are gonna lose their minds today. Embarrassed, Shin Hyuk scratched the back of his head and flashed his most dazzling smile. Oh no, I'm not that good looking, but thank you. Outwardly he was humble. But inside, damn right. This face cost me my whole past life, you know. Then someone else chimed in. Instructor Kang, if you don't mind me asking, what guild were you with before this? With a friendly smile, Shin Hyuk replied. Before this appointment, I was with Chase Guild. A brown-haired teacher clapped in admiration. Chase. That's a top-tier guild. That's amazing. Even the pink-haired teacher gave him a thumbs up. Instructor Kang, you still look young enough to be active in the field. So cool. Shin Hyuk could barely keep his smug grin from breaking out across his face. He raised a hand to partially cover his face, cocked his head ever so slightly, and gave off that humble handsome guy energy. Oh no, I'm really not that impressive, but on the inside. Heck yeah, I heard that. The sound of popularity calling my name. A male teacher with blue hair suddenly appeared behind the two female teachers and spoke up. Chase Guild, huh? Looks like the academy finally managed to bring in some real talent. The two teachers glanced at each other when they heard his voice. With a warm yet slightly performative smile, the man introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Jung Hyun-sik. I teach second-year spear techniques. Used to be with Warren Guild and graduated from Hunter School No. 6. Hyun-sik placed a hand on Shin Hyuk's shoulder. His expression still wore a smile, but the friendliness had noticeably faded. So, Instructor Kang, which Hunter School did you graduate from? Someone this good-looking couldn't possibly go unnoticed, right? Ha. Shin Hyuk was about to respond. But the pink-haired teacher jumped in excitedly. Let me guess. Hunter School No. 7. Am I right? Hyun-sik tilted his head thoughtfully and joined in on the guessing game. I'll bet on School No. 4. The brown-haired teacher tapped her chin. If it were our school, I'd definitely remember. I'm going with school no. 5. Shin Hyuk had to cut in before this turned into a full-on betting pool. Everyone actually, he chuckled awkwardly. I didn't graduate from any hunter school. Silence. All three teachers turned to look at him, clearly stunned. The pink-haired teacher crossed her arms and leaned against the divider. Wait. Then how'd you become a hunter without attending hunter school? The brown-haired one pointed a finger. Did you study abroad or something? Are you a dual citizen? Wait, dual nationals can be hired as instructors here? Shin Hyuk held up his index finger and grinned. I'm 100% Korean. And yes, there are hunters who didn't graduate from any official school. Yeon Sik, standing off to the side, just stared blankly at Shin Hyuk. I'm actually one of them. But the moment Shin Hyuk revealed this piece of his background, the atmosphere changed. The way the three teachers looked at him shifted instantly, and not in a good way. Their eyes now carried clear disdain. Hyun Sik removed his hand from Shin Hyuk's shoulder. He brushed his palms together as if shaking off something dirty and sneered. Ah, so that's how it is. You should have said so from the start. He turned and walked away. I'm gonna grab a smoke before the meeting. What a waste of time. The two female teachers hurried to follow him. Wait up, Instructor Jung. Let's go together. As they left, they muttered to each other, not even trying to hide their voices. I got my hopes up when I heard Chase Guild, but turns out he's from some no-name, non-hunter background. The same people who'd been so friendly moments ago now made Shin Hyuk stand there in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Yeon Seok let out a quiet sigh. And together, the two of them listened to the not-so-subtle criticism echoing across the room. See? This is exactly why the policy of hiring from non-hunter schools is complete nonsense. Shin Hyuk stood frozen, pointing at his own face in disbelief. Non-hunter background. What? At that moment a system notification abruptly echoed inside his mind. Detected user discomfort. Replaying relevant memory data from Kang Shin Hyuk. A virtual kit suddenly appeared within the system space, a hunter aptitude testing kit. This is the most accurate way to assess hunter potential. It contains bodily fluids from a Salaman-class monster, and is valued at 100,000 won. The system displayed an image of a disheveled man with long hair being escorted into a police car. The principal embezzled several kits and falsified students' aptitude results to mark them as unqualified. He was eventually caught. Back then, Shin Hyuk had classmates and some semblance of support. Thanks to a helping hand from someone named Chang Soo, he was able to leave the orphanage earlier than expected, and take the test again. However, those like Kang Shin Hyuk and Chang Soo, graduates from non-hunter schools, could never quite keep up. In real combat missions, they were always a step behind their teammates. The reason was simple: general education schools didn't offer the same intensive, systematic training that hunter academies provided. The skill gap between the two groups was inevitable. In response, public outrage eventually sparked protests demanding anti-discrimination laws for non-hunter graduates. Those who had been marginalized and mocked for years finally came together, and the Non-Hunter Graduate Anti-Discrimination Act was passed. The law required employers to conceal applicants' educational backgrounds during hiring to prevent bias. It clearly prioritized candidates with public service experience, national disability certification, protected employment status, relevant professional licenses, or previous field experience, even non-hunter school graduates. Some positions in public institutions were even set aside specifically for them. Ironically, graduates from official hunter schools now found themselves at a disadvantage. They began to isolate and gossip about non-hunter colleagues behind their backs. The bitterness toward these special hires only deepened, backfiring against the very intent of the law. The system calmly advised to avoid unnecessary conflict. It is recommended that you refrain from revealing your non-hunter school background. A splitting headache hit Shin Hyuk as the system finished uploading the memories. He gritted his teeth and massaged his temples. A voice echoed in his mind, drenched in self-irony. Way to go, genius. Could have told me that before I blurted it out. Now it all made sense: the cold glares, the dismissive tone. He finally understood where they were coming from. Still, he couldn't help but feel wronged. I get it, really I do, but come on. I've never even joined a protest or signed any petition. Why am I getting hit with the backlash? Professor Yeon Sik glanced at him awkwardly. Goodness, so much tension on your very first day. I hope you can understand, Professor Kang. That's just how things are right now. Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly. What can you do? You've got to endure some crap if you want a peaceful retirement. He closed his eyes and forced a calm smile. It's fine. From their perspective, it's only natural for them to dislike me. Then he added, the special hiring quota for non-hunter graduates, it's no wonder they're not thrilled to see me. Hyun-sik blinked, confused. He scratched his head. Huh? Special quota? What do you mean? Shin-hyuk looked directly at him. I mean me. I thought I got this job through some kind of special hiring program. The balding professor gave a little chuckle, raising his hand to clarify. What are you talking about? You passed the entrance exam and were officially recruited. You're here on your own merit. He emphasized, this isn't some regular public school. It's a hunter academy. There's no such thing as a special hiring quota for non-hunter graduates. Shin-hyuk's expression stiffened in surprise. Wait, so that's not even true. Then all this hatred is based on a lie. Outside the faculty office, Jung Hyun-sik stood with a cigarette between his fingers, blowing lazy clouds of smoke toward the two female teachers beside him. They'd clearly been chain smoking for a while. Cigarette butts overflowed the top of a nearby trash can. I really thought the guy got hired through some government diversity quota, Hyun-sik muttered. Guess the school's budget is tighter than I thought. Poor kid stuck with him for swordsmanship class. The brunette took a drag from her cigarette and replied with a smirk, well, it's just basic stamina and fundamentals for the first years. Can't mess that up too badly. Hyun-sik slicked his hair back and scowled. Yeah, the school probably knew what they were doing, stuck him with the newbies on purpose. But hey, the brunette added with a laugh, he is easy on the eyes, isn't he? The pink-haired teacher sipped her coffee and muttered sourly, looks don't mean squat. If he didn't graduate from a hunter academy, I already know what kind of trash-level skill set we're dealing with. Then she flicked her cigarette ash to the ground and added, he's probably from some orphanage or something, no background, no real roots. What a waste. She dropped the rest of her cigarette and turned away casually. Better warn the kids to find a real swordsmanship tutor. I'm not risking their lives with some fraud. She tossed the stub behind her and walked off. The brunette followed with a scoff, eyes closed as she muttered, at the end of the day, they're still putting their lives on the line. Learning from a hack like that. One mistake and it's game over. She took another step only to find someone standing directly in her path. She opened her eyes, startled. A man dressed in black was blocking her way. When she turned to look, she froze in place. It was Kang Shin-hyuk. His face was unreadable, a polite mask barely covering the tension beneath. And it was clear he had heard everything. Shin-hyuk rubbed the back of his head, putting on the most natural expression he could muster. Oh, all of you are here. I asked Professor Park and he said this was the smoking area. Looks like there might have been a misunderstanding. Do you have a moment before the meeting? One of the three scoffed and snapped at him. Moment? What moment? Were you eavesdropping on us? Shin-hyuk forced the fakest smile he could manage. Ah, I didn't mean to overhear anything. But inside he was desperately trying to calm himself down. Backstabbers. Just hold it in. Think about the long-term investment. He continued in a friendly tone, I just didn't want your misunderstanding to affect the kids. I wasn't hired under any kind of special quota for non-hunter graduates or bonus points or whatever. That's all I wanted to clarify. I hope we can get along moving forward. Despite his words, the two female teachers still didn't seem particularly receptive. One bit her lip awkwardly, while the other averted her eyes with a furrowed brow. But then Hyun-sik suddenly cut in, voice cold. Professor Kang, I think you've got the wrong idea. He slipped his hands into his pockets and walked past the two women towards Shin-hyuk. Whether it was a quota, bonus points, or pulling some strings to get in, none of that matters anymore. He leaned in slightly, eyes sharp. The real issue is whether or not you've got the proper education. Don't force your way into a space you don't belong in, non-hunter academy trash. With that, he turned and walked off, leading the other two teachers with him. I'm heading out. From now on, keep to yourself, yeah? Just hang out with the regular subject teachers if you're looking to socialize. They didn't even try to lower their voices. That Jung guy is so rude, one of the women muttered. But still, swordsmanship instructors are supposed to be at least rank B, right? He must pulled some trick. Rank B from a non-hunter school. What a joke. Shin-hyuk stood frozen in place, saying nothing. Then, suddenly Hyun-sik turned around, smiling broadly with that same mocking tone. Oh, hey Professor Kang Shin-hyuk. If you're feeling so wronged, why not submit an official duel request? He stared at Shin Hyuk's tall figure in the sleek black suit. I've got a promotion evaluation next month to move up to rank A. If you file the request after that, maybe you won't embarrass yourself as badly. Shin Hyuk stood still, silent as the wind passed over him. So this is why I'm being isolated. His thoughts drifted to his past life. He remembered a thick manuscript lying beside a cup of black coffee. Its title, Pancreas, Liver, Kidney by Lehman Chan. He had been so happy when someone finally praised his work. Really, my piece is going to get published. But the chubby editor clasped his hands together under his chin and gave a sly smile. Published? Don't kid yourself. It's just slightly better than average. You didn't go to a proper school like I did. You didn't even take any writing courses. He sneered. Don't go dreaming about getting published or anything. Just write for fun. Turn it into a real job and you'll end up hating it. Those words hit hard, like a lump of coffee stuck in his throat. His scruffy, pale face and panda-like dark circles made him look like a ghost. And then, the next year that guy released a piece that was nearly identical to his. Shin Hyuk wondered if that man was doing well now. He had to watch as countless hate comments flooded in under what was supposed to be his heartfelt, hard-earned work. Eventually, his piece was dismissed as a cheap knockoff and started to spiral into oblivion. Ahaha 99. Stop posting these promo comments bog-e. Isn't this just Suvid's Pancreas piece? Bang E00, straight up copied. Nananon. I still can't believe he ripped off Suvid. Tendrunfekdekt 178. Not just similar, identical. Try harder, dude. And just like that, his work was branded a fake, and it all went downhill from there. He had almost forgotten this guy was just as miserable as he used to be. A childhood spent in the shadows because of a greedy mother. Abandoned and ostracized by peers while training in swordsmanship. Failed assessments, a messy life, no luck in work or anything else. This is no different than his last life, Shin Hyuk thought. No matter how stable things seemed, his hands trembled with rage, clenched into fists. What's the point of living like this? He raised his voice. Professor Jung, wait. Hyuk Sik, startled, stopped in his tracks. Just this once, Shin Hyuk told himself. Hyuk Sik and the brunette teacher turned back toward him. What? Charge forward, his inner voice urged. Shin Hyuk turned around, expression unreadable, and faced them head-on. I challenge you to an honor duel, he said firmly. Why should I hold back? If I want peace in the future, I need to earn it. He suddenly remembered the original novel. Lee Ji-sung, the main character, had become a hunter and made incredible progress after learning martial arts. He lived the dream soaking in a golden tub, surrounded by rare medicinal herbs. Of course, part of that was because he drank elixirs like they were water. But even before all that, he was already strong. Panic slowly crept into Shin Hyuk's expression as he looked down at his own hand. Right, I knew this was coming, but still, isn't this just too much, Mr. Kang? A loud voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Yeon Suk came running toward him, hair blown back by the wind to reveal a rather high forehead. Mr. Kang. Are you hurt anywhere? He asked, genuinely concerned. Huh, Mr. Park? Shin Hyuk replied, caught off guard. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. You saw the match? Of course I did. It was incredible. Yeon Seok looked at him with starry eyes, admiration practically glowing off his shiny bald head. I didn't even see what happened. 1 second you were there, the next poof. The wind practically blew my underwear up. Right, Shin Hyuk thought. To normal instructors it probably looked like that. He glanced over at Yeon Suk. He looked truly happy. Relieved, even. Maybe he had a lot bottled up inside, too, Shin Hyuk wondered. The two of them kept chatting, Yeon Suk fussing over his well-being. I'm just glad you're okay. Still, we can't let this slide. I'm treating everyone today. Meanwhile, Hyun Sik, now an unconscious, half-naked mess in yellow SpongeBob boxers, was being carried off the stage by medics. While the loser was being stretchered to the hospital, Shin Hyuk was surrounded by cheers and excited questions. Oh my god, Mr. Park. Take me with you. What's on the menu? Even though the two female instructors from Hyun Sik's side looked like they wanted to crawl into a hole from embarrassment, they still crossed their arms and tried to act superior as they left the stands. But from below, students kept shouting, I'm coming too, count me in. Yeon Sik, seeing the growing crowd, started to panic. Alright, everyone, I'll be collecting 20,000 won per person. They all went out to celebrate the victory. Yeon Suk even raised Shin Hyuk's arm like a prizefighter, declaring him the champion much to Shin Hyuk's embarrassment, especially after both of them got a little tipsy. As the night went on, the two grew even closer, clinking cold beer glasses with big smiles. Then came round 2. The group hit up a karaoke bar, and Shin Hyuk showed off his vocal talents, so much so that other teachers were plugging their ears. Eventually he made it home and passed out cold, still fully dressed, not even bothering to change. Even in his sleep, Shin Hyuk was grinning, drooling, and mumbling nonsense. Haha, no, stop pouring. He had stumbled home completely wasted at 4 a.m. If he were a normal person, he'd be paying the price with a brutal hangover the next day. But while he lay passed out, something unusual happened. His danchin began to glow. Having undergone a transformation, his body had entered a state of self-purification. The light from his danchin spread through his body, making him sweat profusely, soaking his shirt. The intense heat eventually woke him up. He squinted, dazed and barely conscious, as he sat up and took in how strange his body felt. Kang Shin Hyuk had now gained a level of physical strength far beyond his expectations. A little alcohol. Barely even a warm-up. He glanced down at himself, confused. His whole body looked unnaturally polished, gleaming even in the dim light. What the hell kind of hangover is this? It was clear now he had no choice but to go back and confront the man who had turned his body into whatever this was. Carrying a small gift basket, Shin Hyuk stepped back through the white portal. His face twisted into a slight grimace. I can't believe I'm coming back here. But I owe him my life. I guess the least I can do is thank him. On the other side of the gate, it was still a snowy, desolate world just like the first time he arrived. Everything was pure white. Snow and trees were all that existed here. That old man, didn't he say he couldn't leave this place? He kept walking, eyes scanning the landscape. Not a single animal in sight. Even for a novel setting, this world's pretty brutal. You've returned. A calm voice echoed across the snow. Shin Hyuk turned toward it. There he was, Yu Ryang, sitting in meditation atop a boulder, his back to Shin Hyuk. Without even looking fully, the old man tilted his head slightly and said, "So? You beat the spear guy, right?" A system-like voice chimed in, as if reintroducing the character Cho Yu Ryang. Shin Hyuk hurried over excitedly. Of course I did. I won. With just one swing, his underwear was flying all over the place. Yu Ryan stroked his long silver beard. Really now? I guess that spear guy wasn't as tough as I thought. Shin Hyuk quickly added, no sir. He's actually pretty respected in our world. But that's not really why I came back. His tone grew more serious. I wanted to ask, what exactly did you do to my body that day? Yu Ryan gave him a blank stare. What do you mean, what did I do? I just opened your danshin. That's all. Just enough so you wouldn't get your ass kicked anymore. He leaned back lazily. Anyway, what martial art did you use? How much inner power did that spear guy have? I'm bored. Come, sit and tell me the whole story. Shin Hyuk froze. Martial art? Watching Yu Ryan train in silence, it all started to click for him. That's it. That's why I've become so ridiculously strong. Why didn't I think of it before? Cho Yu Ryang's martial technique is literally the first fortuitous encounter in the novel that turns the protagonist into a hunter. Lee Ji-sung had to struggle like hell just to break his danshin open, but me. I got mine unlocked directly by some super grandmaster. He recalled that moment, how Yu Ryang had pressed specific acupoints on his body to open the flow within him. Shin Hyuk spoke honestly, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I haven't learned any martial arts at all. Yu Ryang raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. What are you saying? No martial arts? That can't be right. He stared at Shin Hyuk, puzzled. Your dantian was obviously blocked, but there's still a small amount of internal energy circulating in your body. Shin Hyuk looked down at the faintly glowing spot where his danshin was and gently touched it. I just kept swinging my sword in fights, and somehow it started building up on its own. In Wuxia novels, people accumulate internal energy through martial arts training. But hunters are different, he thought. Before he could explain further, Yu Ryang snapped, that's the most brutish method I've ever heard. Shin Hyuk stepped closer, cautiously. Do you remember the name of the country you lived in before coming here? Yu Ryan didn't even hesitate. Of course I do. Great Ming. Emperor Zhu Yuanshang, the Hongwu emperor, was on the throne. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's suspicions were confirmed. That explains everything. In this world, hunters only started awakening recently. He's been isolated behind this gate, So there's no way he could know what's happening out there. So this was it. Cho Yu Ryang didn't just live in a different place, he came from a completely different world. His ignorance of the modern world made perfect sense now. Shin Hyuk bowed his head slightly, a bit saddened. I've always loved stories from the past, so I've read about the legendary swordsman, Cho Yu Ryang. Then he looked up and delivered the truth. Sir, outside of this place, martial arts no longer exist. It hit Yu Ryang like a thunderbolt. What did you say? Out there centuries have passed. A new kind of power has emerged, and martial arts slowly faded into obscurity, forgotten as the world changed. Giant buildings, fast cars, endless highways, they've replaced the old world. Shin Hyuk had decided. Instead of calling it a different world, he would frame it as a shift in the flow of time, easier for someone like Yu Ryang to accept. Yu Ryang looked down at his own hand and gave a bitter smile. I see, after being in this place for so long, my sense of time must blurred. I guess more time passed than I realized. He looked lonely, detached. But Shin Hyuk tried to offer comfort. Don't worry, sir. Your legacy will live on. Lee Ji-sung will carry on your martial path. With that, he handed the gift basket to the old man and bowed. I don't know if this can bring you comfort, but these are health foods from the outside world. I brought them for you. Yu Ryang raised an eyebrow but peeked inside the bag. He pulled out a pouch of ginseng extract and curiously placed it in his mouth. How do I? Shin Hyuk smiled and guided him. Just suck on it like this, yup, like that. The moment the liquid hit his tongue, Yu Ryang's face contorted. He yanked the pouch out of his mouth, looking pale, his lips still puckered. He wiped his mouth and muttered with a deeply concerned expression, Don't tell me there's some kind of epidemic out there. Has society fallen so far that people are forced to consume this kind of subpar health product? The old man wouldn't stop complaining. Back in my day, even lowly beggars from the beggars sect could perform Lightfoot techniques. We used to eat 50-year-old wild ginseng as a side dish. You poor people have it rough. Shin Hyuk's face darkened at that. His eyes practically screamed that he wanted to snatch back the ginseng he'd so painstakingly bought as a gift. This old man, he really knows how to get under someone's skin. Trying to change the subject, Shin Hyuk squatted down and rummaged through his backpack. Sir, do you like sweets? Yu Ryang squinted one eye and snorted. I'm far too old to be craving sweets like some child. Shin Hyuk held out something in both hands. This is a chocolate bar I always eat when the weather gets cold. You could try it. Yu Ryang perked up, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Oh, this colorful silk wrapper, there's food in here. He peeled it open and took a bite. The moment the chocolate melted in his mouth, his expression transformed. It was as if he'd been transported into a field of blooming flowers, overwhelmed by a wave of rich sweetness. Weird noises escaped his throat as Shin Hyuk stood frozen in disbelief. But then Yu Ryang cleared his throat and returned to his usual dignified demeanor. Not bad. If you've got more, hand them over. The snow-covered forest stretched out silently around them, peaceful except for the growing pile of trash at their feet. Empty soda cans, water bottles, instant noodle cups, snack wrappers, everything was scattered across the ground. Yu Ryang was now completely full, bits of food still clinging to his long white beard. That was truly delicious. The outside world has some miraculous cuisine. As Shin Hyuk silently cleaned up the mess, he couldn't help but grumble inside. He ate every last bit of my emergency supplies. That stuff was supposed to be for survival. He blurted out, Old man, I mean sir, how do you normally deal with hunger? Yu Ryang was shaking the last few crumbs from a chip bag into his mouth when he casually replied. Once one reaches a certain level, food is no longer necessary. I just like to taste things now and then. Then he asked, You don't have any more, do you? Shin Hyuk nearly exploded on the spot. I just want to go home already. With a deep sigh, he slung the now empty backpack over his shoulder and looked up at the old man's tall, unshakable figure. All right then, he thought. Just a moment ago I was worried about how to comfort him. But forget that, he's doing just fine. Yu Ryang turned his back, folding his hands behind him. So, according to what you said, the Ming dynasty is long gone now, isn't it? Shin Hyuk tied up a plastic bag and looked skyward as he replied. Yes sir. Martial arts have been lost, and now the world is filled with monsters. Instead of warriors we have people called hunters. Yu Ryang stood still, alone, his back to Shin Hyuk. The falling snow settled softly around him, turning his silhouette into a quiet, lonely figure lost in time. Yu Ryang stared out at the snow-blanketed landscape. I've long since lost track of time, he said softly. Ever since I arrived in this place, the only thing I've hoped for was to ascend and become an immortal. He glanced over at Shin Hyuk. But now, since I opened your energy center, I suppose you're the only martial artist left in the outside world. Shin Hyuk responded honestly, yes sir. For now I think I am. At least for the time being, in a world packed with skyscrapers and cars, he probably was the only one walking around with a fully awakened Danshin. You've already felt it, haven't you? The old man continued. The gap in power between someone who's awakened to martial arts and someone who hasn't, it's vast. The sword at Yu Ryang's side swayed gently as he moved. He turned to face the younger man. So tell me, how will you use that power? Shin Hyuk calmly stuffed the rest of their trash into his backpack. Well, to live, of course. What else would I use it for? He said with a smirk. Being able to survive a drinking party without puking is already a huge win. Yu Ryang gave him a long look, clearly surprised by the answer. Shin Hyuk rubbed his chin, casually drifting into idle thoughts. Besides, if I ever want to get into stocks, I'll have to start waking up early. If I want to game for hours, I'll need a strong back. This kind of power, it's pretty useful actually. The old man changed the subject. By the way, I never asked what's your name. Shin Hyuk straightened up and replied. I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. As he slung the backpack over one shoulder, he thought to himself, I don't have big ambitions. I've got decent talent in martial arts, and I'm just a kid's instructor. With that kind of foundation, I don't think I'd end up doing anything too crazy. Yu Ryang gave a respectful nod. I am Cho Yu Ryang, Heaven's #1 swordsman, slayer of dragons, savior of the Central Plains. Shin Hyuk smiled slightly. Yeah, I know who you are. Yu Ryang stood tall in the snow and called out, Kang Shin Hyuk. He closed his eyes and spoke each word slowly and clearly. I will accept you as my disciple. Shin Hyuk looked at him completely calm, not the slightest hint of surprise in his expression. Without hesitation, he replied firmly, no thanks. Yu Ryang froze in place the moment he heard those words. His face darkened. Did I hear you wrong? But Shin Hyuk just grinned brightly as he slung his backpack higher on his shoulder. Nope, you heard me right, sir. I really appreciate your offer, but I'm good. He scratched the back of his head, cheeks slightly red with embarrassment. Honestly, I never wanted to be this strong in the first place. Thanks to your help, I made it through, but now I just want to live a normal life. Yu Ryang still tried to persuade him. If you became my disciple, you could place the world beneath your feet. But the look in Shin Hyuk's eyes, steady and unwavering, said everything. Once he recognized that determination, Yu Ryang gave a small wave, resigning himself to the boy's decision. Go on then. I should prepare for my ascension anyway. Shin Hyuk gave him a deep bow, smiling warmly. I'll always be proud I got to meet you in this lifetime. Just as Shin Hyuk was bowing to say farewell, Yu Ryang let out a soft sigh of regret. What a pity. If only I could have left something behind before ascending, he muttered. Still bent over, Shin Hyuk froze, deep in thought. So this is the moment. He was meant to ascend to the heavens right around now. He looked up sharply at the snow-covered figure ahead. Sir, is it really possible? If you become an immortal, can you reach the world of the celestials? Without turning, Yu Ryang answered calmly. If one reaches the boundless realm, or experiences a certain kind of enlightenment or accumulates enough virtue, it's possible. In my case, my martial cultivation is already on the brink, and by helping you, I've accumulated the virtue I needed. So once I finish just a little more training, I'll ascend. His deep, steady voice echoed across the snow-covered forest. So convenient, he added with a faint smile. No need to leave behind some complicated manual or anything. Shin Hyuk's jaw dropped in shock. Wait, what? He practically yelped, scrambling forward. Hold on. You're just gonna leave without leaving behind any martial arts manual? Yu Ryang glanced at him, thinking to himself. This brat, he's clearly dying to get his hands on a manual. With arms crossed and a smug look on his face, he scoffed. Why should I leave anything behind? There's no one left to pass it to anyway. Didn't you say martial arts were already forgotten in the outside world? Even if I wrote something down, there'd be no one who could actually cultivate it. Shin Hyuk felt a wave of dread. Wait a minute, in this world's storyline, Cho Yu Ryang doesn't leave behind a martial manual? I didn't expect this at all, I was wrong. Just by coming here, I had already created a variable. My presence was enough to change the original storyline. When the protagonist was supposed to discover a martial arts manual inside the cave, it would now be nothing but a completely empty place. If the old man didn't leave anything behind, then Lee Ji-sung would miss his opportunity. And if that happened, Lee Ji-sung would never catch up to Kim Do-hyun. Without anyone chasing him, Kim Do-hyun would never feel threatened. He wouldn't grow stronger. He'd live like any ordinary student, just another face in the crowd, sitting in class alongside his peers. Eventually this world would fall. The monsters would bring ruin under their wings and feet, and everything would be consumed by the flames of the apocalypse. Shin Hyuk stood there in silence, eyes fixed on Yu Ryang, standing proud amidst the snowstorm. I thought it was just a simple side event from the novel. I really underestimated this. After a long moment of hesitation, he suddenly burst out, desperate. Wait. Master Yu Ryang, sir. Yu Ryang let out a small sigh, already expecting this. His sly eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he had predicted everything. I was too shallow in my thinking. Please, accept me as your disciple. Yu Ryang didn't turn around. He remained standing tall and proud, replying coolly, "You're quite the strange one, changing your mind already?" Shin Hyuk rushed to explain. "But isn't it a shame for your martial arts to vanish into obscurity like that?" He bowed deeply, hands clasped with sincerity, his voice earnest and pleading. "Please accept me as your disciple and leave behind your martial arts and manuals. Only then can I live a peaceful, carefree life in the future." Yu Ryang finally turned his head, eyes filled with mock disdain. Such audacity. But Shin Hyuk quickly played his trump card. "Every time I come here to train, I'll bring tons of food with me." Yu Ryang's expression hardened. He raised his voice, his presence intimidating. "Training will be brutal. Are you ready for that?" Tears welled up in Shin Hyuk's eyes as he shut them tight and shouted, "Yes, sir. Damn it, so much for my free time." The scene shifted back to the academy. Inside the faculty lounge, the teachers were whispering among themselves in shock and excitement. The swordsmanship instructor from that no-name hunter school beat the elite instructor from the top academy in seconds flat. The honored duel had thrown the whole school into chaos over the weekend. A secret group chat had been formed, dozens of teachers had joined, sharing every juicy detail about the fight. "Mr. Jung, so it really was SpongeBob underwear, huh? Don't even say it. I can't believe I used to feel inferior to someone like that. Honestly, I was too embarrassed to cheer during the duel, but I'll admit it felt so damn satisfying." Even the unspoken divide between the practical and academic departments came up. It was just like Mr. Yeon-sik's beaming face when Shin Hyuk claimed victory. Now it all made sense. That relieved look Mr. Park had the other day. Yeah, now they understood why. Two teachers were whispering to each other in the hallway. "Hey, I heard there's even talk about changing the hiring policy for non-hunter instructors or something, right?" The other teacher cupped a hand over his mouth, lowering his voice. "Honestly, I used to think that anyone who graduated from a non-hunter academy had to be weaker. But after watching Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk's duel, that belief flew right out the window. And didn't you refuse to ask for any kind of reward after winning?" As the two of them continued their conversation, a pair of polished leather shoes echoed down the corridor, walking at a calm and steady pace. It was the man of the hour, praised by all, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. And not just for his skill, everyone spoke highly of his character too. Shin Hyuk walked along, smiling to himself. "Oh right, I forgot to ask for my reward after that duel. Still, being admired like this, yeah, it felt pretty great." Female teachers he passed blushed and smiled shyly, bowing in greeting. He returned each one with a polite nod and a warm smile. This is the life I've always wanted." He reached for the classroom door. "All right. I promise to visit the old man on weekends. So during the weekdays I'll just focus on living a normal, peaceful life." The moment he slid the door open, the entire class shot to their feet in perfect unison, standing ramrod straight with puffed-out chests. One male student shouted, "Class, attention." Shin Hyuk flinched. "Who? What the?" The entire class yelled out in perfect sync, chanting their class motto, "Good morning, teacher. No surrender. No surrender." Students were buzzing with excitement as he stepped up to the podium. "Sir, we heard all about it. That match, how'd you do it? Not only did you win, but you completely destroyed him, right?" Shin Hyuk blinked, bewildered. "Huh? How do you guys even know about that? Wasn't the match restricted to faculty only?" The class president grinned ear to ear. "My brother's a middle school teacher, sir." Jin So, the student next to him, eagerly raised his hand. "Can you tell us the whole story, teacher? Please." Shin Hyuk held up his textbook with a modest smile. All right, enough of that. Kids don't need to hear about stuff like that. Now open your books, today's lesson is theory. Shin Hyuk began his lesson for the day. As he wrote on the board, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Unlike my past life, this time I have a healthy body, a decent job, and a stable life. I'm going to cherish it. I'm going to truly enjoy this happiness that I've finally earned after spending a lifetime paralyzed by fear. He made a quiet vow for his future as he walked through the empty hallway of the academy. But exactly 4 hours after that heartfelt moment of gratitude, the lunchroom was buzzing with noisy students. Shin Hyuk frowned, pleading, "Come on, just a bit more, please." The lunch lady, stern and no nonsense, replied shortly, "That's enough." His face fell in disappointment. Still, she hesitated for a moment, then added 2 extra fried sausages onto his tray with a pair of tongs. Grinning smugly, Shin Hyuk licked his lips and took a seat, staring down proudly at the 4 golden sausages on his plate. What the hell, everything's going my way today. 2 extra sausages. This is wild. The Kang Shin Hyuk era is upon us. At that moment, a pair of bare legs in short shorts walked up next to him. "Hey, this seat's open, right?" He was lifting a spoonful of soup to his mouth when he looked up and instantly, his cheeks flushed pink. The girl smiled. "Kang Shin Hyuk, right? That's you, isn't it?" She was gorgeous, holding a tray loaded with food, and especially piled high with fried sausages. "You're the swordsmanship teacher at the high school division, right?" "I'm Sandami." It took him a second to respond. "Ah, yeah, that's me." "Wait, why do you have so many sausages? And hang on, you know who I am." She sat down across from him like it was the most natural thing in the world and grinned. "Your acting's a little stiff, why no? Relax, there aren't any surveillance cameras in the cafeteria. Just be yourself, senpai." He froze, baffled. A drop of soup dripped from his spoon into his tray. "Senpai. Did we know each other? Usually when I meet people from my past, it stirs some kind of memory." Then she picked up one of the sausages and took a bite, eyes glancing at him playfully. "Did I change that much? You don't recognize me at all? That's kinda sad. It's me, Seora." Shin Hyuk frantically searched through the original owner's memories. Seora, wait a second. That name, I've definitely heard it somewhere before." His face froze like a monkey eating a chili pepper. The name in the contacts, that Junior Seora, no way. He hesitantly repeated her name, Choi Seora? Seora smiled sweetly at him. "You finally recognize me? I guess I really have changed, huh?" She added with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Well, I try to keep up appearances here, since I'm a teacher after all." Shin Hyuk stared at her calmly, chatting away like they were old friends. His face drained of color, and sweat trickled down his temple. The name in the phone, the way she called me senpai, Junior Seora. The woman sitting right in front of me, munching on sausages so cheerfully. The reason I couldn't recall the memory isn't because she's a stranger. It's because I already know her. Then it hit him. Choi Seora, she's the character who eventually becomes the homeroom teacher of the protagonist in Becoming a Hunter. Not only that, she's a central figure in Volume 2, a beautiful teacher with a killer body and a sweet smile. But behind that pleasant exterior was something far more dangerous. Because this woman was actually a member of the International Criminal Organization, Antagonist. A mechanical tone echoed in Shin Hyuk's mind. He flinched, raising a hand to his ear as a flood of information surged through him. Kang Shin Hyuk's memories, they're coming back now. Antagonist, codenamed Ainteus, was a deadly anti-hunter organization. Its members operated in total secrecy, cloaked from head to toe. Antis had slaughtered countless hunters, and was considered a sworn enemy of the International Hunter Federation. But despite their notoriety, they were an elusive network organized into small, decentralized cells, making them nearly impossible to trace. The system continued delivering details straight into Shin Hyuk's mind while, across from him, Seora continued cheerfully munching on her sausages without a care in the world. Not a single major arrest. No concrete evidence. Then she picked up a sausage and held it out to him. Her tray was already spotless. "Senpai, what's with that face? You're safe here, you know. Lighting's always dim in this cafeteria, so relax." Shin Hyuk pressed his lips tightly together, staring at her. "But this is weird. I read this story all the way to the end, and I'm sure there was never any mention of Kang Shin Hyuk being a member of ANTAS." As he struggled to reorganize everything he thought he knew, that same cold mechanical voice rang in his head again, and this time it made his heart skip a beat. Side story chapter unlocked. From this point forward, The tale of Kang Shin-hyuk, assassin of Aintias, will begin. Dub what? Assassin? What the hell? His whole body broke out in cold sweat. Shin-hyuk could only mutter under his breath, cursing the previous owner of his body. You bastard, Kang Shin-hyuk. He looked absolutely terrified, like he had just aged a decade in an instant. Just what kind of demonic crap did you get into? Shin-hyuk sat frozen in place amidst the noisy cafeteria, lost in thought. I read that novel all the way to the end. I didn't analyze it too deeply, sure, but I'm certain there was nothing in there about Kang Shin-hyuk being a member of Antas. Then, a flicker of memory flashed across his mind, making his eyes shoot wide open. Wait, could it be that thing? He recalled something he had seen after finishing the novel, a detail from an author interview. The author had mentioned plans for a side story. Please look forward to it, the author had said. Many details that couldn't be revealed in the main story will be uncovered there. At that very moment, the system chimed again in his mind. Side story chapter, Kang Shin-hyuk, prologue unlocked. Without hesitation, Shin-hyuk grimaced and muttered, Read. Read it now. Information surged into his mind so fast it made him grit his teeth in pain. The system's cold mechanical voice continued. Memories of Kang Shin-hyuk, assassin of Aintias, are being restored. At the start of his time in the guild, Kang Shin-hyuk had one companion, Kim Chang-soo. Chang-soo was the man who had exposed the orphanage director's abuses and rescued Shin-hyuk. They were close. As close as brothers. Always by each other's side. Then came the incident 2 years ago. While descending Gwanak Mountain after completing a gate-clearing mission, a nearby portal exploded. Massive, bloodthirsty monsters came pouring out. The two immediately called for backup from their guild. But the other squads were also dealing with emergencies, and support never arrived. Pushed back toward the mountain's edge. With no escape, the two were left to fend for themselves. In that desperate moment, Kim Chang-soo gave Shin-hyuk a hard shove, pushing him off the cliff to safety. Shin-hyuk tumbled into the abyss, helplessly watching the only family he had left, the person who had grown up with him in the orphanage, stand alone against a monster's massive blood-red maw lined with jagged teeth. That day, Kang Shin-hyuk lost the most precious thing in his life. Kim Chang-soo was killed in action. All that remained was a framed photo with his familiar, gentle smile set among a wreath of white and yellow chrysanthemums. Though Shin-hyuk was injured, he survived. At the funeral, his fellow guild members stood in their dark suits and bowed deeply 90 degrees. But when the dust had settled, the guild's official stance was simple: we lacked the resources to help. There were monsters attacking the city as well. In the end, they said it had been necessary to sacrifice the few to protect the many. He clenched his jaw, trying to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. But the pain was too much, and a few silent drops traced down his cheeks. Kang Shin-hyuk knew deep down everything that happened wasn't just an unfortunate accident. It was politics. Guild politics. Both he and Chang-soo had graduated from a non-hunter academy, a background that always left them ostracized within the guild. Understanding the real reason behind it all only deepened his disillusionment. Fed up with the guild's hypocrisy, Shin-hyuk volunteered for an overseas assignment. Just like that, he packed his bags and left the place that had become a graveyard of memories. 1 year later, Shin-hyuk returned. Under the pale glow of the setting sun outside an empty airport terminal, he stood with his suitcase in hand, facing a woman. After completing his assignment in China, he had come home with the thought of quitting the guild for good. That's when Choi Seora, a familiar face from his past, approached him with a proposal: join Antas. And now, everything made sense. So that's how it happened. Guess side stories really do get darker, he muttered to himself. In the restored memories, Seora's beautiful face came into focus with perfect clarity. I can't believe a side character like Kang Shin-hyuk actually had a backstory like this. He, the one who fell for Choi Seora, had joined Antas that very same day. The plot twist came so fast, it knocked the wind out of him. What the hell? And it didn't stop there. The original Shin-hyuk, captivated by Seora, had obediently transferred his salary to the organization on her behalf. Half his income went straight to her, labeled as support for Antas. The current Shin-hyuk couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wait, isn't this just a pyramid scheme? In the system's data dump, another scene emerged: Shin-hyuk blushing as he handed Seora a bouquet of roses. Oh, and apparently he had even confessed his feelings to her. Of course she had rejected him. Trying to play it cool, he continued to fund the organization and maintain their friendly senior-junior relationship. But deep inside, he was still hung up on her. He even applied to the Hunter Training Academy just so he could be near her. This idiot in the original story had worked his ass off, and studied like mad just for that one ridiculous reason. And all Shin Hyuk could think was, what the hell is wrong with you? What about Chang-soo? What about revenge? Then Seora's voice snapped him back to reality. Senior, you okay? He flinched slightly. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. With chopsticks still in her mouth, she mumbled. You sure? You look so shocked, you scared me a little too. He forced a smile, but inside, he was screaming. Of course you're scared. I'm the one who just got labeled a freaking criminal mastermind. I thought I was finally stepping into the springtime of my life. And now I'm being outed as a member of an international crime syndicate. I'm going to lose my mind. Seora dabbed at her lips with a handkerchief. I mean, I know how strong you are, but getting into Hunter Academy isn't easy. I figured if you were planning to quit the guild and go back to school, it'd take at least 2 years. Shin Hyuk gave an awkward laugh and scratched the back of his head. Is that so? Well, I actually passed on my first try. She shot him a teasing grin. You must have really liked me, huh, Kang Shin Hyuk? Then, with a shift in tone, she asked, so, how's school been? Everything going okay? Yeah, he replied with a shrug, barely invested. Pretty normal, I guess. It's still the beginning of the semester. She rested her chin on one hand, puffing her cheeks in mock annoyance. Then how come you never called? I mean, if you passed the interview, the least you could do was tell me. I was kind of hurt, you know. Shin Hyuk picked up his cup of water, hand trembling slightly. Sorry, I've just been busy. Thank God I didn't contact her, he thought. If I'd let something slip by accident, things could have gotten real awkward. Seora waved it off with a soft smile. It's fine. I'm sure you had your reasons. Oh, by the way, have the donations stopped? I didn't see anything hit my account this month. The water spilled down his chin and back into the cup as Shin Hyuk almost choked. How would I even know to send money? There's nothing in the transaction history. He took a deep breath, then thought carefully. No, this is the right moment. If I want to protect my future, I have to be honest. I can't keep bleeding money like this. Having made up his mind, he looked at her seriously. About the donations, I was thinking I'd stop. Seora didn't say a word at first, just stared at him in silence. He braced himself. But then, to his surprise, she smiled casually and said, makes sense. You've already given so much, after all. It's not mandatory anyway. And teachers don't make a ton, even if they don't really have much to spend money on. Her smile was as bright as sunshine. I told you before, didn't I? Antas never forces donations. So it's really no big deal. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk almost swore out loud. It was voluntary. You idiot. Kang Shin Hyuk, you absolute moron. Seora continued, completely unfazed. The organization understands your situation too, so there's no need to worry. Suddenly, images started flashing through Shin Hyuk's mind marked Anta's perspective. Original Kang Shin Hyuk. Idiot who threw money around like confetti or worse, some freak clinging to a SpongeBob-themed pair of boxers. But now, the guy who passed the Hunter Academy interview in one shot, and even defeated a near A-rank hunter during the evaluation. Your value probably went up. Seora tilted her head and smiled sweetly. A senior like you helping someone like me, it's truly an honor. Let's change the world together, okay? Shin Hyuk stared at her and thought bitterly, yeah. Step 1, destroy it, right? In most academy-based novels, secret criminal organizations hiding inside schools usually had terrorism and mind guns, chains, bombs on timers, the whole 9 yards. But Antas was different. While it was a criminal organization, it didn't kill people without cause. There were clear rules in place. No harming Hunter Academy students or unlicensed hunters, unless under special circumstances. He realized then that Choi Seora's true role was likely that of a recruiter and undercover homeroom teacher tasked with identifying and evaluating students with potential for Antas. Through her cheerful demeanor and careful observations in class, she determined which students might one day become part of something far more dangerous than just an ordinary school life. Shin Hyuk rested his chin on one hand, deep in thought. All of this, it's just what I know from reading the novel. Who knows what kind of secrets the side story is still hiding? He sighed. So what the hell am I supposed to do now? Across from him, Seora seemed to be thinking about something too. For now, she said gently, you should focus on getting used to life at school. Make some new friends while you're at it. The two of them continued chatting in the lively cafeteria, looking like nothing more than an ordinary senior and junior having a casual meal. I can handle that part myself, Shin Hyuk replied. But can't you at least give me a rough idea of what I should be preparing for? I need something to plan around. Seora stood up, lifting her now empty tray. This isn't the kind of thing that gets done in a week or two, she said. Besides, you're the only member in the high school division, so there's no pressure. She turned back with a cheerful smile. How about we meet on a regular basis then? The last Tuesday of every month. How's that sound? Shin Hyuk looked up at her. The last Tuesday, yeah, she nodded. There are hardly ever any parties or events on Tuesdays, right? Let's have dinner together. She waved and added brightly, well, I'll get going now. Let's meet often, okay? Then, just like that, she turned and walked off, leaving Shin Hyuk staring blankly at her retreating back. He looked down at his tray, still half full of food, and muttered under his breath. Tuesday cut to the snow-covered forest beyond the gate. His training with Cho Yu-ryang had officially begun, and was off to a solid start. Master Yu-ryang kept a close watch on Shin Hyuk's progress, even recording the changes in his physical development. He also taught him how to channel the martial arts techniques and internal energy principles of his own cultivation method. In his usual calm tone, the old man said, I've already helped you open your danshin. But controlling it, that's all on you now. From here on out, no more breaks. You must circulate your chi every single day. Understood. Shin Hyuk sat quietly in the snow, meditating. A faint blue aura glowed around his body, hovering just above the white frost. His eyes remained shut in focused concentration. Yu-ryang smiled, apparently pleased with his disciple's effort, then suddenly punched him square on the forehead. Shin Hyuk's nose scrunched up as a jet of snot burst out from the impact. Hey, he shouted, clutching his head. Why'd you hit me? I was listening. You're the one not paying attention, the old man snorted. I had to say it. Shin Hyuk scowled, still rubbing his head. It's your fault for interrupting with a punch while I was focusing. Yu-ryang gave him a sideways look. No, your flow of chi is laced with mental distractions. You're clearly preoccupied with something. Eyes watering, Shin Hyuk stared at his master in disbelief. You can tell that, just from my internal energy. Master Yu-ryang stroked his beard, eyes closed in quiet explanation. A full meridian cycle should flow as naturally as your breath. If your chi trembles even that slightly, how could I not notice? Shin Hyuk looked down, flustered. He's right, my mind's a mess. I can't focus at all. The old man opened one eye. Your heart's disturbed by something from your past, isn't it? Speak. I'll lend you the wisdom of an old man. Sitting cross-legged on the snowy ground, Shin Hyuk tilted his head back to look up at him. Master, what do you think of me? Am I a good person? Or a bad one? Yu-ryang turned his head with a scoff of disgust. How the hell would I know, you idiot? Shin Hyuk clenched his fists in silent rage. Damn old man, so irritating. But the master continued, completely unfazed. You've got the annoying face of a spoiled brat. Like the Grim Reaper granted you one wish, and you used it to be reborn as some pretty boy. Shin Hyuk chuckled awkwardly, sweat beading down his neck. Okay, sorry for ever doubting you. Yu-ryang resumed, stroking his beard with a satisfied grin. With a face like that, do good and you're good, do evil and you're evil. That's all there is to it. You don't even have the right to ask that question until you've earned power. No matter how grand your plans may be, in a world where blades are drawn and swords clash, the strong survive, that's the rule. In a place of constant danger, where competition is brutal, the losers don't get a voice. They're just remembered in history as villains. He turned his back, posture still impossibly straight. Troublemakers who try to shake the world like the demon wars or the blood conflicts, they all die young. From the start, without strength, good and evil are nothing but illusions. Did that help? He asked over his shoulder. Shin Hyuk took a breath. Something about those words struck deep. Yes, thank you, master. Then go get me some chocolate. Shin Hyuk turned to glance at his backpack, unzipped to reveal a stash of his master's favorite snacks. Yes, master. Justice or no justice. The only thing that truly moved me was that last line from the old man. After those grueling hours of training beyond the White Gate, Shin Hyuk returned to his everyday life as a swordsmanship instructor. Troublemakers like the demon wars or the blood conflicts, they all die young. All I want is to make quiet money from the stock market and live a long, peaceful life. Back to the present. He watched Seora happily savoring a bite of cake, and thought, terrorism, assassination, revenge for Chansu, none of that has anything to do with me. I'm not trying to shake the world and get myself killed. Crumbs clung to her cheeks as she looked up at him, puzzled. That's weird, Senior. I told you we'd meet on the last Tuesday of each month. Why'd you reach out so early? Shin Hyuk straightened up, a bit embarrassed. There's something I wanted to tell you. She blinked. Something you've been hesitating about? He swallowed hard. Gulp. Shin Hyuk pointed at his own face with a sheepish grin. Hey, so I can't leave Antas, can I? Seora froze. And then without warning her entire demeanor shifted. In a flash, she transformed into a blood-eyed assassin, lunging at him with a gleaming fork aimed straight at his forehead. Chaos erupted in the restaurant. A man mid-sip of his drink sprayed it out in shock. A woman across the room stared wide-eyed, jaw dropped as bits of meat tumbled from her mouth. The cashier, who had just finished handing change to a customer, looked like she was about to burst a blood vessel. This was a restaurant. A place of business. And now someone had the audacity to pull this. The customers forgot all about their food and money. Every eye locked onto the escalating showdown between Shin Hyuk and Seora. She stood on the table now, brandishing a silver fork inches from Shin Hyuk's face. His expression twisted in panic, beads of sweat dripping like rain. Soup and food splattered across his hair and face, his trembling lips muttering silently. Okay, I knew she'd react badly, but this. Seora's grip on the fork was firm, her eyes glinting with cold fury. The playful smile from earlier had vanished without a trace, replaced by the lethal aura of a true assassin. Hey, she hissed, voice sharp and low. You'd better explain what the hell you just said. Properly. Unless you want a brand new hole on your face to go with your eyes, nose and mouth. Shin Hyuk paled, staring cross-eyed at the fork hovering a few centimeters from his nose. He quickly raised both hands in surrender. I'll explain. But first, let's clean this up, alright? We should probably switch places too. He glanced nervously around the room. Everyone's watching. The situation couldn't have looked more suspicious. Seora had climbed onto the table, fork practically pressed to his forehead, while he cowered below with both hands raised in surrender. The table between them was a battlefield of scattered food and overturned dishes. People all over the restaurant started murmuring. One girl leaned toward her boyfriend and whispered, "Babe, look over there. He probably cheated on her or something." Her boyfriend nodded, clearly enjoying the gossip. Kinda cute, but yeah, cheating. Bad move. The girl gave him a warning glare. You cheat on me, and you're dead. He gulped, eyes on Seora's fork. I just smoke. I don't cheat. I swear. Back at the table, Shin Hyuk spoke with all the seriousness he could muster, wiping broth off his cheek. Let's get in my car first. There's something I want to show you. Inside a white car speeding down the road, a woman's voice rang out, sharp and suspicious. You said we were just gonna talk. So why are we heading straight for Incheon? Shin Hyuk, eyes fixed on the road, answered calmly, I figured you wouldn't let me off the hook with just words, so I thought I'd show you something while we're at it. In the passenger seat sat Seora, still holding a fork to his neck as he drove. Her brow furrowed. Then you'd better explain what the hell you meant back at that cafe. Right now. Shin Hyuk gave her a side glance and sighed. You seriously brought the fork with you? You stole that, you know. Without hesitation, Seora jabbed the fork into his neck just hard enough to hurt, but not break skin. Gah. Shin Hyuk's eyes went wide. His face twisted in pain as he let out a pained gasp. Trying to sound as sincere as humanly possible, he blurted. The reason I joined Antas was because of the discrimination. You know, against people from non-hunter track schools. Seora raised a skeptical eyebrow. Really now? But aren't things a bit different these days? I mean, you won one match, and suddenly you think everything's changed. Shin Hyuk groaned. Great. Now she's cutting me off mid-sentence. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. Okay, not immediately. But after going through everything, I think things can change. Eventually. He tried to reason with her. Even if I hadn't joined Antas, I could have made slow progress on my own. Bit by bit. And honestly, Antas, they're too extreme. Seora stared at his reflection in the side mirror, watching his expression shift. He wasn't just making excuses, he genuinely didn't want to be the person he used to be. With a quiet, serious tone, he continued, They're not what I hoped for. Not the direction I wanted. The terrorism, the killings, it's all too much. But Seora snapped back, voice rising. I told you from the beginning, didn't I? Not all the terror attacks were our doing. The government pinned it on us. And the ones who died. They deserved it. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's brows drew together. He clenched his jaw. No one deserves to die, Seora. Her expression wavered, just for a moment. That line struck something, but she shook her head and shouted over it. You never even did those kinds of missions. What? Are you afraid of them or something? Blood was already trickling down his neck. His face turned pale with sweat. Oh, of course I'm scared, he cried. I'm terrified. Please, Seora, move the fork. Please. She finally yanked the fork back. 4 sharp red marks were left on his pale neck, blood slowly beading out where the prongs had dug in. She scoffed. Coward. Shin Hyuk let out a shaky breath. Yeah, I knew this wasn't gonna be easy. He thought to himself. I knew it wouldn't be easy to walk away from a criminal organization. It's not like I'm just winging this without a plan. Shin Hyuk spoke up. Search this up on your phone, look for Deputy Director Min Young-sik assassination case. You'll find the article right away. Seora did as he said, calmly typing into her phone. Min Young-sik. That scumbag who embezzled billions of won in government funds? She scoffed. He totally deserved to die. Shin Hyuk began recounting the explosive news. He died in a truck accident. Min Young-sik, the driver and 2 passengers. All gone. The driver, Mr. Kim, was a young man who lost his wife and was raising a daughter on his own. He wasn't even a full-time employee, just a contract driver hired by the Hunter Management Bureau. Now, the real question is, what the hell did that man have to do with Min Young-sik's corruption? Shin Hyuk shot a glance at Seora through the rearview mirror. For the first time she faltered. Her confident expression cracked. No, he didn't, she answered, her voice small. Rush hour traffic had slowed the road ahead into a long, crawling chain of cars. In Shin Hyuk's memory of the novel, Lee Seo-ah, the female-led and fan-favorite of becoming a hunter, was a pivotal character. She formed a love triangle with the protagonists and played a key role in the second half of the story. And the driver who died in the crash, he was Lee Seo-ah's father. Shin Hyuk continued, calm and steady. Antaz claimed responsibility for the incident. They framed it as a retaliation for Min Young-sik's corruption. And the public reaction wasn't bad. Some people even supported Antaz for it. But Mr. Kim, he died too. And his family. Completely forgotten in all the noise. That went directly against Seora's ideals. She frowned, visibly disturbed. That must have been a mistake. Antaz doesn't hurt innocent people. You know that. It's in our doctrine. It's a rule. Shin Hyuk stayed composed. He'd come armed with facts. I already looked into it, Seora, he said, voice calm but pressing. He glanced sideways at her. Tell me honestly, do you really believe it was just Mr. Kim who died by mistake? That he's the only innocent person who got caught up in an Antaz hit? He paused, letting the question sink in. She knows, he thought. She's just been trying to avoid it. But deep down she's aware. Seora's face fell. Her hand went to her forehead as if a migraine had struck. She panted, shaken. Shin Hyuk took in the sight and exhaled slowly. Yeah, he thought. It's done. From now on maybe I'll finally be able to sleep with both legs stretched out. She gently patted his head and said, I'll tell you why I turned down your confession. Shin Hyuk froze, face stiff like a clown caught off guard. Wait, why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? He quickly tried to play it cool. Actually, you know what? Forget it. You don't have to explain anymore. Seora picked up the fork again and pointed it at him. Listen to me. Why, you're the one holding the floor here, he stammered. Seora began her story. You know about the large-scale gate breakout 15 years ago, right? Both my mom and dad died in that accident. I was just a kid. Shin Hyuk's eyes widened. That wasn't in the novel. Must be part of the side story. He offered a small gesture of comfort. That must been really hard on you. But what does that have to do with turning me down? Before he could finish, she drove the fork into his neck again, not deep, but enough to shut him up. Shin Hyuk winced and clenched his teeth. I'll shut up. Go on. If the hunters had responded properly, my parents could survived. There were 4 D rank 1s to C rank 1s that opened right in my neighborhood. It was the most dangerous area that day, and it was near the association headquarters too. But no one came. Not a single person. Meanwhile, dozens of hunter teams rushed to the wealthy districts, where only a few F-rank dungeons had popped up. Shin Hyuk thought bitterly, damn, Kang Shin Hyuk went through something similar too. But if that really happened, wouldn't it have blown up into a huge scandal? Was that part of the original novel? Sierra pulled the fork back. Her face turned dark, and her voice dropped to a chilling, sorrowful tone. No news outlet covered it. The people in power at the time just used money to bury everything. She began to crumble. Her tears started to fall. If I hadn't dug into it myself, I never would have known the truth. Shin Hyuk sat there in silence, expression unreadable. So Choi Sierra didn't even come from a hunter track school like Kang Shin Hyuk, and she still joined ANTAS. Sierra covered her face, trying to hide her tears. She bit her lip, trembling. It's weird, isn't it? I said I'd tell you why I turned you down, and now I'm talking about my parents. She choked out a sob. It wasn't because I hated you. I just can't let go of this feeling. This need for revenge for them. Please help me, Shin Hyuk. Once I've gotten my revenge, then we can talk again, okay? She stabbed the fork deep into the seat in front of her, like it was the only way to release the storm of emotions inside. Shin Hyuk dodged to the side just in time, throwing up a hand to block. If he hadn't, he might have lost an arm. Can you please put that thing down first before we talk? Terrified and on edge, he stuck his head out the car window, mentally screaming. What kind of parents in their right mind would ever want their kid to join a terrorist group for revenge? If I were the real Kang Shin Hyuk, I probably would have agreed to help her on the spot, but I'm not. I don't feel anything special for Choi Sierra. Sure, she's been through a lot. She's beautiful. But let's be real, she's not the only woman in the world. His mind spiraled as panic took over. He leaned further out the window, letting the rushing wind smack him in the face. His cheeks puffed up, lips flapped, and eyes bulged from the sheer force, creating a twisted, comically grotesque expression that left pedestrians staring in utter disbelief. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and muttered one last apology. My life's gonna be so much freer after this. I already read the novel before getting reincarnated into Shin Hyuk's body, so I know how things are supposed to play out. I've already interfered with the protagonist's fate. He ran the numbers in his head. All I need to do now is cut ties with Choi Sierra and get out of ANTAS. Then everything will go smoothly from here on out. But why a rough, calloused hand gently landed on his shoulder. He turned his head slowly. There stood a man, smiling softly. His face was blurry, indistinct but strangely familiar. The man said in a quiet voice, I'm counting on you. Shin Hyuk's eyes widened. He blurted out, Kang Shin Hyuk. At the same time, Sierra's panicked voice rang out. Sunbae. Look out. The car swerved, jerking wildly before finally straightening back onto the road. Both Shin Hyuk and Sierra were pale as sheets. He screamed, I almost died. Still shaken, he tried to make sense of what just happened. What was that just now? That was definitely, Sierra, rattled, said with a sigh. I'm putting the fork away. I forgot you were the one driving. Shin Hyuk suddenly asked, Sierra, do you even know who you're trying to get revenge on? She blinked in surprise. Wait, Sunbae. Are you changing your mind? He said flatly, just answer the question first. Sierra paused, then replied, back then, the director of the Hunter Management Bureau was Kim In-hak. But, I don't think he was the only one who made the call. Shin Hyuk let out a sigh. If he was the director back then, he's probably a bigger shot now. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, Kang Shin Hyuk, you idiot, Sierra, misunderstanding his words, asked hopefully. Then that whole thing about quitting, does that mean you're not really leaving ANTAS? But her hopes were quickly dashed. No, Shin Hyuk replied firmly. I am leaving ANTAS. But I'll help you personally. Sierra looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? How can you help me? You said it yourself, leaving ANTAS is hard. Please don't say that, Shin Hyuk shot the question back at her. You said it. It's hard, right? So how can you be sure ANTAS will ever deliver Kim In-hak to you? Or are they really going to do that? Sierra protested weakly. It's hard now, but they'll do it eventually. They promised. Eventually? When exactly? Do you really believe that? He pressed. Sierra fell silent, unable to answer. I don't know. Shin Hyuk thought back to the plot. Representative Kim In-hak, I remember him. He was a recurring character in Becoming a Hunter. He kept rising through the ranks until the protagonist finally took him down. But Choi Sierra, 3 years from now, the protagonist finds out she's a member of ANTAS. She gets arrested and stands trial, not the death penalty, but she's sentenced to life in prison with no parole. Which means this girl is going to rot in a cell for the rest of her life. He glanced at her, now quiet and conflicted. Shin Hyuk felt a pang of sympathy in his chest. Poor girl, 3 years from now, Seora declared firmly, if I carry out all my missions properly, Antas will help me. Shin Hyuk shot her down coldly. They won't. She snapped. What do you know? He sighed and closed his eyes, unsure how to explain. This damn girl, I've literally read everyone's future. Of course I know what kind of group Antas is. But he knew words alone wouldn't be enough. She wouldn't believe him, not yet. So he finally said, I guess you won't believe me until you see it for yourself. Then, much to her surprise, he calmly announced, listen carefully, Choi Seora. I'll help you but on one condition. Her brows furrowed. What condition? You're leaving Antas, he said flatly. With me? She looked at him like he was insane. That doesn't make sense. I need Antas to get revenge. No, Shin Hyuk replied without hesitation. They're never going to help you. He didn't bother going into details. Honestly, I planned to use this as my last resort if we couldn't have a proper conversation. Once we get there, you'll understand and you'll change your mind. Outside, night had fallen completely. Seora asked, by the way, where are we going anyway? Shin Hyuk gave a quiet reply. We're going to the financial source behind Antas. Up ahead, the street transformed. They entered a part of town with an exotic mix of traditional charm and modern glitz like a Korean Chinatown, full of neon lights and old-world architecture. Then Shin Hyuk dropped a bomb. We're going to buy drugs. Shin Hyuk pulled the car to a stop along the curb. Seora opened the door and stepped out, looking around suspiciously. This is it. The place isn't even open. Ahead stood a shadowy shop, bathed in ominous red tones. It gave off an eerie, mysterious aura. Shin Hyuk nodded. Yeah, that's it, Celestial Book Garments. First time I've ever been here, but they gently pushed open the door and walked inside. At first glance, it looks like some old thrift store, Shin Hyuk thought. But the truth is far more sinister. This place, hidden in the shadows, is actually a synthetic drug distribution point established by Antas China, right here in South Korea. Inside, behind the counter, stood a bald man in a flashy shirt covered in tiger print. He looked exactly like the kind of guy who'd break your legs without blinking. Shin Hyuk narrowed his eyes, locked on his target, and approached. In fluent Chinese, he asked, do you sell Genesis here? The bald man frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Shin Hyuk didn't back down. I know what this place is. Just sell it to me. I heard this was where you could get it. The man sighed, annoyed. Damn it, which lunatic sent you here? He grabbed a knife from under the counter and growled, listen, this place only sells wholesale. We don't do retail. Unless you want trouble, get lost. But Shin Hyuk smirked. Did you just call me a lunatic? Fine, what now? Because the one who sent me isn't some lunatic. He leaned in, voice dropping. What's your name? I'll tell Mei Lin exactly how you treated me. The man's face turned pale. He staggered back and lowered the knife. Mei Lin? You know Miss Mei Lin? Shin Hyuk picked up the knife the man had dropped. His face darkened as he faked a serious tone. Of course. We were pretty close back in China. When I asked about distribution points in Korea, she pointed me to this place herself. Obviously a total lie, he thought to himself. But in his memory, Mei Lin wasn't just anyone, she was the daughter of Antas China's top boss, and the head of the Genesis distribution network in Korea. How could someone that high up know someone like me? Shin Hyuk thought to himself. This is the final card I prepared to convince Choi Seora. He pulled out his phone and continued the bluff. If you're still doubtful, I can call her right now and let you talk to her yourself. But just know you'll be paying the price for that doubt. The bald man's face turned pale. He immediately bowed in apology. Ah no. Truly sorry for not recognizing you, sir. I'll prepare it right away. How much do you need? Shin Hyuk smirked in satisfaction. That's better. Just bring as much as you've got. Thinking this was a VIP customer, the bald man completely changed his tone. Yes, of course. I'll go get a batch of Genesis. How much would you like? Shin Hyuk acted annoyed. Why the hell are you still asking? The newest kind, obviously. Right away, sir. Please wait just a moment. Meanwhile, Seora, who had no clue what was being said in Chinese, could only watch the exchange from the side. She leaned in and whispered, what were you two talking about this whole time? You said we were buying drugs, right? You figured I wouldn't believe it unless I saw it for myself. Shin Hyuk finally came clean. This place is a wholesale drug front for synthetic drugs produced by Antas China. Seora stared in disbelief. You're not joking. Antaz really manufactures drugs. I've never even heard of that before. Shin Hyuk gave her a disappointed look. This clueless girl doesn't even know what kind of organization she's throwing her life into. He stayed quiet. But his thoughts were clear. Of course she's never heard of it. Antaz China only surfaces publicly after the protagonist graduates and exposes the drug genesis. Later, Antaz Korea catches on too late and tries to protest against the Chinese HQ, not to stop the drug trafficking, but to demand a cut of the profits. It leads to a full-blown internal conflict, and the protagonist Justice Incarnate ends up wiping both sides out. Turning back to her, Shin Hyuk covered his mouth and whispered, "If you still don't believe me, I'll ask him to speak Korean so you can hear for yourself." A moment later, the bald man returned, placing several suspicious-looking packages on the counter. "We just recently started operations here," he explained, "so we don't have a lot of Genesis stock yet." Worried that the limited quantity might disappoint his VIP client, the man forced a stiff smile that came out painfully awkward. "We gathered enough to last maybe a month. Please, put in a good word for me with Miss Mei Lin." Shin Hyuk replied casually, "Sure, no problem." "Oh, and speak Korean now." The man glanced cautiously toward Seora. "Ah, is it alright if she hears this?" Shin Hyuk smirked and pointed toward her. "Yeah, don't worry. This girl's a huge Genesis fan." Seora stiffened immediately, lips pressed into a thin line. "What the hell?" The bald man stared at her, waiting for her to say something. Feeling the pressure, Seora narrowed her eyes at him, tense and visibly sweating. The man's face grew stern. His brows knit tightly together, clearly unimpressed. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Seora forced a wide, fake smile like a complete druggie. She gave him 2 shaky thumbs up. I really like Genesis." Seora's over-the-top acting sent the bald man into a quiet panic. He leaned in and whispered, maybe she should cut back a little. Shin Hyuk glanced behind him, keeping the act going. "Yeah, I have no idea why she's that into it either." Refocusing, he turned back to business. "Anyway, I heard there's a new version of Genesis in the works." The bald man nodded. "It'll be a while before we can get it into Korea though." "Thought so," Shin Hyuk murmured. The man offered a suggestion. "Well, if you're close with Miss Mei Lin, it'd be faster to buy directly from the mainland." Seora, still standing beside them, arched an eyebrow. She'd been silently following the conversation in Chinese, her ears perking up at the name Mei Lin. She glanced at Shin Hyuk, suspicion written all over her face. She whispered, "Senpai, you've been going on about Mei Lin and this series stuff. Don't tell me all of this is just something you staged." Not wanting her to misunderstand, Shin Hyuk doubled down. "I get that it sounds suspicious. But would I really risk my life driving all the way to Incheon just to fake all this?" Truth is, he thought, Mei Lin from Antaz China isn't a name Choi Seora is likely to know anyway. Seeing the sheer amount Shin Hyuk was buying, the bald man smiled obsequiously. "That's quite a lot. How do you plan to pay?" Shin Hyuk asked calmly. "Do you take card?" The man blinked, not sure if it was a joke. "Card? You serious?" He half laughed. "Stop messing around. Just pay up." Shin Hyuk answered coolly, 3-month installment. The bald man's expression dropped. He clearly thought Shin Hyuk was broke and trying to stall. No way. No cards. And definitely no installments. Before he could finish, a sharp fist slammed into his face. His nose exploded in a spray of blood, and a front tooth shot out, spinning midair. Shin Hyuk was the one who threw the punch, calmly muttering, 3-month injury plan. Caught completely off guard, the man collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain. Seora gasped, covering her mouth as she watched the tooth fly through the air. Shin Hyuk recalled something he'd read in the past: strike the hippocampus via the temporal bone, using internal energy. It'll cause memory loss. If you're not skilled enough to hit pressure points precisely, this is the next best thing. The bald man lay motionless on the ground. If worrying won't help, go for the Hue point once. Let's see. Hue point. Shin Hyuk pressed down hard on the Hue point on the man's head. Even if he wakes up, he'll be a complete idiot. But don't feel bad, this guy sells drugs. He turned to Seora, watching her reaction. So, you believe me now? If this still looks staged to you, we've got a real problem. Seora blinked in disbelief. How do you even know all this? No, wait, when did you find out? Shin Hyuk answered calmly. Even if I joined on a junior's recommendation, I still had to know where I was walking into, right? He was clutching his phone so tightly that his hand trembled. But his face remained composed, no trace of anger. He explained, "While I was working in China, I learned that Antas was tied up in the drug trade. But in truth, that was just the excuse he'd come up with on the spot, something that sounded convincing enough for Siora to buy into. Because really, anyone who had read the third volume of Becoming a Hunter would already know all of this." To avoid complications, Shin Hyu quickly urged, "Let's just make it look like this guy was using a loan and take care of this quietly. No one's watching us right now, but sticking around any longer won't help." They propped the unconscious bald man up on the floor, leaving a few drug packets beside him to make it look like an overdose scene. His mouth hung open, drooling slightly, a perfect picture of a junkie passed out cold. Shin Hyu thought to himself, "I won't report this place or anything." Convincing Choi Siora was enough. This shop will probably replace that guy in no time. But if outside interference gets traced back here, Antas will launch a full investigation. With that, the two of them quietly slipped out of the store, gently pulling the door shut behind them so no one would suspect a thing. Siora took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and nodded. "It's all true. I'll handle your exit. I'll tell them you're out." She paused, then offered an excuse. "I'll say you kept bothering me and I kicked you out. That won't raise too many flags." Shin Hyu shot her a glare. "Seriously? That's the story you're going with?" But after a beat, he let out a small laugh. "Annoying excuse or not, at least I'm out. Thanks for getting it." But then something occurred to him. "Wait, you're letting me leave? Just me? Don't tell me you knew all this already, and you're still planning to stay." Up ahead, Siora turned around. Her back looked distant, lonely, even. She answered quietly, "I've been with Antas a long time now. I've got missions assigned to me, and things I already know. If I just disappeared out of nowhere, it wouldn't end well." Shin Hyu could feel the weight in her words. "Of course. Antas is a full-blown international crime syndicate. I'm just a clueless rookie. But even I can tell this isn't some club you can walk in and out of." And yet, in the back of his mind, the voice of the body's original owner echoed again from earlier that afternoon, "I'm counting on you." Shin Hyu felt a tight knot forming in his chest. Damn it, I can't just leave her like this. No, this is the right thing to do. Because if Siora leaves Antas now, who knows what impact that'll have down the line. Until the protagonist finds out who she really is, she has to stay put. He looked at her seriously. "Hey, have you ever done anything in Antas that would be considered truly unforgivable?" Siora pressed her fingers to her temples, thinking hard. Then she shook her head. "No. My job's been recruiting talented students, scouting the ones who show potential. But it's not the kind of thing you can finish in a day or two. Honestly, I haven't really achieved anything yet." Shin Hyu let out a sigh of relief. "Good. Then here's what we'll do," Shin Hyu spoke firmly. "From now on, you'll be a double agent inside Antas." Siora blinked, confused. "A double agent?" He nodded. "It's to protect yourself in case your identity is ever exposed or if the organization abandons you. That way you won't face serious charges." Then he laid out the plan. "You'll start gathering Antas's secrets little by little, enough to feed to the police. Just act like you're following orders, but don't actually do anything illegal. Play along, go through the motions, but never cross the line." Siora hesitated. "But I don't have any real information worth reporting." He leaned in slightly, voice sincere. "That's okay. Even if the intel seems pointless now, collect it anyway. It'll be useful down the road. And if you ever get into trouble, I'll testify for you." Then, as if catching himself, he added awkwardly, "But don't rely on me too much, okay? If things get too dangerous, I'll cut ties." "Actually, never mind, forget I said that." Siora fell silent. Something stirred inside her. She smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling, cheeks flushed pink, cute in a way that caught even Shin Hyu off guard. "When the whole world turned its back on me, he's the only one who actually worried about me this much." Her heart fluttered, her inner voice musing. "He probably really likes me, huh?" But of course Shin Hyu didn't feel that way. He wasn't even the real Shin Hyu. He was just trying to fulfill the dying wish of the original body's owner. So when he caught Siora smiling like that, his expression went blank. "Wait, how the hell did we get here?" Siora, walking behind him, teased playfully, "Come on, no one goes this far unless they really like someone." He groaned and turned away. "Fine, believe whatever you want. Anyway, you're taking a cab back to Seoul on your own." "What? You're leaving me here by myself?" she asked, clearly surprised. "What about you?" I've got somewhere else to be, he replied. Different direction, so I can't take you. She grinned, clearly having too much fun. Wow, such a classic line. That's not how you flirt, you know. Shin Hyuk glared at her like she'd completely lost it. What is wrong with this girl? Meanwhile, in the snowy mountains, Shin Hyuk trudged up through thick snow, each step heavy. Waiting ahead, Yu Ryan crossed his arms and said sternly, "You're late." The moment he looked into Shin Hyuk's eyes, he added, "But at least your eyes look normal again. So I assume everything outside's been handled." Shin Hyuk bowed respectfully. "Thanks to you, master." Yu Ryan nodded. "Well, fine. That's one thing. But being late still means punishment." With that, an overwhelming pressure burst from him. His eyes gleamed red, radiating authority. "Today, prepare yourself for training." Shin Hyuk instantly slumped, the life draining from his face. Oh no, here it comes. But before it began, he quickly rummaged through his backpack. "Oh, right, I stopped by Chinatown on the way back." He pulled out an old bottle of wine. "I picked up some Zuiqing to apologize." Then, putting on a sheepish look, he added, "Buuat, I guess that means no drinking tonight, right? Since I'll be training." The moment Yu Ryan laid eyes on the premium bottle, he practically drooled. In less than 3 seconds, all thoughts of harsh training vanished from his mind. Let's just take the day off. In a forest blanketed with pure white snow, glimpses of fresh green leaves peeked out from beneath the frosty layer. The air was bitterly cold, but to Yu Ryan it was perfect. Drinking in weather like this, now this is the life, he sighed contentedly. Only Zuiqing can hit like this. He spoke while shoveling a spoonful of Sichuan-style tofu into his mouth. And it's even Sichuan tofu. How'd you know I'm from Sichuan? Huh. His face radiated satisfaction. Steam curled from his breath as he basked in the freezing air, sipping fine liquor and slurping down tongue-scorching tofu with delight. Shin Hyuk couldn't help but tease, "Weren't you the one yelling earlier about someone being late?" Yu Ryan cleared his throat loudly, scrambling for a defense. "That was because you were way past the time you were supposed to show up. I was worried. That's all." Shin Hyuk thought to himself, worried? Huh? Another hour of that kind of worry and I might have been beaten to death. Yu Ryan poured more wine, then asked with suspicion, "So what's gotten into you?" The kid who always looks for ways to skip training suddenly shows up wanting to train on his own when I saw today was a break. No less. Don't tell me the sun rose in the west. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was off to the side, swinging his sword diligently in the icy cold. Even Yu Ryan was surprised by the change. Wiping the sweat off his brow with a towel, Shin Hyuk said, "It's nothing big. Your advice really helped me, that's all. I brought this wine as a thank you gift, so please enjoy it freely." He had realized just how much his master's teachings had helped, especially during his infiltration of the drug den, and the swift takedown that followed. That's when he became sure. Training under Yu Ryan would be his best chance at survival. Shin Hyuk's thoughts drifted back to the conversation with Seora the night before. "From now on, you'll be a double agent inside Antas." He thought silently, "Now that I've chosen to help Choi Seora, there's no telling what dangers I'll face from here on out. I need to grow stronger. I have to be ready for anything." With that, he dropped into a seated position and began meditating. After all, Seora's double agent path didn't exist in the original storyline of this life. He calculated carefully. "I'm strong enough now to take on an A-rank hunter. But if I ever face one of Antas's high-ranking officers like Mei Lin," he didn't even want to imagine it. "The outcome would be devastating." Shin Hyuk let out a slow breath. "I've bitten off more than I can chew. I forgot my place. I'm just a B-rank swordsmanship instructor at the academy. I'm not in any position to be saving anyone." Then, suddenly, he smiled. "At least not with the strength I have right now." His thoughts shifted again, recalling the original story. In this timeline, Lee Ji-sung's first major opportunity was obtaining the secret inner cultivation manual from Cho Yu Ryan. Ji-sung had trained using that manual and activated his core using rare elixirs. Unlike Ji-sung, who had to endure countless hardships before mastering internal energy, Shin Hyuk had something else. He had Yu Ryan himself. Shin Hyuk glanced toward his master, still happily devouring the hot pot. Yu Ryan was nodding in approval. "This tofu is something else. Whoever cooked it really knows what they're doing." Shin Hyuk shut his eyes again, trying to focus on his meditation, but his mind continued to race. Come to think of it, he's the strongest person in this world, isn't he? If I can keep training under him, no matter what happens, I'll be able to protect myself. Then Yu Ryan called out, "Hey disciple." "Yes master," Shin Hyuk replied, eyes still closed. Out of nowhere, Yu Ryan demanded, "We're out of ramen. Get me the sesame noodle kind next time, I love that one. Also that kwang stuff or whatever it's called. That's pretty good too. Just buy it and stock up." Though visibly annoyed, Shin Hyuk pressed his lips together, eyes closed. Letting it go. Deep breaths, he's the strongest man in the world. "Just suck it up. I'll bring more next time, master," he said through gritted teeth. "Good," Yu Ryan replied cheerfully, slurping the rest of the tofu soup. "Oh, and grab some anya sol and the ultra-spicy noodles too, while you're at it." "Yes, master," Shin Hyuk said gently, resigning himself. Trying to return to meditation, Shin Hyuk refocused, but then came the rustle of a sauce packet. Yu Ryan was shaking it vigorously. The noise broke his concentration. Shin Hyuk frowned. Then came the sound of boiling water being poured into a noodle cup. Yu Ryan's eyes sparkled in anticipation. The smell hit Shin Hyuk instantly, spicy, savory, completely distracting. And finally, the loudest offense, slurp, slurp, slurp. Yu Ryan devoured the noodles, sweat dotting his face even in the freezing cold. That was it. Shin Hyuk snapped. "Enough. Please, master. Can you not eat right now?" With a mouthful of noodles, Yu Ryan blinked. "Oh, you want a bite?" "No," Shin Hyuk barked. "I bought an entire box last time, and if you keep eating like this, there'll be none left." Yu Ryan scratched his head, then awkwardly replied, "Well, living alone makes me want to chew on something all the time." A long pause. He looked a little ashamed. Then, realizing what had just been said, his face darkened. "Hold on, are you seriously lecturing me about eating?" he growled. With that, he threw a punch straight at Shin Hyuk's head. Whack. Pain shot through Shin Hyuk's skull, his eyes welled up. But seeing how much Shin Hyuk had changed, Yu Ryan let out a hearty laugh. "The lazy punk's finally showing some fire. I like it." He ruffled Shin Hyuk's hair roughly and added, "Still, it's like trying to force rice seedlings to grow faster. Rushing things will only ruin the crop." Shin Hyuk, rubbing his aching head, shouted, "That's not it. And it feels like you don't care about my training at all." Yu Ryan shrugged. "You're doing fine on your own. No need to force it. You can't rush greatness." Shin Hyuk plopped down on the snow-covered ground, discouraged. "Seriously? I've been training for a month and haven't seen any progress." Yu Ryan patted him on the back. "That's because you're already too good. That's why it feels like you're not improving." Then, curiously he asked, "Why are you suddenly so desperate to get stronger anyway?" Shin Hyuk crossed his arms. "Master, with all due respect, you've been staring at the water level in your cup more than you've been looking at my stance." Still dissatisfied with his progress, he blurted out, "At this rate, just hand over your secret technique or something. If you're not gonna train me properly, at least give me a miracle pill or one of those ancient scrolls you're hiding." Yu Ryan's face twisted with fury. "Why, you little thump." Another solid punch landed on Shin Hyuk's head. The poor guy clutched his skull, eyes watering again. "Geese, you get praised once and now you're getting cocky?" Yu Ryan growled. "You're one step away from asking me for immortality while you're at it." Shin Hyuk clutched his head, screaming as he rolled back and forth in the snow. His face contorted in pain. Yu Ryan, watching the whole thing, looked baffled. He's already begging for shortcuts. It's only been a month. He muttered under his breath. What's this brat planning? Trying to conquer the Murim world or something? Still nursing his aching head, Shin Hyuk's face was flushed red, his eyes welling up as he looked up at his master, filled with resentment. He bit his lower lip, trying hard to hold it in. If I talk back now, I'll catch another punch for sure, and I'm not even sure my soul can stay inside this body if that happens again. Yu Ryan noticed the look in his eyes and wasn't pleased. He raised a clenched fist threateningly. You want another one? Instantly, Shin Hyuk's glare vanished. He lowered his head in silence, facial muscles easing up. Yu Ryan clicked his tongue. You've got some nerve. Rubbing his hands together to fight off the cold, he muttered. I've told you rushing martial arts is pointless. No shortcuts. You think I'm slacking off cause I'm distracted by food? Absolutely not. But before he could finish, Shin Hyuk cut in with a deadpan voice, ramen. He turned to walk away, pulling out his master's favorite food from his bag, clearly trying to provoke him. Oh, and by the way, I might not be able to buy ramen anymore. Prices have gone through the roof lately. Yu Ryan froze, eyes wide. What did you just say? You heard me, Shin Hyuk replied with a pout. I'm just being honest. Not a threat or anything. Noticing that his mention of ramen had shaken the old man, Shin Hyuk doubled down. Come to think of it, I might not get that Anya Soul stuff either. It's getting expensive. And the ultra-spicy noodles? Practically sold out everywhere now. He even added a pitiful tone, it's getting really hard to find, master. Yu Ryang's face turned pale. His beloved food's on the verge of extinction. He stood there stunned, unable to form a proper sentence. Shin Hyuk, watching his master's reaction, thought, got him. He could feel it, the tides had turned. Yu Ryang stared into the void, one hand resting on his forehead like he'd just received world-shattering news. His brows furrowed as if contemplating the fate of the universe. Finally he pointed at Shin Hyuk, still looking dumbfounded. Oh no. He knew it was all a setup. Shin Hyuk had deliberately played this card just to put him in a bind. Yu Ryang's face flushed red with frustration. His left hand trembled as he fought the urge to punch his disciple again. He tried his best to stay composed and forced a smile. I underestimated your passion, disciple. Starting today I'll train you properly. No more holding back, alright? Shin Hyuk closed his eyes and pouted, then nodded with exaggerated innocence. In that case, I'll try my best to keep bringing you the things you like, master. The next day, at the school where Shin Hyuk teaches, it was lunchtime. Shin Hyuk sat at his desk, phone in hand, a faint smile on his face. That morning, Choi Seora had texted him. On the screen was their recent chat. Seora, Senior, everything's been taken care of. Shin Hyuk, thanks Seora. I heard you were able to leave Antas safely. He stared quietly at the screen, deep in thought. I really hope Kang Shin Hyuk didn't leave behind any other ticking time bombs. I've done my part helping Choi Seora, now I just want to live out the rest of this life in peace. Just then, the On twins Suk and In Soo pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Seeing their teacher grinning at his phone, they both tilted their heads. Teacher, you look really happy today. Something good happen? Seok asked curiously. Shin Hyuk, still lost in thought, was caught completely off guard by the sudden voice behind him. Gah, you scared the crap out of me. Once he recovered, he blinked. Wait, aren't you two going to lunch? In Soo beamed. Of course we are. Today's lunch is cheese cutlet. Sik added enthusiastically, come eat with us, then head to the auditorium together. Shin Hyuk looked puzzled. Auditorium? What are you talking about? The girls looked at each other, then In Soo explained patiently, Teacher, during roll call this morning, didn't you hear what the vice principal said? He mentioned that our school's starting a YouTube channel and they're going to do interviews. Don't you remember? Shin Hyuk snapped his fingers in realization. Ah right, I was so distracted reading Seora's messages that I totally blanked. He did say something about that. In Soo grinned mischievously. The vice principal said you're the most handsome teacher, so he wants to interview you first. Shin Hyuk was stunned. What kind of criteria is that? That's just his criteria, In Soo replied innocently. I'm not doing some vanity interview. There's no way that's actually happening, he protested. But Seok encouraged him, come on, teacher. You never know. If the interview goes well, you might even get a reward. The mention of a reward piqued his interest. That does sound nice. The girls already had a full plan in motion. In Soo said proudly, I'll handle filming, and the tech teacher said he'll help edit. We've got it all covered. Sik pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to him. Here's the question list. You can look it over while we eat. Shin Hyuk scanned the paper and muttered, wow, this is way more organized than I expected. I thought it'd just be something half-baked. In Soo chimed in again. And before it gets posted, the student council president has to approve everything too, so we're really counting on you, teacher. Seeing how much effort they'd put into it warmed his heart. He smiled gently. All right. I'm counting on you too as well. Let's go, or the cutlets will get cold. Yesir. They chirped as they cheerfully ran off toward the cafeteria. But just before exiting, In Soo suddenly spun around. Oh, teacher, there's something I forgot to mention. Huh? What is it? Go ahead, he replied casually. She puffed out her chest with pride. The interview will be hosted by me and the student council president. She might throw in some curveballs that aren't on the list. Shin Hyuk didn't think much of it. He was used to being boring and didn't mind talking about everyday stuff. With a carefree smile, he said, weird questions, huh? As long as it's not about romance, I'm fine. Sik raised an eyebrow, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Huh, I wasn't even thinking about romance questions, but now that you mention it, I guess those wouldn't be so bad. Still, the president really is something else. Anyway, if it gets weird, just give us a signal and we'll cut it off right away, don't worry, teacher. Shin Hyuk chuckled. Alright, I trust you too. Just make sure I look handsome on camera. Inside, his mind drifted to the person he was about to meet. Student Council President, huh? Back when I was a student, that was practically a legendary title. I wonder which kid it is this time. Meanwhile, outside in the hallway, a female student strolled through the corridor, a calm smile on her face. She carried two massive swords across her chest as if they weighed nothing. Her tone was filled with anticipation. So this is where Kang Shin Hyuk teaches, the swordsmanship instructor. She murmured to herself, clearly intrigued. They say he's really strong. I wonder what kind of person he is. She was stunning, long, wavy chestnut hair that curled gently at the ends, her posture elegant and composed, like a classic noble lady. But even more striking than her appearance was the air around her, an aura that made it clear she was no ordinary student. This girl was someone special. A force of nature, quietly walking into Shin Hyuk's life without warning. All the students handled their personal hygiene in the communal bathrooms. Most Hunter School students lived in the dorms. While they went home during school breaks, they still spent the majority of the year on campus. Because of that, many parents were naturally curious about what their children's daily school life was really like. There had even been news reports about Hunter School. Despite citing security reasons, weekend outings and family visits were still heavily restricted. With headlines like Orange Alert, Hunter School's unbreakable security, and Hunter School, a locked facility or just a boarding school, people had started questioning, is this place actually a prison? In response to rising public concern, the government stepped in and launched a new initiative, creating YouTube channels for all Hunter schools to give parents a peek into student life. Of course, it wasn't rolled out everywhere at once. Our school had just been chosen as a pilot site. As the scene changed, a YouTube channel interface popped up on screen, complete with the school's official logo and campus photos. Shin Hyuk walked into the media room, sighing and shaking his head. Even in the original novel, there was never a single mention of WitTube. I figured this would all just fade away quietly. But now, out of all people, I'm the one who's been picked for the first test interview. Just then, a gentle voice called out to him. Oh wow, Mr. Kang, you're here early. Startled for a moment, Shin Hyuk quickly regained his composure and responded politely. Hello there, Ms. Min. I'll be in your care today. Min Ji-hee smiled modestly. Oh please, I'm just in charge of the editing. It's no big deal. Ji-hee was the school's technology teacher, and she seemed a little anxious herself. This is my first time doing a video interview too, so I'm a bit nervous, to be honest. Shin Hyuk raised an eyebrow. Wait, you know how to edit videos too? That's pretty awesome. He gave her a genuine thumbs up. Ji-hee laughed sheepishly. Not really. The principal just said, you're the tech teacher, so figure it out. Guess being a tech teacher means I'm the easiest one to boss around. Shin Hyuk thought to himself. Wow, classic case of job dodging. Poor Ms. Min. She chuckled again, this time a little more mischievously. And since I'm not getting paid extra, I'm just going to slap some clips together and call it a day. Even if the video blows up, it's not like I'll see a single one from it. Realizing something, Shin Hyuk gave her a look of pure resignation and resignation. Ah, so this is why WitTube never got mentioned in the original novel. Nobody cared enough to make it work. At that moment, On-sik and Yoon-soo walked in. On-suk was carrying a camera and smiled brightly. Alright, camera's all set up. Yoon-soo added, perfect timing. The principal just arrived too. Ji-hee spotted her and waved. Over here, Principal Sejin. Shin Hyuk turned to look and froze. His eyes widened slightly, a subtle flicker of surprise flashing across his face. So, she's the student council president. Sejin stood in front of the group, wearing a neat school uniform. Her wavy hair, loose and flowing down to her waist, swayed slightly as she turned to face everyone with a confident smile. Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like we're all here, she began with a poised tone. Kim Sejin, student council president of Hunter School No. 1, Shin Hyuk, quietly watching from the side, was honestly impressed. Wow, she's tall. Easily around 170 centimeters. The way she held herself, so composed and self-assured, it screamed student council president energy. But something felt off. Weird, someone like her should have at least been mentioned in the novel. How could a character this prominent not show up at all? Before he could dwell on it, Si-jin stepped right up to him. "Hello, sir. You must be Kang Shin-hyuk, right?" She greeted sweetly, then added with a bright smile, "You're even more handsome in person." Shin-hyuk blinked in surprise as she continued, "I'm really looking forward to seeing your expressions in the video today. Let's make this a great interview." His cheeks flushed pink. "All right, I'm counting on you then. She's got social skills, I'll give her that," he thought. "Doesn't seem weird at all," like Yoon-soo said. Soon, everyone got into position to start filming the interview. On Seok and Ji-hee handled the camera setup, while Yoon-soo sat in the middle between Si-jin and Shin-hyuk, managing the audio equipment and leading the questions. Laughter and light-hearted chatter quickly filled the room as the shoot got underway. The interview flowed smoothly, filled with natural chemistry and banter. Yoon-soo, now clearly relaxed, talked non-stop while holding the mic. She even started teasing Shin-hyuk, calling him our hot teacher, which made him visibly flustered. But when he showed a hint of discomfort, she instantly picked up on it and shifted the tone. "She's sharp," he noted silently. "And considerate too." After a while the atmosphere began to wind down. Yoon-soo let out a playful sigh. "Oh, that went by fast. I wish we had more questions, but we've gone through the whole list. And since you don't have any classes this afternoon, we're really sorry for taking up so much of your time, sir." Shin-hyuk raised an eyebrow slightly. "Wait, is that the wrap-up line? Is the interview already over?" But on the outside he smiled calmly. "No need to apologize. I enjoyed it too. After all, it's all for the students." Then, in a total 180-degree shift, he lifted a thumb and raised an eyebrow, half joking. "Well, that's a bit of a lie. I'm definitely submitting a request for overtime pay." Yoon-soo narrowed her eyes playfully. "Wait, seriously?" Shin-hyuk burst out laughing. "Kidding, just kidding." Ji-hee chuckled too, her eyes squinting in amusement. "Well, I'm submitting one, for real." And in that moment, Si-jin's lips curved into a soft, knowing smile, calm, yet full of hidden mischief. Si-jin turned calmly toward Shin-hyuk and asked, "Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk, right?" Shin-hyuk blinked, a bit puzzled. "Yeah, what's up, Si-jin?" Adjusting her glasses with a small push, she continued. "Earlier, you said it was a shame to end like this, didn't you? I think the audience would agree it'd be a shame to just wrap things up now." Then, with a dangerous spark in her eyes, she looked straight at him. "So how about a duel with me?" Ji-hee and On Seok exchanged helpless looks. "What the heck?" Ji-hee muttered. "Where did that even come from? That was so out of nowhere." Neither Shin-hyuk nor Yoon-soo saw that coming. They both froze with awkward expressions. Shin-hyuk silently screamed in his head. "I was literally trying to wrap this up on a friendly note, and now this. Is this the weird personality Yoon-soo was talking about?" Yoon-soo turned to Si-jin, trying to keep her voice calm. "Hey President, you didn't even talk to him about this first. You can't just spring something like that on him." But Si-jin replied without missing a beat. "He said it was a shame, didn't he? I just thought the viewers would enjoy something more. That's all." She looked back at Shin-hyuk and added, "If I caught you off guard, I apologize. I just really enjoy sparring. You teach swordsmanship, and I'm in the advanced sword class, so." Shin-hyuk looked at her, amused. "This kid. She's genuinely into it, and it doesn't seem like she means any harm." Just then, On Seok's voice came from behind the camera. "All right then, let's roll for the final scene." But Shin-hyuk suddenly said something that made everyone stop in their tracks. "Wait. I'm good. Let's go for it." Yoon-soo looked concerned. "Are you sure? We didn't prep for this. Are you really okay with it?" With a confident smile, Shin-hyuk nodded. "Totally fine. But is your sword ready?" Si-jin answered right away, "Of course. I brought 2 training blade steel practice swords." Yoon-soo looked confused. "Wait, when did you bring those?" Si-jin replied casually, just in case the opportunity came up. Then she turned to Shin-hyuk. "Thanks for humoring me, sir. Sparring with a teacher, this might be a first. Even though you've got a solid sword foundation, my master is a top-tier hunter." As everyone prepped for the spar between Si-jin and Shin-hyuk, Ji-hee's face darkened a little. "Well, I'm still learning too. Maybe this is a chance to see how far I've come." On Seok, meanwhile, sighed hopelessly. "Oh great, we're definitely going home late today." Now seated with Ji-hee, the 2 siblings munched on popcorn while their eyes stayed glued to the scene unfolding ahead. Si-jin, still in her crisp uniform, tied her long hair up into a high ponytail. Facing her, Shin Hyuk studied her closely. Honestly, I'm not nervous at all, he thought. After that duel with Master Jung, I already know the average hunter's skill level is way lower than you'd think. Shin Hyuk's mind drifted back to an old training session one where he was frantically dodging attacks left and right. Out of nowhere, a palm came crashing down on his head with a loud smack. Don't let your guard down, his master screamed. How many times do I have to tell you that? He remembered standing there, dazed and holding his aching head, feeling utterly helpless. If Master were here right now, yeah, this would definitely be one of those moments. Back to the present. Shin Hyuk now stood face to face with Si Jin. Both held long, steel training swords sharp enough to demand caution. I spar with students in class all the time, he thought. But she's a third year and the student council president. No room for slacking off. Might as well treat her like a full-fledged hunter. He raised a hand and casually curled a finger toward her. Go ahead. You make the first move. Si Jin's eyes lit up with delight at the signal. She answered with calm enthusiasm. Then, I'll be coming in first, sir. The moment the words left her mouth, she launched forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, she closed the gap between them. Yoon-soo gasped from behind the camera. Hua, that's fast. On-si quickly waved his hands. Don't say that out loud. You'll jinx her. Shin Hyuk's eyes stayed locked on Si Jin the entire time. Definitely faster than the first years. Impressive. But strange, I expected a wide slash, maybe a diagonal cut, but instead, he noticed her lower her body and aim a precise thrust straight at his torso. That's not a beginner's move. She's confident it'll hit. Confident enough to commit fully. Her blade came for him like a missile, but he calmly tilted his body and let it pass harmlessly by. If it were a regular student, they'd panic right here. But not Si Jin. As soon as she missed, she quickly reset her stance, ducked low, and stepped to the side. Another swing. This time, her blade cut through the air in a perfect upward arc. Shin Hyuk murmured to himself, next move's an upward slash, beautiful form. Each time Si Jin attacked, Shin Hyuk smoothly drew his sword just enough to parry the blow, never overcommitting. Her sweat now drenched her face. She was breathing harder. Frustrated, she finally asked, Sir, how long do you plan on just dodging everything? He didn't reply, only kept moving, eyes never leaving hers. His mind wandered again, back to his master. The old man laughed mid-swing. I told you it'd wear you out, didn't I? Come on. Keep dodging, kid. Shin Hyuk winced at the memory. That old geezer, he always took things personally. I got smacked around a lot back then. Honestly, I still feel sore thinking about it. Maybe that's why dodging Si Jin's attacks is second nature now. I could probably do it with my eyes closed. Then he spoke up for the first time since the duel began. Your attacks are too front-heavy. You're overcommitting. That's messing up your balance. Si Jin's eyes narrowed not with frustration, but with determination. With a confident smile, she replied, I haven't shown you everything yet, sir. Suddenly Shin Hyuk dashed to Si Jin's blind spot with surprising speed, his blade still in hand. Calmly he offered a warning. Stop. If someone attacks you from behind like this, you won't be able to react in time. There was a quiet weight in his voice, his eyes settled on her with a thoughtful, distant look. As if calculating something. Sure enough, he was remembering his master. The old man's voice echoed in his head, even as he swung his weapon with zero mercy. You're dead for the 5th time now. Idiot. You're pouring too much strength into your arms again. You'll wear out in no time at this rate. Shin Hyuk clenched his jaw. The more I think about it, the more pissed off I get. Should I cut that part from my memory? No, if he found out he'd just hit me harder. He paused for a moment, visibly annoyed, then pointed at his own arm and said, You're putting way too much power into your hands and arms. That'll just wear you out faster. If you use your whole body, start from your shoulders, and let it flow down, you'll get a lot more out of every swing. Si Jin's cheeks flushed a soft pink. She looked down at her grip and adjusted it gently, making the necessary corrections. Her fingers relaxed around the hilt, and her stance shifted, less stiff, more natural. Shin Hyuk raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Hua, she adjusted that fast. That's some quick learning. Just changing her grip changed the entire atmosphere. Yep, she really is the student council president for a reason. Once she finished repositioning herself, Shin Hyuk's voice dropped into something more serious. Alright, Si Jin. His left hand tightened around his sword. I'm going to attack now, he warned. You better stay sharp. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Sejin's cheek. The pressure in the room had shifted tense, heavy. Over at the sidelines, Ji-hee's hand trembled, the piece of popcorn she was holding shaking violently. She hurriedly popped it into her mouth, but even she had gone completely silent. Every face nearby had turned dead serious. Shin-hyuk lowered his stance, eyes locked onto Sejin as he readied his sword. Without the slightest hesitation, he declared, "All right then. Here I come." But before he could even make a move, Sejin quickly raised a hand. "Wait. Hold on, sir." Shin-hyuk blinked. "What now? Are you hurt or something?" Sejin shuffled her feet, looking a little embarrassed. "And no, it's not that. I was wondering, could I use mana? I won't channel it into my weapon, I promise." Shin-hyuk's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard by the request. "Wow. A student using mana already, huh? That's impressive." She nodded quickly and added, "Starting in our second year, we begin field training at the dimensional gates. I've been practicing since then." "Ah, right, I remember reading about that," Shin-hyuk thought. Before graduation, students visit F or E rank gates with government hunters or faculty members as escorts. He scratched the back of his head as he studied her. Still, most kids don't build up much mana from those trips. This one though? She's already showing signs of having real talent. Feels like she's aware of the speed gap and wants to close it with mana. Now I'm really curious about her skill level. "All right," he said casually. "Go ahead and use it." "Thank you, sir." Sejin replied with a bright smile. The moment the words left her mouth, a dense aura began to form around her. Mana surged to the surface, thick, vibrant and full of energy. "Back when I sparred with Mr. Jung," she recalled, "I couldn't sense much mana, and I definitely wasn't able to control it properly. But this is my chance. I want to see what I can really do with it, just my own strength, my own control." Without hesitation, she lunged forward, vanishing from her previous spot in a blur and circling behind Shin-hyuk in an instant. Her brows furrowed as she pushed every ounce of force she had into her next strike. Seeing the intensity in her eyes, Shin-hyuk instinctively raised his sword to block. The moment her blade collided with his, a jolt of shock ran down his arm like electricity surging through his bones. "Whew. My hands going numb. That was more than I expected. And I didn't even reinforce my body with internal energy. Probably not the smartest move." The sheer impact of the blow caused both of them to recoil slightly, their feet skidding across the floor. Even without channeling mana directly into her weapon, Sejin's raw physicality amplified by her mana was far above average. This is no joke. That can't be just a bit of leftover field mana. That's a whole reserve's worth. In this world, mana accumulated inside the body by defeating monsters. It looked like a glowing orb floating within the core of a person's being. But unlike energy in games, it didn't last forever. How much a person could store depended on their individual aptitude. Take Sejin, for example. She clearly had a naturally high capacity. Her reserve was rich and powerful. Shin-hyuk recalled something his master once said: "Mana is like raw inner strength, unrefined internal energy. With work it can be transformed into something far superior." And that's exactly what Shin-hyuk had done. He had taken the raw mana from Kang Shin-hyuk's body, and converted all of it into refined internal energy. Because of that, his combat efficiency was now leagues ahead of anyone using standard mana. He grinned to himself, glancing at the illusory hourglass hovering just above his palm. Shin-hyuk watched Sejin's elegant swordplay with calm, calculating eyes. He tilted his head slightly, thoughtful. "Well, I do have a reputation to maintain as a teacher. Beating her without using internal energy, that's the classy way to do it." After a few exchanges, he began to see through her moves. Her patterns were becoming more and more obvious. With a gentle tone, he pointed out, "The problem with the sword techniques used by most hunters is that they're way too straightforward." He used the opening to explain further. "It's because they're used to fighting monsters with low intelligence. That's also why low-ranked hunters often struggle when facing smarter enemies." He glanced at Sejin's face. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and a flush was rising in her cheeks from the exertion. "Yep, just as I thought. She's already starting to tire. See?" he said aloud. "You're losing steam. Your movements are getting sluggish and predictable." As if reading her like an open book, he added, "You're going for a diagonal slash now, right?" Sejin's eyes widened in alarm. She froze, clearly rattled. Her expression was full of disbelief, caught red-handed mid-attack. She stared at Shin-hyuk, unsure of what he'd do next. Just then, Shin-hyuk's gaze locked onto her sword. He saw her change the angle and grip it in reverse. Ah, a reverse thrust, he mused. Good, he said aloud. Now you're trying to switch things up a bit. That's more like it. But before she could close the distance, Shin Hyuk casually stuck out his foot and swept it in front of her. Si-jin stumbled, losing her balance completely. She toppled to the ground with a thud, her sword clattering out of her hand. And besides, Shin Hyuk added coolly, you were already too close for a proper thrust. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the entire room in a warm, golden glow. From the sidelines, Ji-hee and On-seok watched with intense focus. Their usually relaxed faces were now serious and locked in. Si-jin sat up slowly, her glasses knocked askew. Her knees were red and swelling, and she clutched one with a pained expression. Then, a glint of steel caught her eye. Shin Hyuk had pointed the tip of his sword just inches from her face. Si-jin looked up, eyes wide with shock. Seeing Shin Hyuk's calm expression, she quickly raised a hand in surrender. I give up, she said, slightly breathless. Shin Hyuk took a moment to study her face. Her eyes burned with frustration. Didn't notice it during our conversation earlier, but she's clearly the competitive type. With a faint smile, he finally gave her the praise she deserved. That was some solid technique, what I'd expect from the student council president. As she straightened her glasses, Shin Hyuk extended a hand to help her up. But your swordplay's still a bit too basic. Mana definitely boosts your physical strength, but learning how to vary your technique will take you a lot further. Si-jin looked up at him, eyes sincere. Thank you, sir. I really learned a lot. Then suddenly everyone turned to look as Ji-hee began trembling all over. She kept muttering the same phrase, panic rising in her voice. This is bad, this is really bad. On-seok quickly stepped closer, concern in her voice. Miss Ji-hee, what's wrong? Ji-hee's face went pale with anxiety. Cold sweat beaded across her forehead as she trembled and muttered. The channel's going to blow up. There goes my peaceful 9-to-5 life. 1 week after the interview video was uploaded, inside the vast and polished campus grounds of Hunter School, a group of students had gathered, clearly up to something. Shin Hyuk stood in front of the lecture hall, a complex expression on his face. He looked ahead, visibly conflicted. This is exhausting. In front of him was a rowdy crowd of students, each carrying a few sheets of paper and a pen. Sir, can you sign 10 copies for me? One pleaded. My mom wants a few to keep. Go away. I don't do cheap prints, he muttered, trying to shoo them off. But the chaos didn't stop. You don't even need to sign properly. Just scribble something and it's good enough. The sparring video featuring the student council president had become a massive hit, and now this was his life. Reluctantly, Shin Hyuk took one of the papers and a pen from a student. Alright, only during break time, okay? Once this is done, I'm stretching and going for a run. The rest of you get into position for Lee Jin-soo's warm-up routine. He handed the sign sheet to a student in gym clothes, then asked, happy now? The student beamed. Thank you so much, sir. The others gasped in awe as they caught a glimpse of the paper. It featured soft, elegant strokes and a dazzling signature from Shin Hyuk, complete with a smiley face and a cute little heart. The crowd around him erupted. Alright, let's stretch. Lee Jin-soo style, everyone. Nothing's really changed, Shin Hyuk thought, sighing inwardly. I'm just a little more famous now, which means a lot more headaches. No bonus pay, no ad revenue share. Nothing. Just as he was mentally grumbling his way through the day, a new video popped up on the school's online channel. A full, unedited introduction to Hunter School No. 1, long shrouded in mystery, featuring students and teachers alike. Ah crap. I totally forgot. Turns out the online world is a way nastier jungle than I expected. The new video was already racking up insane views and engagement. In the comments, a boy wearing a track jacket excitedly typed, "Is this level of combat for real?" That was a straight-up battle between the strongest people in the setting. Other comments were more skeptical. Why the hype? It's just a typical spar between a teacher and a trainee hunter. This level of skill is everywhere. Calm down. Then someone fired back, "Are you blind? Look closely, he didn't even use mana. That teacher's legit strong." Some of the viewers even recognized Si-jin and left comments, "I heard that girl's a total fraud, won the martial arts tournament twice. Word is, if you complete the full training course you're basically guaranteed an A rank. And she didn't even use mana in the video. That's insane." The internet was buzzing about Shin Hyuk. Kang Shin Hyuk. Never heard of him before. Does anyone know who this guy is? I'm a first Jin Hunter School graduate. Looks like he was only recently appointed. Shin Hyuk stared blankly at his phone, eyes widening with disbelief. What the hell is this? He scrolled through the comments, dumbfounded. So the student council president's that much of a prodigy? But then, why wasn't she mentioned in the novel at all? After Lee Ji-sung graduated, there was no mention of anyone named Kim Si-jin. Just then, a teasing voice cut through his thoughts. Well, if it isn't Mr. Kang the rising with tube star himself, how's fame treating you? Shin Hyuk looked up. From the doorway, Park Yeon-seok walked in, holding 2 cups of coffee. Good morning, Mr. Park, Shin Hyuk greeted. Morning, the older teacher replied with a smile. Yeon-seok strolled over and placed a cup on Shin Hyuk's desk. Fame isn't so bad, right? Come on, admit it, you're secretly enjoying all this attention. Shin Hyuk gave a sheepish smile. Thank you. I'll drink it all. I mean, it was fun at first, but now it's starting to feel a bit overwhelming. Yeon-seok let out a hearty laugh. You're good-looking and shy, Simon Kang. You should ride this wave straight into the entertainment world. I'd love to say I knew you before you were famous. Shin Hyuk chuckled nervously. Please don't tease me, sir. My dream is just to live a quiet, peaceful life. Yeon-seok took a thoughtful sip of his coffee and replied with a cryptic tone. Peaceful, huh? That's nice. But, I'm afraid today might not be one of those peaceful days. Shin Hyuk tilted his head. Wait, what do you mean by that? With a knowing smile, Yeon-seok explained. I ran into the vice principal on my way in. He told me to send you to his office before this morning's teacher meeting. Shin Hyuk blinked. The vice principal. Why would he want to see me? Yeon-seok shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he wants to give you a bonus or something. Either way, you'd better head over. He's waiting for you in his private office. After thinking for a moment, Shin Hyuk suddenly stood up and said, a bonus would be great. Thank you, sir, I'll head there right away. If it's a lot, he'll even treat you to dinner. Soju's on me. As he walked down the long, quiet hallway, only the sound of his steady footsteps echoed around him. Something feels off, he thought. His expression grew serious. Usually if it's something work-related, they bring it up during the teacher meetings. Why call me to the private research office like this? Now standing in front of the vice principal's office, Shin Hyuk hesitated, unable to bring himself to knock. Maybe it's because I've been getting more attention lately, he thought uneasily. Still, what's really bothering me is that it's him who called me. Hunter No. One, the strongest person at the school. As Shin Hyuk raised his hand to knock, a low voice came from inside the room. Mr. Kang Ji-hyuk? Come on in. He cautiously cracked the door open and peeked in. Sitting upright in a chair was a white-haired man, his presence radiating power. Kim Man-dong. A deep, commanding voice echoed, it's been a while since the interview. Good to see you again, Mr. Kang. Kim Man-dong. An S-rank hunter, one of only 10 in all of Korea. The top teacher of Hunter School No. 1. Standing before him, Shin Hyuk felt a quiet pressure weigh down on him. He gulped. I didn't even go to that interview. Why am I this nervous? Still, he put on a smile and greeted. Good morning, sir. It's an honor to see you again. Man-dong nodded politely. Would you like a cup of tea? Shin Hyuk politely declined. I appreciate the offer, but I need to prep for my next class soon. The older man's expression turned serious. Very well. Then let's get straight to it. He gestured toward the corner of the room. That entire delivery is for you. Shin Hyuk followed his gaze. Sitting there was a large brown parcel bag, stuffed full of letters sealed with red wax stamps. What, are those all letters? Shin Hyuk asked, scratching his head. He picked one up and awkwardly asked. Vice Principal, are these fan letters? Man-dong's voice remained stern. If you're curious, go ahead. Read one. His deep voice continued, calm but heavy. It seems many people watched your sparring match with student Kim Si-jin, and were quite impressed. He went on, other hunter schools sent their praise too, but even active hunters from the major guilds have sent letters. Though the original purpose of that video was to promote the school, I must say your contribution, Mr. Kang, was significant. For some of these guilds, a duel with you is more effective than any high-budget commercial. Shin Hyuk opened the envelope. Inside was a letter written on high-quality paper, the font neatly printed and extremely formal. As he read, his expression twisted into one of pure discomfort. You've got to be kidding me, I was hoping for a small bonus, not this. Then Man Dong added in a grave tone, "There are 932 letters in that parcel. And every single one says the same thing. They are all official challenges to a duel of honor." As he spoke, his face remained stern, his dark eyes tightening almost as if he were worried. A nervous bead of sweat slid down Shin Hyuk's cheek. Dual letters. Did I do something wrong? On the computer screen, a video of Shin Hyuk smiling brightly played, its view count climbing rapidly. Kim Man Dong's voice was calm but heavy. "As I said, it's not that you did anything wrong. But someone out there wants to strip you of your reputation. The fact that you didn't graduate from a hunter school, that's part of it too." Shin Hyuk's heart dropped. "Wait, how did that get out? My background was supposed to be kept private." He turned around, his figure cast in deep shadow. "Mr. Kang," Man Dong said, voice sharpening. "As you're probably aware, not all of the practical instructors at this school are fond of you." The older man stared intently at him, his eyes cold, his presence intimidating. "It appears that one of the instructors leaked your personal information. And now, malicious comments are spiraling out of control." Shin Hyuk's face darkened even further as Man Dong continued, "Some are suggesting the student council president rigged the sparring match to favor the new teacher." He clenched his fists at the next line. Even Kim Sejin's career, the girl hailed as a sword prodigy, is now under scrutiny. "People are calling the match fixed." Comment after vile comment began scrolling across the monitor. Each one like an invisible blade, cutting, cruel, relentless. "I still remember the sting of this kind of hate back when I was a third-rate novelist. Those damn anti-fans, no matter the world, they never know when to quit." His jaw tightened, teeth grinding. Anger surged through him, but his hands were tied. Or maybe not. "No," he thought. "I'm a teacher now. I have to step up. I should have kept the interview modest. If I had, none of this would have happened. The YouTube channel, it's going to get shut down at this rate." Across from him, Man Dong sat with elegant composure, one leg crossed neatly over the other. "The channel was created to give parents a glimpse into their children's lives at school," he said matter-of-factly. "But the reality is, the students are the ones getting hurt." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's body trembled with rage. Man Dong raised an eyebrow, staring straight at him. "So Mr. Kang, what do you plan to do?" Shin Hyuk clenched the letter so tightly the paper crumpled in his hand. "What will I do?" he echoed. "Simple. I'll crush every last doubt." Man Dong, still calm, asked, "And how, exactly, do you plan to do that?" Shin Hyuk looked up, his eyes blazing. "It's easy, vice principal." He turned to the pile of dual letters stacked on the desk. "There are hundreds of letters here. Most are probably nonsense, but a few of them, they shine. You can tell they were written by people with real skill, real pride. Among the ones spreading slander online, I'm sure some of them sent these dual challenges, hiding behind fake names or burner accounts. So I'll handpick the ones from truly high-ranked, well-known hunters, and I'll beat them one by one." Manding raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. "Is that so? And do you really think you can win? There are quite a few A-rank hunters in that pile, you know. Of course those out of your league can be declined." Shin Hyuk, without hesitation, answered firmly. "No sir, that's actually perfect. I'll only be picking A-rank hunters to fight." The more Man Dong listened, the more puzzled he became. He narrowed his eyes. "So, your plan is to take down the strong ones, and let the weak ones chicken out on their own." Shin Hyuk cracked his knuckles with fiery determination. His eyes lit up like he was ready to throw down right this second. "Well, yeah. Crude as it sounds, that's basically the idea. I mean, I can't possibly deal with everyone." Man Dong chuckled darkly, intertwining his fingers as he leaned forward ever so slightly. "Very well. Excellent. In that case, how about a duel with me?" Shin Hyuk froze, his brain short-circuited. "Wait, what? Did I hear that right? Did this old man just say he wants to fight me?" He stood still like a statue, lips parted, unable to form words. His mind whirled. No, I must misheard that. There's no way. This guy's gone completely insane, hasn't he?" Just as he was silently convincing himself that it was all a misunderstanding, Mandong's voice echoed again, calm, direct. "You heard me clearly, Mr. Kang." The room dropped into a tense silence. The two stared each other down. Shin Hyuk turned pale. "No, seriously, if you're gonna be crazy, at least be a little more subtle about it. An S-rank hunter challenging a B rank. What the hell?" Man Dong, as if reading his mind, smiled faintly. "I understand. You're probably thinking I've lost it. Shin Hyuk averted his gaze, flustered. Crap, he nailed it exactly, Mandong continued, his tone serious now. I watched your duel with Instructor Jung the other day. I was impressed. Honestly, I thought you were going to lose. His sharp gaze locked onto Shin Hyuk, this time not with doubt but respect. And yet you didn't. In fact, I suspect you weren't even fighting at full strength. From the way you just spoke, it sounds like you're confident you can overwhelm A-rank hunters. Shin Hyuk bit his lip, sweat forming at his temple. No, that's only because I'm up against A-ranks at most. Going up against an S-rank, that's a whole different beast. And he knows it. He knows that I know it. In his mind, the image of a man being brutally beaten flashed by, along with the agonized screams. Truth is, there are only about 1,000 A-rank hunters in all of Korea. They're not pushovers. Even Instructor Jung was only applying for A rank, he wasn't officially there yet. Shin Hyuk's journey to becoming stronger had been anything but easy. His sword had fought countless battles with him, sharpening its edge alongside his will. And now, with training from his master, he had grown even more powerful. If we're just talking raw ability, I'm confident I can handle A-rank hunters, he thought. Sure, there were a few who seemed stronger, those who carried themselves with overwhelming presence, but they were few and far between. S ranks, for instance, Korea only had 10 of them. Even on a global scale, they numbered less than 100. Among those elites was a woman of extraordinary power. Whenever she entered combat, her strength flared up, literally an overwhelming red aura that took over the field. S-rank mages were considered strategic weapons by governments, and hunters with unique powers were practically one-man armies. And Kim Mandong? He wasn't just some administrator. His body rippled with muscle, his entire frame radiating a green-tinged power that hummed through the air like a storm waiting to break. This man, he's Kim Mandong, the battle god, Shin Hyuk realized. He wasn't just an S-rank hunter. He was one of the top-ranked S-ranks. Back in the original novel, there had been an arc where Lee Ji-sung, cocky and drunk on his own strength, challenged this old man to a duel. The result? Ji-sung got obliterated. Not just defeated but crushed so thoroughly no one ever dared challenge Mandong again. Shin Hyuk and Ji-sung both trained hard to grow stronger. But their methods couldn't have been more different. One guzzled elixirs like they were snacks. The other trained relentlessly, body and spirit. Unlike the protagonist, who just relied on inner energy and cultivation techniques, Shin Hyuk thought, I've trained directly under a martial arts master. My master once told me I'd surpass anyone who depended solely on medicinal herbs. Still, even with all that, there's no way I can beat an S rank. That simple fact weighed heavily on him, until a voice snapped him back to reality. Mr. Kang. Startled, Shin Hyuk's eyes darted toward the source. I'm sorry, he stammered. I was just caught off guard. Before he could finish, Mandong extended a hand, palm open and inviting. Come now. Think about it. Isn't fighting me once far better than accepting a dozen duels from A-ranked nobodies? He smiled, calm and persuasive. If you spar with me and I vouch for you publicly, saying that you're the real deal, no one will dare question you after that. You could resolve everything in one go. Shin Hyuk stared at him, stunned. He blinked, then whispered in disbelief, you'd really do that? Even so, Shin Hyuk's eyes remained full of doubt. Could he really trust this man? Mandong gave a casual shrug. Of course, if your performance ends up being subpar, I'm not going to cover for you. He smiled slyly. I'm not asking you to beat me, just to land one successful hit. One hit. Facing someone with power leagues above his own, someone radiating such terrifying pressure that single condition felt absurd. Shin Hyuk knew too well. Kim Mandong's body could probably shrug off even his most powerful sword technique, the Radiant Slash. Just one hit. It sounded simple, but it wasn't. Mandong crossed his arms and raised a brow, clearly trying to bait him in. What's the matter? Scared? You're not as bold as I thought, Mr. Kang. Then he added with a smirk, well then, how about this if you manage to land that one hit? Shin Hyuk perked up instantly. His expression shifted, the hesitation melting away. I'll exempt you from the 3-week training program for new instructors over the break. No mandatory boot camp. Wait, what? Shin Hyuk blinked. That hit a very specific nerve. The training wasn't exactly hell, but for someone like him who didn't graduate from a hunter school, it might as well be torture. 3 whole weeks of awkward bonding and forced interactions. The idea of skipping all that was very appealing. Mandong wasn't done. Oh, and of course you'd still get paid during that time. A 3-week paid vacation. Shin Hyuk's resolve started to crack. His mind was screaming at him to grab the offer and run with it. Still, a sliver of doubt remained. But wait, the training is organized by the Hunter Authority. Can it really be waived like that? Manding leaned in. There's a special designation, Distinguished Instructor. Each semester, only 2 get selected. It comes with special exemptions. It was the perfect mix of temptation and logic. Mandong could see it in the younger man's eyes. He was already hooked. 3 weeks off, full pay, treated like royalty. Shin Hyuk gulped. It sounds way too good. Mandong let out a satisfied chuckle, now that things were going exactly as he planned. To make sure it gets the attention it deserves, we'll avoid chaotic dates. The presidential election is next week, so let's hold our duel a month from now. A calendar hung on the wall, its dates neatly marked as if declaring that this duel could no longer be cancelled. Exactly 1 month from now, the day before the end of semester ceremony. Yes, if the teacher were to suddenly back out by then, it would be more than awkward. Shin Hyuk's gaze remained fixed on the calendar, firm but unshaken. A man's word is his bond. Kim Mandong stared at him seriously, locking it in with a final nod. A promise like that is worth more than gold. Once said, it must be kept. With that, Shin Hyuk pulled open the door and left the suffocating room. It's time for class. I'll take my leave now. As he stepped into the hallway, his mind was already racing. 1 month. I've got just 1 month to figure out how to land a single clean hit on Kim Mandong. The tempting offer from earlier echoed in his head like a meaty bone tossed to a starving dog. But the truth? That bone hadn't been offered to be eaten, it had been smashed right across his skull. Sure, the deal sounded sweet. But anyone with half a brain could tell this was a trap disguised as a gift. Shin Hyuk imagined himself striking Mandong with his blade, only for the man to take it without flinching, still exuding that calm, overwhelming aura. In martial arts terms, Kim Mandong isn't just first class, he's on a whole different plane. If this were Wuxia, he'd be the guy with diamond-hard muscles, someone immune to physical damage. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk had only just climbed out of the upper-tier category, and was trying to claw his way toward the peak. Landing a meaningful blow on someone that far ahead was like trying to grab a star out of the sky. He let out a long, weary sigh. Well, I agreed to it already. In a way it was a malicious offer, but one that challenged his pride. And sometimes, a man had to step up. The hallway buzzed with students coming and going. Amid the crowd emerged a woman with long, curly brown hair, her dress matching the warm tones of her hair. No matter how much he dreamed of a quiet, peaceful life, Shin Hyuk knew he couldn't sleep well at night, while letting others shoulder burdens meant for him. Just then, a digital notification popped up in front of him. New side story unlocked. The one who defeated the vice principal. The tale of Kang Shin Hyuk begins now. With a surge of energy, Shin Hyuk clenched his fists. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The one who defeated the vice principal, huh? Sounds ridiculous, but okay. If this is gonna be a full-blown side story arc, maybe it's not impossible after all. Cut to a snowy forest, blanketed in white silence. There stood Yu Ryang, long silver hair flowing, his presence commanding. He already knew what was coming. Nope. No way. Not doing this. Shin Hyuk dropped to his knees in the snow, bowing his head deeply. Come on, master. Don't be like that. Please, just this once. But Yu Ryang turned his back without hesitation. No matter how hard you try, if something is impossible, then it's impossible. Yu Ryang turned his back but still called out behind him. What was it again? That Aurora Chaos thing. Still kneeling in the snow, Shin Hyuk pleaded earnestly. You mean the Aurora Slash? Right, that. Heard it's a skill on par with Sword Aura or whatever. Even though he had clearly refused earlier, Yu Ryang couldn't help but be curious about what Shin Hyuk was getting at. To leave even a scratch on someone with diamond-level defense, you'd need something like Sword Aura. You folks call it. What was it again? Aurora Slash, Shin Hyuk repeated, almost mechanically. Yes, that. Yu Ryang closed his eyes and waved him off, still uninterested. You need absolute dedication to reach that level. How could you, of all people, hope to land a blow on someone in the realm of indestructibility? In your current state, if you're lucky, maybe you'll manage to shave a few chest hairs off. Shin Hyuk looked up, eyes sparkling with stubborn hope. But even if it's the same technique, just maybe I could land a single clean hit. Yu Ryang could only sigh. This kid just doesn't quit, does he? Master Shin Hyuk pressed on. What is the technique you're talking about? Annoyed, Yu Ryang snapped. It's the dirty little tricks you like so much. You know, mountain ginseng, rare herbs, that sort of stuff. His tone was laced with sarcasm, but then he muttered, if you had, say, 3 roots of 100-year-old mountain ginseng, maybe you could pull it off. Maybe. You might barely manage a taste of that Aurora thingy. Aurora / Shin Hyuk corrected again. Yu Ryang, fed up, dropped a firm punch on his disciple's head to knock the nonsense out of him. No, you little punk. What you're aiming for is sword aura. Rubbing his sore head, Shin Hyuk still refused to give up. Even if it's not on par with those top-tier freaks, if I can push myself hard enough, maybe I can swing it once. Just once. A quiet smile tugged at his lips. One time. Then Shin Hyuk looked up at his master, held up a single finger, and said with absolute resolve, that's all I need. One solid hit. Just one. He stood up, eyes alight, and with a grin, spun around and took off running through the snow. Thank you, master. I'm heading out for the day. Yu Ryang shouted after him, hey. Where are you going, you brat? But Shin Hyuk was already disappearing into the distance, leaving behind his exasperated, slightly worried teacher. 3 roots of 100-year-old ginseng. Those things cost a fortune. Where the hell's he gonna find that? Yu Ryang's face twisted in concern as he stared after the boy. That idiot, where's he gonna pull that kind of cash from? Far ahead, Shin Hyuk ran toward the glowing green portal, the gate to the outside world. Out there, money solves everything. I just need cash. And luckily, next week was the presidential election. As he stepped into the portal, he turned back one last time, and gave a reassuring smile to his master. I'm gonna go buy some ginseng. Seora held up her phone and let out a sigh. She couldn't hide the disappointment that weighed on her heart. Thinking about her once close senior who had vanished like a passing breeze, she muttered. What the hell, with the face mask still on? She furrowed her brows and exhaled deeply. Ever since he left Antas, he hasn't reached out even once. Her voice grew quieter, like she was talking to herself or maybe blaming someone. I heard he's famous on WeTube now. Don't tell me he has a girlfriend already? The sudden ring of her phone shattered the stillness around her. Startled, it was as if someone had yanked her back to reality. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Shin Hyuk. A flicker of something unreadable crossed her eyes. Speak of the devil. But then a faint smile curved her lips, a bittersweet expression. Of course. He said I was the only one for him, didn't he? She sat up and answered the call, though her voice now carried a subtle chill. Hello, Shin Hyuk greeted her gently. Seora, what are you up to? He said her name like it still belonged to him. Like nothing had changed. But her response was indifferent, almost mechanical. Nothing. Just reading at home. Why? Not wasting any time, he got straight to the point. And in that moment his words hit her like a slap. Could you lend me some money? Not much. Just about 100 million won. Without a second's hesitation, she hung up. On the other end, his voice still called her name softly, like a guilty man whispering in a confessional. Seora Choi. Seora expression blank. Seora activated her phone's emergency shoot-off menu. With a firm, deliberate press, she powered it down. Her eyes cold, her movements sharp. Meanwhile, under a dim lamp, Shin Hyuk sat deep in thought, brooding over a mystical fish and a mythical ginseng root. There's no way I could get something like a spirit flower inner core? Or 1,000-year snow ginseng? He sighed, half laughing at the absurdity of his own goals. Still, those legendary elixirs danced through his thoughts like forbidden fruit. But he knew his limits. Lee Ji-sung mentioned it over and over. Natural mountain ginseng still exists in this world. His mind began categorizing again, as he often did when stressed. There were many types: wild ginseng, semi-wild cultivated ginseng, artificially planted mountain ginseng. He murmured to himself, among them, the only one you could really call a true elixir is natural wild mountain ginseng. He recalled seeing their insane auction prices. Numbers so staggering, most people could only sigh and scroll on. That was the core issue, the mind-boggling cost. Even ginseng under 100 years old could run into the tens of millions. Once it passed 100 years, some went for over 100 million won a root. A dry chuckle escaped his lips as he remembered the arrogant chaebol hair who got clobbered by Kim Mandon. Lee Ji-sung came from a rich family, and still got destroyed, even after stuffing himself with ginseng pickled in kimchi. Shin Hyuk smirked. So what if he ate ginseng like rice? He still got flattened. He remembered something Yu Ryam once said while transferring energy to him. It's not about eating the ginseng. It's about absorbing the qi inside it properly. That's when it clicked. Even if I only manage to get one root, and have a true martial arts master help me absorb it right. Then he stared at the numbers again. At his total assets minus 300 million won. Buying 3 roots of natural ginseng would completely wipe him out. Buried in thoughts, surrounded by the weight of price tags and possibilities, he grasped at a distant memory. A single comment from the vice principal came to mind. A calm, resolute voice echoed in Shin Hyuk's mind, Kim Mandong's voice, sharp as ever. If you want people to see the fight, avoid chaotic times. The presidential elections next week. Let's settle things a month from now. Those words, so clear it was like they'd been whispered just yesterday, made his eyes widen. Presidential election. A moment passed. Then, slowly the corners of his lips curled upward, like a man who just found a diamond in a pile of ash. A glint of sly satisfaction sparkled in his eyes. No matter what anyone says, the whole point of elections is the stock market. As he mentally retraced his recent journey, a realization hit him like a slap. He had been willfully blind to the most obvious opportunity in front of him. The hassle from his practicum instructor, his withdrawal from ANTAS, becoming a breakout star on YouTube. The fear he saw on strangers' faces whenever he passed them on the street. He'd ignored it all, trying to keep his life quiet and tidy. But now, Shin Hyuk pieced the puzzle together in his mind like a chess master laying out the final move, every relationship, every secret from the novel he'd read in his previous life. The President's Secret Manual. Kim In, Director of the Hunter Bureau. The Black Market Trafficking of ANTAS Genesis. Apocalyptic Barter Networks. His feet carried him into the bank, but his mind was already racing with plans. I've been using knowledge from the novel pretty well so far, but how the hell did I overlook the stock angle? He mentally slapped himself. You idiot. At the reception desk, the bank teller gave him a polished smile. Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, your loan application has been approved. Congratulations. He returned the smile politely. Thank you. I appreciate it. As he stepped back, a memory of his previous life surfaced back when he was a third-rate freelance writer. Back then, even walking into a bank felt intimidating. The memory of Min Chan's smug laugh loomed behind him like a ghost. But now he was Kang Shin Hyuk, a teacher at Hunter School. A man the banks wanted to lend money to. He had knowledge of the future. More importantly, he was Kang Shin Hyuk, the miracle man, who already knew how this would all play out. He said it confidently, like announcing tomorrow's weather. Kim In Hak's campaign will lose the presidential election. Kim Chil Hwan will win. As he walked out of the bank, a confident smirk tugged at his lips. He had all the loan money in hand. And a new plan. Time to go all in on Kim Chil Hwan themed stocks. A few days passed. On a windless afternoon, just after noon, the doorbell at the teacher's dorm rang out, unusually loud, as if heralding some strange miracle. A delivery man stood outside, drenched in sweat and panting like he'd run a marathon. He struggled to keep his balance while holding an absurdly large number of boxes. When the door opened, the man wheezed but managed to speak. Are you Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk? I've got, 42 pieces for you. He then added with a hint of admiration. Oh, and the drinks. They're all free. Just a thank you bonus. Shin Hyuk opened the door, and replied with the calm of a man who ordered 42 pizzas every Tuesday. Yes, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. Bring them in. Students nearby began crowding around, eyes wide in disbelief. Wait, teacher. What's going on? He simply shrugged. And as the golden sunlight cast an almost divine glow around him, he answered without a hint of irony. What do you mean, what's going on? It's pizza. Just grab one each. Meanwhile, on YouTube, a new statistic appeared beneath his name: Kang Shin Hyuk estimated net worth. To 1,486,531,250. A festival-like cheer spread throughout the dormitory. Students were screaming with joy like it was Christmas morning, while the adults stood frozen, jaws slack at the numbers being tossed around. Amid the chaos, one student shouted at the top of his lungs like he'd been possessed, Mom, when I grow up, I'm gonna be Kang Shin Hyuk. Shin Hyuk responded with a calm, gentle smile, the kind of grin that only made things worse. Another student immediately snapped, dead serious. Hey, Don't just shout the teacher's name like that. Show some respect. A third kid, almost trembling, mumbled. He's not just a teacher, he's the chosen one. A living legend. Then a commanding voice rang out above the clamor. Like a prophet delivering the truth, his stock picks had a 500% return. And while the pizza party exploded with laughter and greasy euphoria, behind the scenes lay the truth. This was the result of a brutal political gamble. And Shin Hyuk? He was the only one who had bet correctly. His voice lowered as he analyzed the whole picture for the curious and increasingly pizza-stuffed crowd. In the beginning, Kim Jun-seok, the actor backing Kim In-hak, the guy who had beef with Seora, was dominating the polls. He paused dramatically. But then, bam, just before the election, a corruption scandal hit him like a freight train. Public opinion flipped, and Kim Chil-hwan's rating skyrocketed. He allowed himself a satisfied smile but kept his tone firm and parental. So yeah, I went all in. Used every line of credit, every loan, and every piece of insider info from the novel. And it worked. The student's eyes lit up. But he warned, holding up a finger, don't do this. Seriously. Don't follow in my footsteps. The room echoed with chewing noises. The kids were scarfing pizza like they hadn't eaten in days. He sighed and muttered under his breath, you're all gonna choke to death at this rate. Fine, I'll buy you digestive medicine too. At that moment, one of the students, brown-haired, cheeks stuffed with mozzarella, paused mid-bite. He looked genuinely confused. Wait, what's the occasion, sir? Something good happen? Shin Hyuk glanced around the room at the chaos he had unleashed, then shrugged like it was no big deal. Oh, nothing much. Your teacher just made a little profit off the stock market. That's all. He took a breath, then suddenly said, oh right, there's one more thing. The students mid-chew froze. A beat of silence passed. I'll be dueling the vice principal the day before the closing ceremony. The dormitory exploded again, but this time, not with celebration. With utter disbelief. Students started choking. Pizza crusts dropped to the floor. One kid clutched his stomach and wailed, I'm choking. Somebody get me antacids. Another screamed, he's a god. A mad god. A short-haired student who had just taken a gulp of Coke burst into a coughing fit, then narrowed his eyes and asked in a low, serious tone, are you being serious right now? You're really going to duel that muscle monster Kim Man-dong? Shin Hyuk gave him a flat look. Hey kid. Don't refer to the vice principal like that. Show some respect. Then, without another word, Shin Hyuk turned his back to the room. There was something different about him now. The atmosphere changed, his presence radiated like cold steel, like invisible sword energy cutting through the air. Of course it won't be a fair match, he said coolly. I'll be given a handicap. The duel ends if I land a single clean hit. His voice was calm. But each word dropped like a hammer onto the stunned students. The brown-haired boy's mouth hung open. He turned pale. A clean hit. You mean if you land a blow, it counts as a win? Another student clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. No, that's suicide, he's gonna die. Shin Hyuk let out a long sigh and forced a smile, trying to reassure the wide-eyed student still chewing through mouthfuls of pizza. Anyway, he said softly, eat up while you can. Then, in a tone heavy with gravity, he added, this might be the last pizza I ever buy for you. The kids paused, some mid-bite, the atmosphere shifting instantly. Shin Hyuk's expression turned serious, and in his mind, he already saw it coming. The election's over. Soon, Vice Principal Kim Man-dong will announce the upcoming duel with me. It'll hit the public like wildfire. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if about to swing a sword that couldn't be sheathed again. That's why I brought it up first. To drive the nail in before anyone else could. He opened his eyes, sharp enough to pierce through steel. One strike. One clean hit. That's all it'll take. He bowed his head slightly, his voice dropping into a solemn vow. So the vice principal can't spin it any other way. I need to make that rule the one-strike win crystal clear to the public. Images flashed through his mind, stocks rising, financial graphs flickering green, headlines confirming the existence of supernaturals. I've won at investing. Supernatural beings are real. Now all that's left is cultivation. A subtle smile crept across his otherwise stoic face. Everything is heading in the right direction. He tilted his head ever so slightly, like a fighter issuing a silent challenge. Just wait, Kim Man-dong. Snow fell quietly in the frozen forest. Shin Hyuk turned toward a man seated beside a crate, calm as a general before battle. Alright, master. Are you fully prepared? Standing tall, he glanced at the boxes stacked neatly before them, and reported like a soldier, yes sir. 3 boxes of sesame ramen, 5 of Anyel's soul, 2 chocolate crates, and 4 Coca-Colas. He held out a list, grinning proudly. Also bought every top-selling instant food item from the supermarket. Yu Rayang let out a hearty laugh and gave his disciple a gentle pat on the shoulder. Well done. Your sincerity has reached me. Then his expression turned sharp. And what about the other items? Are those prepared as well? Shin Hyuk nodded with total confidence. Of course. You once said sacred herbs must come by fate. He opened the wooden box reverently. Inside were 3 fat, golden ginseng roots, radiating a warm glow that shimmered even against the snow. Their fragrance was rich, earthy, and unmistakably powerful. These are celestial-grade wild ginsengs, over 100 years old. All prepared, master. Shin Hyuk's eyes briefly flicked to the numbers in his mental ledger. Celestial Mountain Ginseng 3 roots remaining funds. 1,186,531,250. Minus 300 million. Yu Ryan whistled in surprise. He sniffed the air, then squinted nostalgically. Back in the day I had a bite of a 300-year-old root. This one's not quite there, but definitely over 100. He lifted a root and appraised its weight and density. These 2 here, they're legit. Good work. Shin Hyuk scratched the back of his head and looked away, mumbling. Didn't you used to say not to rely on elixirs or tricks? Yu Ryan spun around instantly, eyes narrowed. What was that? Shin Hyuk froze. Nothing. I mean, I'm just glad master confirmed they're authentic. Really lucky. Cut the nonsense, the old man barked, folding his arms. Eat, then train. Shin Hyuk bowed, face full of resolve. Thank you, master. Inside the wooden box, the ginsengs lay nestled on a bed of soft green moss, looking almost sacred. Snow swirled around them, wind sharp as knives. Then, gently, Yu Ryan placed his hands on Shin Hyuk's shoulders. A wave of deep blue light flowed from his palms, weaving like threads of magic into Shin Hyuk's body, rushing into his meridians like a spring overflowing beneath frozen ice. A sacred rite had begun. A stifling heat filled the air. The temperature rose sharply, waves of warmth radiating from the sacred herbs. The young man furrowed his brows and muttered through gritted teeth. It's too hot. A dense, pure, and comforting stream of emerald energy wrapped around him, causing sweat to bead across his forehead. I've only ever had ginseng and chicken stew, he thought in awe. Now I finally get why a single root can cost 100 million won. This energy, it's unreal. Beside him, the old master remained calm, steadily transmitting energy into his disciple's body. His voice carried both command and care. Don't resist the flow I'm sending in, just accept it. You've already trained with the cultivation technique, so it won't be difficult. But Shin Hyuk winced, clenching his fists as the green flames surged through him. Not difficult, huh? He wasn't entirely convinced. He felt as though he were sinking into a vast, dark ocean. His thoughts swirled, scattered. With trembling hands, he imagined himself scooping water from a deep basin. If cultivating inner energy before this was like collecting a few drops at a time, he reasoned, then this is like using a bucket and hauling up gallons at once. He shut his eyes. The sensation deepened. Now it no longer felt like he was scooping water at all. It's like I'm submerged in an enormous river. Each breath drew more energy into him, warm and alive. Back in the real world, the master remained focused, mana pulsing steadily from his hands into Shin Hyuk's body. Then, breaking the silence, Yu Ryan tilted his head slightly and asked in a sharp but calm tone, "My disciple, there's something I want to ask you." Shin Hyuk, still straining under the immense pressure, answered respectfully, "Yes, master." "What is it?" Yu Ryan paused. His piercing gaze didn't waver as he asked. "The ginseng you brought, it's the real deal. Powerful, high-quality stuff. That must cost you a fortune." He didn't wait for confirmation. "Tell me, how exactly did you manage to gather the kind of wealth needed to buy it?" Shin Hyuk, ever honest, gave a sheepish nod and replied, "You're right, master. I did make quite a lot of money." Yu Ryan's voice turned heavier. "In that case, why not give up on swordsmanship? Walk away from teaching. Isn't that enough?" He leaned in, sincerely curious. "Tell me, what are you chasing so hard for? Why put yourself through this suffering just to grow stronger?" The green energy surged even hotter. But Shin Hyuk didn't back down. His reply was steady, his voice honest. Lately there are things I've come to take responsibility for. His gaze dimmed slightly as old memories resurfaced. Sejin, I have to rescue a student who's gotten mixed up with the wrong people, he said, his tone soft but resolute. And I need to restore the reputation of another, whose name was dragged through the mud. Because of me. Yu Ryan watched his disciple's back, now glowing faintly with jade light, and saw the truth in his words. Shin Hyuk took a deep breath, then added with quiet determination, if I gave up like you said, I might be physically freer. He paused, then exhaled slowly, the weight of his conviction sharpening his tone. But I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Not peacefully. Not truly. The master said nothing for a moment. Then the corners of his lips curled upward ever so slightly. With a voice that carried both pride and certainty, he said, as I thought, I didn't choose the wrong student. Shin Hyuk glanced at his master, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by that, master? Yu Rying simply closed his eyes and shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You don't need to know. But then his eyes opened again, glowing blood red with an eerie, otherworldly light. His face darkened, and his voice dropped, low and thunderous like a storm breaking through the stillness of midnight. Still, the effect of the ginseng is far better than I expected. Shin Hyuk blinked, puzzled, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as a strange new energy continued to surge through his body. He looked up, unsettled, unsure what to make of his master's sudden shift. Yu Ryan tilted his head slightly, as though something unexpected had just clicked into place in his mind. His eyes gleamed with a cold decision. If it were under normal circumstances, he thought, this would be the end of today's training. But with the medicine still coursing through him, he turned to Shin Hyuk, voice softer now yet sharper somehow. I'll give you a gift. Then, with a warning edge in his tone, he added, from this point on, it may hurt. Quite a bit. But bear with it. Shin Hyuk flinched, his face twisted with confusion. Hurt. Wait, what? He turned his head in alarm, lips parting as he tried to make sense of what he'd just heard. But it was already too late. A surge of wind, thick with invisible power, exploded outward in a vortex. Before he could even react, Shin Hyuk was swept up by an overwhelming force, his body yanked forward like a rag doll caught in a storm. His eyes flew wide open. His pupils shrank in sheer panic. His mouth dropped open. What the hell? A crackling roar erupted. Yu Ryang's face had gone hard with intensity, both arms outstretched as he unleashed everything. Blue lightning surged from his palms, mana bursting like a dam torn apart. He poured all of it, every drop, into Shin Hyuk. A blinding flash of blue light erupted, and Shin Hyuk's body was thrown forward violently. The shockwave split the air as if space itself were tearing open. The pain hit like a freight train. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, he could only scream. A raw, guttural cry tore from his throat, half fear, half agony. His face twisted under the sheer pressure and pain, the intensity of the moment ripping through every nerve in his body. He screamed again, louder this time, voice echoing through the frozen forest as if the world itself were crying with him. And then a bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens. It tore the sky open, a spear of searing blue light crashing to earth with divine fury. The forest around them trembled, trees uprooted and hurled aside by the shockwave. The very air was ripped apart. Thunder roared like the wrath of a god. And at the center of it all, Shin Hyuk's body vanished, swallowed whole by the column of light and power. As Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth, body straining under the relentless force, he couldn't hold back his frustration and confusion any longer. What the hell is this? He cursed silently. This crazy old man, did I say something wrong? Master, what the hell are you even doing right now? Yu Ryang's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, firm and commanding, overpowering all resistance. I told you to endure it. Stop screaming and focus. The pain came in waves, hammering his senses. It felt like his head was about to explode. He could barely form thoughts anymore, only broken echoes. What the hell is even going on? I want to quit, I really do. But it hurts so damn much I can't even say the words. The agony was so sharp, so vivid, he could only compare it to something terrifying. It's like getting every single wisdom tooth ripped out at once with no anesthesia. But then something shifted. As memories of their initial meeting flashed through his mind, Shin Hyuk suddenly sensed something strange happening within his body. The energy his master was pouring in it wasn't flowing to the usual energy points. Wait a second, That's not the normal meridian. He blinked in disbelief. There's a wall inside me, and Master's trying to break through it. And just then, the image burned itself into his mind. Yu Ryang, eyes ablaze, swinging a giant, blazing hammer down onto a glowing forge of iron. The sheer force of it looked like it could crush space itself. Shin Hyuk was stunned. What the hell is he doing? Why is he trying to break through meridians that aren't even in the manual? That's not in any cultivation guide I've ever seen. Electric light flared wildly, wrapping around Yu Ryang's hand as he continued channeling energy into Shin Hyuk. The dense waves of mana crackled and snapped like a thunderstorm unleashed in his veins. Shin Hyuk clenched his jaw, struggling to stay conscious. How long has this been going on? How much energy is he pushing into me? And then it hit. A horrifying sensation, like his very soul had been torn apart, burst through his chest. It was as if something had been violently ripped open inside him, like a beast deep within had been slashed in half. Crack. The sound echoed not through his ears but through his being. Yu Ryang suddenly let out a surprised exclamation, as if even he hadn't been certain it would work. How does a kid this young have so many blocked meridians and impurities? But we've broken through. You did well to endure that much. When the training finally ended, Shin Hyuk collapsed, chest heaving, his whole body limp and drained. He barely managed to lift his head and muttered hoarsely, I don't even know what that was. But yeah, I'm not doing that a second time." His pale, exhausted face turned toward his master. "Master, is it over?" Yu Ryang stood in silence, face unreadable. His eyes remained sharp and calculating, and then his lips curled upward ever so slightly. Without warning, he pressed a hand to Shin Hyuk's side, and sent another surge of mana into him. Shin Hyuk screamed, caught off guard. "Wait, not that's BAT, no, it's supposed to be beside it." The second wave of pain hit him so hard he blacked out. Time passed. A faint scent drifted under his nose, warm and savory. It stirred something in him. Shin Hyuk jerked upright, groaning in annoyance. His face twisted into a frown. "I'm suing you. For real this time." Across from him, Yu Ryang casually slurped hot noodles with zero remorse. Mim. "Damn, sesame noodles really are the best." He looked up at his disciple, perfectly calm. "You seem to have recovered. Want a bite?" Shin Hyuk's eyes bulged with rage as he shot to his feet, fist raised high in disbelief. "Master. What the hell did you just do to my body?" His voice cracked with frustration and panic, like someone who had been thrown into a battlefield blindfolded. "You didn't explain anything. You just told me to endure it. Did I do something wrong?" He shouted so loudly it echoed across the trees. "I'm falling apart here." Yu Ryang slowly turned, eyes narrowed, his expression filled with something between disbelief and fury. "Falling apart? Oh, you've got to be kidding me." His voice rose like thunder. "You ungrateful little brat. I bust my ass helping you, pouring my inner power into you. And this is the thanks I get. What did you do, you ask? What did I do?" Enraged, Yu Ryang raised his fist, aiming a solid punch straight for his disciple's face. "I knew you were shameless, but now you're just saying anything that pops into that brain of yours." But Shin Hyuk, despite everything, dodged it. Instinctively, effortlessly. A cocky grin tugged at his lips. Ducked it. Nice and clean. For a moment he froze. His eyes blinked rapidly, trying to process what just happened. "Wait, I dodged that." He slowly turned his head to point at the spot he'd just been standing, stunned. "Did I actually move that fast?" Yu Ryang's voice rang out behind him, deep and smug. "Look at that. Dodged it, huh? Guess all that effort wasn't for nothing after all." Shin Hyuk was still dazed, unsure if he'd just gotten lucky, or if something inside him really had changed. Seriously, what was that? "Master, can you do it again? Just once more?" He said it with the hesitant look of someone not quite sure if he'd unlocked a hidden skill, or just hallucinated it. Yu Ryang's face twisted into a scowl. "You little..." But instead of answering, the old man's eyes gleamed mischievously. "Feeling cocky now, huh?" Without warning, he launched a flurry of rapid kicks, testing Shin Hyuk's reflexes. "This one. And this. And how about this? Come on, disciple, dodge them all if you're so great." On the receiving end, Shin Hyuk flailed helplessly, covering his head like a child caught in a sudden downpour. "And no, wait. I'm sorry, master." The empty noodle cup lay discarded nearby, totally cleaned out. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was getting thrashed like a practiced dummy. He screamed in despair between blocks. Master, please just explain what you did to me. Yu Ryan finally let out a long sigh. His voice calmed, but carried a quiet pride. I told you earlier there was still a lot of the ginseng's power left in your system. It would have been a waste to let it fade. He nodded to himself, then added with a tone like a doctor reporting a successful surgery, so, I took the liberty of channeling a bit of my own energy to unlock your Ren and Du meridians. Shin Hyuk's eyes went wide. A term he'd only ever seen in martial arts novels suddenly appeared in real life. Ren and Du meridians. He muttered under his breath, recalling half-remembered theories. Those are the central energy channels that run vertically through the body's core. He spoke to himself like a student piecing together a puzzle, matching textbook knowledge with what he'd just experienced. Before, when I practiced the Great Circulation technique, it relied on the 12 primary meridians, a really complex flow. But now, his voice trembled with realization. I can circulate energy directly through the Ren and Du channels. As the memory of the earlier punch came back, his eyes drifted toward Yu Ryang's retreating figure. That lightning-fast strike makes sense now. I felt something unblock inside me just before it landed. He scratched his head awkwardly. So that's why his punch felt so much faster than usual. Then another thought struck him, sudden and electrifying. Wait a sec, in most martial arts novels, unlocking those meridians means, he gasped, you become stupidly strong after that. His lips slowly curled into a smile. Holy crap. Shin Hyuk immediately turned, eyes gleaming with excitement. Master, so does this mean I've become a top-tier martial arts master now? Like, ultra mega super powerful. Yu Ryang slowly looked over his shoulder, gaze ice cold. You've exploded. Shin Hyuk's eyes went wide. What exploded? Wait, what do you mean exploded? Yu Ryan pointed straight at his disciple with the face of someone who had just heard the dumbest thing all week. Your conscience. You little brat, barely broke out of first-class rank, and already dreaming of God tier. First class, supreme class, then super supreme class. You skipped a whole damn stage. Even as Yu Ryang swung his arm to smack him upside the head, Shin Hyuk sidestepped it smoothly, his newfound confidence radiating after that historic transformation. Well, I did go through a lot just now, and avoided both hits. Huh. Yu Ryang snapped, cutting him off mid-brag. Fine, let's fix that. Smack. He still got hit. A sizable lump formed on Shin Hyuk's head, but the boy just rubbed it with an unbothered grin. You little, I'm the one who did all the hard work. Yu Ryan growled. What effort did you put in? Eating 100-year ginseng, and then immediately thinking you could level up. Shin Hyuk raised his hands high in protest, face scrunched in dramatic injustice. But you said it had amazing medicinal properties. Yu Ryan turned away, sighing with irritation, but keeping a surprisingly calm voice. Yes, the herb was good. That's the only reason I could barely open your Ren and Du meridians. But to jump 2 ranks. For that, you'd need something like a 10,000-year snow ginseng, or the heart of a flood dragon. Shin Hyuk's face turned red with frustration, biting his lip. In his mind, the line between reality and wuxia fantasy began to blur. He shook himself. Wait a second, am I really starting to think this world works like a martial arts novel? Where the hell would I even find stuff like that? Yu Ryan tried to reassure him. Reaching supreme class alone is already an impressive leap. Don't get greedy. Shin Hyuk lowered his voice, eyes glinting with hope. Master, then can I use sword force now? Yu Ryan didn't give a yes or no, just raised an eyebrow. That depends entirely on you. You said yourself you just need to land one clean strike on the vice principal, right? Shin Hyuk's thoughts drifted to a vivid mental image. A wooden box bursting open with lush green herbs. I went after the ginseng just for this moment. Even if it's reckless, just one shot is enough, master. But Yu Ryan frowned, clearly unconvinced. One clean hit doesn't sound that hard, does it? Especially for a kid being called the only martial artist in the world. Shin Hyuk's eyes lit with conviction. Don't say that, master. You have no idea how strong S-rank hunters are. Yu Ryan let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head and turning away. Hunters? Don't make me laugh. S-rank, SS-rank, whatever, they're nothing. He spoke like he was reminiscing about children pretending to be warriors. When I was still roaming the martial world, there were tons of fighters at the super supreme class level. Shin Hyuk nodded respectfully, though with a hint of disbelief. Yeah, I'm sure there were. Yu Ryan didn't like the tone. You don't believe me, do you? Back then, Anyone who mattered, elders from major sects, real powerhouses, all were at that level. He sighed deeply, head down. Not that it was common, mind you. But if there's one thing I've always told you, know your limits. Shin Hyuk, however, stood tall and declared boldly, even if I lose, I just need to land one clean hit. That's all. He clapped his hands together, practically glowing with enthusiasm. Master, let's get training. Hurry. Yu Ryan stared at him for a long moment, a smirk slowly forming as he shook his head. That's exactly why my disciple never gets anything done. Yu Ryan's voice grew heavier. He wasn't lecturing anymore, he was questioning his disciple's very character. You feel nothing when your training starts with the mindset that you'll lose? The words didn't land on Shin Hyuk's ears, they slammed straight into his chest. It wasn't just criticism. It was a challenge to his core. A man once hailed as a transcendent force now standing here, watching his disciple say that landing just one hit would be enough. Yu Ryan's lips curled into a faint sneer. If it were me, I'd be furious. I wouldn't be satisfied with just one damn hit. Shin Hyuk stared at the ground. His chest felt hollow. Every word his master spoke was like a mirror reflecting the very thoughts he had been trying to bury. I don't need to beat him, I just need to land a single strike. That had been his logic. That had been his limit. But now he frowned, chewing on those words. Now that I think about it, yeah, that pisses me off. His fist clenched tight. It wasn't that Yu Ryan was calling him prideless. It wasn't about lacking fighting spirit. No, he was exposing the cracks in his disciple's resolve. Shin Hyuk thought back to the moment the vice principal made that offer. If you can land just one clean hit, I'll acknowledge your skill. It wasn't something he came up with. It was something handed down. And without realizing it, he had let that become his limit. Shin Hyuk took a deep breath. His hand trembled not from fear but from frustration. No. This isn't about winning or losing. He had accepted someone else's standard as his ceiling, and that, more than anything, was the real defeat. His gaze lifted. His back straightened. His eyes lit up with renewed fire. Master, he said, voice unwavering. I've been thinking about it, and I was wrong. Yu Ryan raised an eyebrow. Shin Hyuk spoke with clarity, each word sharp and proud. The vice principal may have said one hit is enough. But I'm not stopping at one. I'm going to hit him 5 times at least. Yu Ryan snorted out a laugh, so sharp it cut through the air. 5 hits, huh? Just 5. His grin twisted wider, teasing. You think that's a full score? That's barely 50 points, brat. Shin Hyuk blinked. Wait, what? 50? What does that mean? Yu Ryan choked on his own laughter, coughing mid-sentence. Then he turned, voice booming with authority. Follow me. I'll show you what it takes to get a perfect 100. Shin Hyuk shot to his feet, eyes blazing. He looked at his master's back, broad, steady, and walking forward without hesitation. 100. Master, if you had something like that up your sleeve, why didn't you tell me sooner? Yu Ryan stopped, just before the clearing's edge. His lips curved slightly, but his tone grew uncharacteristically solemn. Because it's not my technique, he said, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. Shin Hyuk tilted his head, confused. Not yours? Yu Ryan stared out across the horizon, his back silhouetted against the fading light. His voice dipped into something deep, nostalgic. Back when I wandered the martial world, I met many people. But only 2 of them I could ever call friends. Yu Ryan's voice turned cold and deliberate. What I'm about to teach you now is a technique used by one of them. The word them spoken so casually, yet it carried weight. But what caught Shin Hyuk off guard even more was the term used by a friend. For some reason it warmed his heart. In his mind, his master had always been a lone peak, unreachable, solitary. But now, hearing that he once had friends, it made the legend feel human. Wait, so friends share martial techniques with each other too? Shin Hyuk blurted out with naive curiosity. Yu Ryan scowled and snapped, don't talk nonsense. Martial arts are never to be passed on, unless it's to a disciple. That's a sacred rule. Then he added with a faint sigh. I didn't learn it from him willingly. We clashed so many times that, over the years, I unraveled the secret behind that move on my own. Shin Hyuk shivered slightly. He'd heard about it before in the martial world. Stealing someone else's technique was one of the gravest offenses. But now, there's no one left who even uses martial arts. So who cares? Yu Ryan said, almost like brushing dust off his shoulder. The weight of that statement lingered in Shin Hyuk's chest. A martial world that had vanished, a master who remembered it alone. It only made him more curious. Images formed in his mind, a towering figure, radiating power, launching a deadly, sharp technique at Yu Ryang. If that was his friend, was he as strong as master? Yu Ryang let out a small chuckle. His lips curled into a half-proud, half-nostalgic smile. He wasn't stronger than me. But he wasn't weak either. Back then he had already reached the peak. Still, that one technique of his even forced me, someone a realm above him, to hesitate. Shin Hyuk felt his blood boil with excitement. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Master, come on. Just teach it to me already. He practically yelled. Yu Ryan gave a slow nod, his voice now filled with both anticipation and a trace of vengeance. Good. Use this to crush that arrogant vice principal. 1 week later. A soft stillness hung in the air around a small cafe tucked between the city streets. Nothing seemed out of place. Ordinary. Inside, a voice broke the calm, gentle, but tinged with mild reproach. You didn't say a word the last time you hung up. So why call me all of a sudden today? Seora, holding a drink with both hands, beamed as if trying to melt his irritation. I didn't know you'd end up scoring big with those stocks, remember? Otherwise I'd have called sooner. She added with a grin. But actually I wanted to talk about the medicine from before. Shin Hyuk narrowed his eyes slightly. The medicine, you mean the Genesis drug I saw in Incheon? Seora's expression shifted immediately. Her voice lowered, more serious. Yes. We just confirmed reports that the drug's being distributed in China too. That caught Shin Hyuk off guard. But Seora wasn't done. There are even signs they tried to push it into Japan. Some got arrested. She recalled the image of crates stacked high, packed full of illegal substances. It's not our direct operation, but I wanted to share everything we know, just in case. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added cautiously, by the way, Shin Hyuk, her voice dropped, hesitant. She looked unsure whether to ask, but she did. Is it true you're going to fight the vice principal? She placed her phone screen in front of him. Shin Hyuk froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even the teachers know about this. Wow, guess that pizza really was something. Seora quickly waved her hands in protest, voice a bit rushed. No, it's not because of that. There's an official announcement on the school intranet. Staring at the screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. A single word slipped from Shin Hyuk's lips, caught somewhere between panic and pure despair. What? The announcement revealed itself line by line, each sentence hitting harder than the last like bullets, sealing off every possible escape route. It wasn't just a notice. It was a declaration. A verdict. An inescapable fate. Selection process for the top instructor of Semester 1. His mind jumped back to Man Dong, typing something at his desk with a grin too wide to be innocent. That bastard. So that's what he was drafting. For practical combat instructors, the top instructor will be selected by the vice principal through a live sparring match. Shin Hyuk's face went pale. Results will be determined through direct combat, with handicap advantages applied based on rank and performance level. To register, visit the vice principal's office in person. Then came the final line. And it hit like a death knell. Registration and matches begin today, and will continue until the day before the semester end ceremony. The words echoed in his mind like a countdown to execution. So that pizza duel was the damn entry exam. He could almost hear Man Dong cackling in the background, pen dancing across the keyboard, like a man signing someone else's death warrant. Seora tilted her head, genuinely surprised. Wait, you seriously had no idea? Seeing Shin Hyuk's blank stare, she leaned in, puzzled. Who else could it be? It's Li Ji-shang. At that name spoken so casually, Shin Hyuk choked on his drink, and nearly spat it all out across the table. Li Ji-shang. The worst delinquent in the entire middle school division. Across the table, Seora stared down at herself in shock. From head to toe, not a single dry spot left. Shin Hyuk, still coughing, hadn't even processed what just happened. Li Ji-seong. That's the main character. His brain froze. His body followed. Seora wiped herself off with a sharp scowl and growled, Senpai, did Li Ji-seong do something to you? That was a weird reaction. Only now did Shin Hyuk snap back to reality. He turned pale, his voice cracking. And no. I just choked. That's all. Wanting to shift the mood, he quickly changed the subject. Anyway, about that, was the school really okay with letting him in? Thankfully, Seora didn't press the issue. But the moment the topic turned back to Ji Seong, her expression twisted with frustration. Okay? Seriously, she huffed. His dad's the CEO of Huaxin Electronics, and his grandpa runs the entire Huaxin group. She let out an audible scoff. Every time I see that smug face of his walking around like he owns the place, I want to throw up. I swear some shady stuff's going on. Everyone who's ever complained about him just magically got over it. Meanwhile, I'm the only one still labeled as a troublemaker. Her voice grew sharper, words dripping with disgust. His attitude toward studying? Don't even ask. If I didn't have some restraint, I would have put him in his place a long time ago. While she fumed, Shin Hyuk grew visibly uneasy. His mind raced, rewinding through all the plot points he remembered. Right now, Lee Ji-sham was just a delinquent pure and simple. This was before the main character's soul entered his body. No wonder Seora hates him so much, he thought. In the original novel, she'd been openly hostile toward the protagonist from day one. So this is why. Trying to calm things down, Shin Hyuk offered a gentle voice. He's still a kid. Maybe he'll grow out of it over time. Seora spun around and snapped, "People don't change, senpai." He wanted to argue but couldn't. Not without revealing the truth. So instead he sighed inwardly. He will change, Seora, completely. Even if it's not really him anymore, yes, the one who'd eventually take over Lee Ji-seong's body would be an arrogant, self-centered man, but he'd fix all the damage the real Ji-seong had done. In the end, that version would become the hero of the story. Still, Shin Hyuk felt a bit helpless. He tried once more. You never know how the future'll turn out. Might as well be nice to the guy just in case. Seora folded her arms and looked away. Nope. Don't want to. And if he ends up in your class when we hit high school, you'll understand exactly how I feel. Realizing there was no winning this, Shin Hyuk let out a long sigh. Forget it. Not like I can change her mind. I'm just a harmless side character anyway. But the more she ranted, the more it sank in just how much she hated that kid. Even while eating, she couldn't stop muttering under her breath. I swear I can't wait for break to start just so I don't have to see his stupid face. Then she looked up and asked, speaking of, senpai, any plans for the break? Shin Hyuk was relieved by the change of topic and smiled faintly. There's a new teacher training program starting. I might have to join, but I'm not too sure about the details yet. At that, Seora's face turned serious. Are you sure you'll be okay? That program's mostly for instructors who graduated from hunter school, right? He nodded slowly. I've heard that too. If everything goes well, maybe I won't have to go. But I'm not exactly counting on it. Hearing that Shin Hyuk didn't plan to participate, Seora looked genuinely confused. But, isn't the rookie orientation training mandatory? He replied calmly, I heard that if you're selected as an outstanding instructor, you can get an exemption. The vice principal offered me the option. The moment he said that, Seora fell silent. Her eyes narrowed like something just clicked. Then suddenly she shot up from her seat. Wait a second. Is that what the mock battle is for? That old lunatic, she shouted, voice echoing through the room. Shin Hyuk frantically waved his hands. No, that's not the only reason. But it was too late. Seora's face went pale as she pieced it all together. Panic set in, quickly giving way to frustration. You idiot. Do you even know who you're fighting? That's Kim Mandong, the strongest of the 10 titans. She was practically yelling now. There's no way someone like you could even land a scratch on him. Shin Hyuk winced at the words. Her harsh tone stung more than he expected. Geez, does she have to say it like that? As he watched her overreacting, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. It's just a match. A fight during the holidays isn't the end of the world. Why is she making it sound like I'm signing up for a death sentence? Trying to play it cool. He muttered, Simon. It's not even started yet. You don't need to act like I've already lost. That comment brought her to a stunned silence. She blinked at him, completely taken aback. Did he just say that? Then, without warning, she stepped forward close. Too close. Her sharp gaze scanned him from top to bottom. Shin Hyuk froze. His face turned beet red. What's with that look? Her tone lowered, suspicious and serious. You've changed just a little. If it were the old you, you wouldn't have accepted a challenge like this. She took another step. Closer. Shin Hyuk's brain short-circuited. Too close. Way too close. But she kept staring, analyzing his every twitch. Finally she asked, voice low and thoughtful, Do people really change? He said nothing. In his head he was screaming. Sorry, I kind of got possessed. Time passed quickly. Whether chickens crowed or not, the dawn still came. Before anyone realized, the day before the end of semester ceremony had arrived. The atmosphere was electric. The arena buzzed with excitement, cheers, laughter, nervous chatter bouncing off the walls. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Even the twin sisters had shown up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Everyone wanted to see the fight. And in the middle of it all, seated at the edge of the stands with a focused gaze, was Seora, ready to cheer for Shin Hyuk. Still, there was no avoiding the whispers spreading through the crowd. So he beat Instructor Jung once, and now he thinks he's untouchable. Seriously, what gives him the right to act so arrogant? He didn't even graduate from Hunter School. You can tell he's way out of his league just by looking at him. The murmurs were constant, dripping with contempt for Shin Hyuk. He doesn't even know his place, yet he's chasing the outstanding instructor title? They say he has an advantage. But maybe that's the only reason he's even here. Standing just behind him, Jin-soo heard every word. His fists clenched with quiet frustration. Ugh, shut up already. Do they even know who the vice principal is? The guy could win this thing blindfolded and one-handed. Then again, the match wasn't going to end in a clean, friendly way. No chance. Jin-soo sighed. Poor teacher. Still, all he could do was silently curse under his breath and keep massaging Shin Hyuk's shoulders like a loyal pit crew. I can hear all of you, you know, Shin Hyuk muttered in his head. You weren't even trying to let me hear it, but thanks to this enhanced body, every insult is coming through crystal clear. He'd had enough. Turning to Jin-soo, he said firmly. All right. That's enough. You should go now. Jin-soo immediately turned on the puppy dog eyes. Ah, si-man, teacher. I just want to stay close and watch from here. Please? Pretty please? Shin Hyuk didn't respond. He just stared at the crowd, loud, restless, buzzing with speculation. The announcement for the match had only been posted on the staff network. Students weren't supposed to know anything, time, place, nothing. Clearly, one of the practical training instructors had leaked it out of spite. He let out a bitter laugh. Figures. These teachers are just dying to see me humiliated in front of everyone, especially in front of the students. The way they treated him was exhausting. Sensing the mounting tension around him, Shin Hyuk asked, half joking, half serious, Hey Jin-soo, do I really have that bad of a rep around here? Jin-soo flinched, then immediately turned into a tattletale. Oh man, you don't even know. The other instructors say all kinds of stuff behind your back. They think you're just doing this to get attention and score the Outstanding Instructor Award. But then he added quickly, with a determined voice. But we know that's not who you are. Of course not. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk let out a small, dry laugh. You little brat. That's enough. But not everyone was against him. Suddenly a small group stood up, waving homemade banners in the air. Kang Shin Hyuk. You got this. Let's hit the bar after you win, Shin Hyuk. Go Shin Hyuk, go. You milk-colored legend. Their cheers echoed awkwardly in the large venue, but they meant everything to him. Shin Hyuk felt a strange warmth in his chest. It was just a handful of people, but it was enough. I'll take it. Even a small cheering squad is still a squad. Then, a shout cut through the air, hey. The vice principal's here. All eyes turned. Finally Shin Hyuk's opponent had arrived. The crowd erupted like a stadium at a championship game. Kim Man-dong. Kim Man-dong. The strongest hunter. Kim Man-dong. The man of the hour strolled in, arms spread wide, soaking up every cheer like a rock star on tour. And Shin Hyuk just stood there, watching. He clenched his jaw, eyes twitching with jealousy. Seriously. What's with that grand entrance? That smug face, the way he's soaking it all in. God, it's so annoying. Not wanting to keep the audience waiting, Vice Principal Kim Man-dong cracked his knuckles, stretched his arms and legs, then slipped on his combat gloves. Flashing a grin, he spoke up. Wow, I didn't expect this big of a crowd. You ready? Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk? At that moment, the system chimed in with an announcement. Hunter Academy Vice Principal ranked as Hunter, Kim Man-dong. Hearing his casual tone, Shin Hyuk bit back a curse. What do you mean you didn't expect this? You've been hyping this up everywhere, you old man. Still, outwardly he remained polite. I've done my best to prepare. Man-dong smirked and continued, his voice laced with arrogance. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, you better give it everything you've got. I'll even let you go first. When the match starts, you take the first move. Shin Hyuk didn't reply, but inside, he was thrilled. Perfect. Just like I predicted, he's giving me the first strike. High-ranking hunters often give the opening move in sparring matches as a show of confidence. It's not an official rule, so I wasn't sure if he'd follow it, but he did. That means all my prep for a decisive first blow is about to pay off. Seeing both fighters ready, the referee stepped forward to review the match conditions. Let me briefly go over the rules once more before we begin. The entire hall fell silent. With the applied advantage system, Instructor King Shin Hyuk only needs to land one single effective strike. If he does, he wins. Gasps and murmurs spread through the crowd. The referee turned to Man Dong. Vice Principal, do you accept these terms? The older man answered with a deep, gravelly voice. Of course. Then the referee turned to Shin Hyuk. Instructor Kang, do you also accept the terms? Shin Hyuk nodded. Yes, but I have a request. Referee, please step out of the ring once the match starts. It might get dangerous. The referee looked offended. What? No, Instructor Kang, I'm an A-rank. Man Dong cut in with surprising calm. I agree with Instructor Kang's condition. We'll follow his request. The referee stared at them both, then gave a short nod. Understood. With nothing left to discuss, he raised his voice. Then let the first semester's outstanding instructor selection match begin. Both participants bow. They bowed to each other. The referee stepped back and shouted, to your positions. Raising his arm, he called out one last time, ready. As his arm dropped and the whistle blew, his voice rang out, begin the match. The atmosphere snapped taut like a drawn bowstring. Everyone's eyes locked onto the center of the stage. Shin Hyuk gripped his sword tightly. Suddenly a memory surged to the surface, the day he was first handed this blade by his master. Take it, the old man had said. Master, what is this? With a grin, his master replied, one of the two swords I mentioned. This one's the pure blade. The edge is ridiculously sharp. If you've learned the sword techniques, your weapon should match your skill. That single moment only fueled Shin Hyuk's resolve. His eyes locked onto Kim Man Dong like a hawk about to strike. Slowly, deliberately, he drew his sword, reminding himself again and again, this is it, the only chance. One shot. My first strike, when he lets me attack freely. As the blade cleared its sheath, an eerie, mystical blue flame burst to life along its edge. It didn't just radiate searing heat, it carried with it a crushing sense of presence, as if the air itself bowed before it. The crowd gasped in awe. Even the usually calm twin sisters couldn't hold back. Is that polar flame? No way, there's no way a B rank could wield something like that. Excited murmurs swept through the arena. That's an A rank technique, isn't it? There's no way a B rank instructor should have access to something like that. Shin Hyuk said nothing. Just as I thought, the students are shocked by the polar flame aura. The instructors, though, not reacting much. Typical. Even Kim Man Dong raised an eyebrow. But he composed himself quickly and spoke in a measured tone. Polar flame, huh? That's not everything, is it? Instructor Kang? Shin Hyuk's voice came back, brimming with quiet confidence. Of course not, Vice Principal. Without another word, Shin Hyuk lowered his body, slipping into a ready stance. The pressure around him grew thick and oppressive, like a gathering storm. The fire engulfing his sword began to spread, dancing up his arms, crawling over his body. It was enough to make even a veteran like Man Dong feel a chill down his spine. The sheer intensity of Shin Hyuk's presence had the crowd holding their breath. That's the polar flame, right? What do you mean, polar flame? That's a technique only S-rank hunters can pull off. No way, that's the real thing. Must be just a visual trick. But no one could take their eyes off the stage. With every movement of Shin Hyuk's sword, the flame rippled and flowed like liquid lightning, leaving trails of raw beauty and deadly precision in the air. Wait, this is exactly like the polar flame sword I saw on YouTube. He ignored the chatter, eyes never leaving Kim Man Dong. In his mind, his master's voice echoed clearly. This sword's useless in a real fight, at least for now. But the vice principal's arrogance had gifted him a rare opportunity, and he wasn't going to waste it. Unlike most who would use their opening move to probe or feint, Shin Hyuk stood firm, gathering power into a single, focused strike. He was betting it all. Kim Man Dong narrowed his eyes, now visibly wary. It's polar flame, but his prep time is way too long. Looks like it's not fully mastered yet. Watching Shin Hyuk continue to charge up without moving, The vice principal finally spoke. Instructor Kang. You know you're allowed to attack now, right? Despite the vice principal's urging, Shin Hyuk didn't budge an inch. He stood his ground, completely focused, as if Man Dong's words were little more than wind. Then, with a calm yet resolute voice, he finally responded, "Sorry to keep you waiting, vice principal, but this isn't over. Not yet." He raised his sword high. The blue flames exploded violently, no longer a quiet flicker, but a roaring inferno that devoured the entire blade in radiant light. Waves of blistering heat pulsed outward, lighting up the entire stage like a beacon. Shin Hyuk's heart thundered in his chest. I have to pull this off. No matter what. This was the ultimate technique passed down by his master. A skill so overwhelming that he doubted its name the first time he heard it: Heavenly Demon Sword Style. The sheer force of energy being released distorted the air, whipping up a furious wind that sent papers flying, rattled the arena lights, and forced even the spectators to shield their eyes. Jin-soo, watching from the edge, broke into a cold sweat. Holy hell, the pressure was crushing. The heat was suffocating. And yet Shin Hyuk stood tall, unshaken. The flames coiled tighter around his blade, compressing like a spring on the verge of snapping. At last he lowered his stance, eyes burning with determination. Then came the warning, calm, but thunderous. I'm coming, vice principal. Meteoric wrath of the demon flame. A monstrous gust of wind howled across the field, so fierce it howled like a beast. It wasn't just a gust, it was a force. A shockwave of murderous intent. Man Dong's eyes narrowed instantly. The wind was too strong. Without hesitation, he dropped into a defensive stance to brace himself. That pressure, that heat, he's actually trying to break through my guard head on. Shin Hyuk moved. With one swift motion he slashed downward and the world ignited. The blade, now wrapped in pure demonic flame, carved through the air like a shooting star gone berserk. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and warped. The light itself seemed to fracture. The crowd could only watch in stunned silence as the furious blue blaze tore across the arena like a wrathful tempest. It wasn't just an attack. It was a statement. This is everything I have. This is who I am. The technique struck like divine retribution, aiming straight for Man Dong with terrifying precision, backed by the will of someone who had something to prove to the entire world. And that name, Heavenly Demon, wasn't just a relic of the past. It was alive in that moment, roaring back to life through Kang Shin Hyuk. Back to an earlier time. It was the first moment Shin Hyuk ever heard that secret from his master, and the shock hit him so hard he practically screamed, "What? Are you serious?" He followed behind Yu Ryan, still reeling from what he'd just heard. You actually have a friend who's the Heavenly Demon?" Yu Ryan responded with complete indifference. "What, are there fake Heavenly Demons now too? But how the hell did you meet someone like that?" Shin Hyuk stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. His master didn't answer right away, which only made Shin Hyuk stare harder, eyes gleaming with awe. He has a best friend who's the actual Heavenly Demon. The shock made sense. Anyone who'd ever read even a handful of wuxia novels would know, the Heavenly Demon. Master of the demon sect, also known as the Celestial Demon Cult. A power on par with the righteous sects, one that split the martial world between light and dark. Even when Shin Hyuk's own story was serialized, the Heavenly Demon was the hot topic. Dark robes, ruthless skills, an overwhelming presence. The kind of character that just oozes charisma, mysterious, violent, cool as hell. Every reader lived for that kind of figure. These days, he was showing up everywhere, crossing into fantasy worlds to hunt dragons, reborn as a mob boss, or even running a bakery in the modern world. Even if you didn't read that kind of story, you'd still know the name. Still riding that high, Shin Hyuk muttered as he walked. I'm not super clear on the details, but I'm pretty sure I saw something about him in one of those ancient texts. Yu Ryan chuckled. Yeah, he's pretty famous in the martial world. But for the record, he never beat me. Not even once. Shin Hyuk blinked. He fights dragons, he thought. And this guy calls him a friend? Still not fully convinced, he asked hesitantly, Master, you said you had two best friends, right? Who's the other one? Yu Ryan stopped walking. With a casual shrug, he replied, some guy named Zong Zong 3 Wins or something like that. Always babbling about Taiji this, Taiji that. Drank like a fish. Looked like some Taoist priest who wouldn't shut up. Think he founded his own sect too. Called it Mo Dong, or maybe Wu Dong, something like that. You ever hear of it? Shin Hyuk froze. Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang freaking Sanfeng. The legendary martial arts master. founder of the Wudong sect, the very embodiment of balance and power in every wuxia story ever told. He stared at Yu Ryang like he'd just met a walking myth. This guy's friend group is actually insane. Back in the present, Shin Hyuk poured his inner energy into his sword. It absorbed the flow seamlessly, layer after layer compressing into the blade, until a deep hum filled the air. This was it. A technique built on overwhelming force, carving through space with violent precision. From the cracks of compressed energy bursting across the sword's edge, shards of pure ki erupted like falling stars. Meteor flame demon crushing blade. He swung once. And the world exploded. A legion of wild, azure blue flames burst forth, each like a savage beast, roaring and howling as they hurled themselves toward the vice principal. The pressure was immense. The spectators could only gape in horror. Was that just one attack? The arena's protective barrier, once thought unbreakable, began to crack. Fractures spiderwebbed across the surface, expanding outward in every direction. The teachers in charge of the barrier went into full panic mode, sweat pouring from their brows as they threw everything they had into reinforcing the final layer of protection. Ms. Yu. That was the second barrier, it's gone. We've only got one left. I know. She shouted back, teeth clenched. She was trembling, fighting to maintain the barrier. This is unreal. 3 whole layers, just to contain one instructor-level match, and he broke 2 already. No way. Jung Hyuk's sick is weak. Was I really underestimating this guy all this time? She bit her lip, pouring more power into the defense. But deep down, a part of her whispered, we might not be able to hold this much longer. Even the referee, who had previously doubted Shin Hyuk's words, now stood frozen in shock. If I had been inside that arena just a second longer, I might actually be dead. He, like everyone else, now looked at Shin Hyuk with an entirely different perspective. In his mind, the referee muttered, Professor Kang, Shin Hyuk, I don't know how you pulled this off, but anyone with eyes can see your power level has been seriously misjudged. The technique finally ended. The roaring winds died down. The dust that had blanketed the arena began to settle. Shin Hyuk clutched his sword tightly, knuckles white. His entire body was on the verge of collapse, lungs burning as he gasped for air. He had nothing left. That one attack had drained every ounce of energy he had. Breath ragged, he prayed silently. Please let this be enough. Let this one strike bring victory. He couldn't use that move again. Not today. Probably not for a long time. As the thick haze slowly lifted, Shin Hyuk stood still, waiting, dreading, hoping. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admit, just like Master said, the destructive force of this move really is on another level. Even high-tier monsters would be annihilated by it. But then a silhouette began to emerge from the dust. Tall. Unshaken. Unmoving. Kim Man-dong still stood. Not just standing, he was grinning. Well, he said, voice booming. Was that it, Professor Kang? Shin Hyuk's heart dropped. Man-dong's massive figure came fully into view, like a wall that refused to fall. That devastating, all-or-nothing blow hadn't even made him flinch. So that doesn't count as a direct hit. Shin Hyuk thought bitterly. Well, maybe for anyone except that monster. Still, the attack had done damage. A lot of damage. Man-dong's pristine white coat was now in shreds, blood dripping steadily from countless wounds. Not a single part of him had come out unscathed. For the vice principal of the academy, this was an embarrassing situation. The terms of their duel were clear. If Shin Hyuk landed even a single clean hit, he'd be the winner. And from the outside looking in, this was a hit. Even before this fight, anyone watching Shin Hyuk's previous duel could tell he wasn't your average rank B hunter. Kim Man-dong had acknowledged that. But even he hadn't expected Shin Hyuk to be this strong. He glanced down at the blood trickling from his palm. A frown crept onto his face. Blood, my blood. It's been years since I've seen this. When was the last time I bled in a fight? Shaking his head in disbelief, he muttered, Incredible, you far exceeded my expectations, Professor Kang. I never thought someone could generate this kind of destructive force with a sword. But Shin Hyuk didn't feel triumphant. He didn't even smile. Instead, he let out a faint, sardonic chuckle. Just like Master predicted. This is the kind of fighting style that could never exist in a world without martial arts. Despite the praise, Vice Principal Man-dong still refused to acknowledge the outcome. Instead, he offered a new proposition. Well then, he said casually, as promised, the annoying debt is settled. Now how about a proper match between us? Shin Hyuk immediately raised an eyebrow. Vice Principal, you're really just gonna brush this off that easily? He pressed further, voice laced with sharp insistence. Take a good look at yourself. You're bleeding all over. Are you really going to stand there and claim that wasn't a valid hit? Caught off guard, Man Dong stuttered, trying to come up with a counter-argument. Well, I mean, technically Shin Hyuk cut him off before he could finish. Technically. You agreed to the duel's conditions with your own mouth. We both heard it. Everyone heard it. Seeing the vice principal cornered like that, Shin Hyuk couldn't help but feel a spark of triumph inside. Serves him right. I basically gambled everything on getting that first move in. Didn't even plan on following up if it worked. He glanced at the state of Man Dong's uniform. Just one strike, and it was torn in at least 5 places. No, maybe even 10. Guess I can tell Master I landed 10 hits instead of 1. That ought to meet the quota, he chuckled inwardly. But Man Dong wasn't giving up so easily. I mean sure I said that. But I haven't even gotten to do anything yet. Ending it here just feels. Once again, Shin Hyuk jumped in before he could finish. Did I ask you to give me the first move? You made that decision all on your own. Don't blame me for that. He was done dragging this out. If we're finished talking, I'll call the referee now. Cornered, Man Dong tried one last tactic, guilt tripping. Well, Professor Kang, look at the crowd. All those students watching. Don't you feel the least bit regretful? The auditorium erupted in cheers. Professor Kang is the best. Swordsmanship is the future. Seeing Man Dong shamelessly use the students' admiration as a bargaining chip, Shin Hyuk sighed internally. Really? Playing for the students card now? What a snake. No matter how loud the applause got, Shin Hyuk stood his ground. I'm not feeling even a little bit of regret. At this point, I doubt anyone else will have the guts to send me another challenge letter anyway. His tone turned final. My goal was to prove my strength and I did. That strike clearly landed. The duel is over. I win. But just as Shin Hyuk was ready to end it all, Man Dong's expression shifted. His eyes gleamed with sudden clarity, like he'd just found a loophole. Then came the grin, mischievous, knowing. You're right, he said. The strike did land, on bare flesh, no less. He chuckled. But that also means if it hadn't landed, the duel wouldn't be over, right? Shin Hyuk blinked, confused. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a surge of energy burst forth from Man Dong's body, overwhelming and fierce. With a calm yet deadly voice, he said, I acknowledge your strength, Professor Kang, but don't forget I do hold a certain social standing around here. The burst of energy erupted more violently than ever, blowing away the last tattered remnants of Man Dong's coat. Seeing that Shin Hyuk still refused to back down, the vice principal smirked and made up his mind to pep it. Well then, the official duel's over. That whole challenge letter business. Consider it resolved, he said casually. Now let's forget the rules and just enjoy ourselves a bit. Shin Hyuk stared at him, baffled. Wait, what? Enjoy? What do you mean enjoy? The crowd exploded with excitement once again. Watching Vice Principal Man Dong get serious was like witnessing a legendary beast roar to life. Wait, is that? No way, super regeneration. Holy crap, that's totally broken. That's like literal cheat code level stuff. Thanks to his regeneration skill, Man Dong's body was now completely unharmed, as if he had never been hit to begin with. Grinning from ear to ear, he said, Told you that strike hit me square on. But look at me now. Standing here like nothing happened. Shocked murmurs rippled through the audience. And then, the backlash started. Dude, what is this garbage? Total S-rank scumbag behavior. Someone call the Hunter Ethics Committee. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was still trying to figure out why this was happening. What's his deal? Is he seriously going to tank his own reputation just for this fight? Before things spiraled further out of control, Shin Hyuk tried reasoning with him. The crowd's turning on you. Are you really going through with this, Vice Principal? But Man Dong didn't care. Unbothered by the commentary, he flashed a dangerous grin. Of course I am. I've taken an interest in your power now, Professor. Let's keep this going. And just like that, Shin Hyuk was out of options. This is so stupid, he thought. If I back out now, every challenger in the country will treat me like I'm bluffing. I'll never hear the end of it. But truthfully, he was barely hanging on. His legs trembled. His grip on the sword was weak. The aura within him was almost gone. Yes, he had unlocked both his Ren and Du meridians, and reached a transcendental state, so his body was slowly recovering. But the truth was he had nothing left in the tank. That last move. Completely off the table. Even pulling off a single basic aura slash might be a one-time thing now. Still, there was no turning back. With a deep breath, Shin Hyuk tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. He'd see this through to the end. If this is what it takes to protect my reputation, then so be it. Besides, this is the kind of decision Master would have given me 110 points for, right? Somewhere he imagined his old man nodding proudly. This match is unmissable. Seeing Shin Hyuk finally accept the challenge, Man Dong cracked his knuckles and rolled his shoulders. Well then, he said, flashing a grin. Here I come, Professor Kang. As the air thickened with killing intent, Shin Hyuk felt a chill crawl down his spine. His instincts screamed he's serious now. This might actually kill me. Man Dong casually lifted his foot, just a simple, almost lazy motion. But the moment it slammed down, the entire arena shook violently. With a deafening crack, the stage shattered into chunks of rubble, smoke and dust exploding into the air like a battlefield gone nuclear. Watching it unfold, Shin Hyuk went pale. What the hell, he just destroyed the whole arena. But that shockwave had been nothing more than a smokescreen. Hidden in the haze, Vice Principal Man Dong vanished like a shadow, silent and swift. Shin Hyuk immediately went on high alert, scanning the thick fog of debris around him. Where'd he go? Where is he? But it was already too late. Man Dong was standing right behind him. Shin Hyuk's instinct screamed just a split second before the attack landed, but his body couldn't react in time. Damn it. The words barely left his lips before a crushing blow slammed down on the back of his head. There was no hesitation in Man Dong's eyes, only raw killing intent, cold and absolute. The impact was brutal. Shin Hyuk's head smashed into the reinforced floor like a cannonball, the sound of the crash echoing like thunder. Blood splattered across the ground, painting it a violent red. His entire body spasmed from the shock, and crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth. He staggered back, face ghostly pale, his breath ragged and shallow. His throat tightened, unable to produce a sound. He really destroyed the whole stage. Eyes wide, he clutched his sword, struggling to stay upright. All around him, dust swirled and stones crumbled. But the only thing Shin Hyuk could focus on was the monster standing in front of him. Man Dong's form was hunched forward, his eyes glowing a deep, dangerous red. Panic flickered briefly in his gaze, then vanished, replaced by sheer rage. A heavy crack rang out behind him. Shin Hyuk spun around instinctively, hair whipping in the wind. His gaze sharpened. His grip tightened. Damn it! Man Dong came charging through the dust like a berserker, muscles bulging, veins throbbing across his face. He was no longer holding back. With a feral roar, he drove his fist into Shin Hyuk's gut. Eyes wide, Shin Hyuk was launched through the air. Blood gushed from his mouth mid-flight. His limbs locked up. His body went numb. Everything blurred. And then darkness. Somewhere else, Shin Hyuk's eyes fluttered open. His vision swam in and out of focus. A warm pink ceiling came into view. Everything was too quiet. Too peaceful, too wrong. A soft light bled in through the edges of his vision. His chest heaved with uneven breaths. His entire body screamed in protest. Where am I? He groaned softly and turned his head. This was the infirmary. Still lying in bed, he slowly raised a hand to his aching skull. His eyes wandered toward the ceiling again, expression dazed. For a second, I really thought I saw the Grim Reaper. Guess I really did pass out. Huh? He rested his palm against his face, eyes shut tight, his expression dark and unreadable as he lay still on the infirmary bed. Then, without warning, Shin Hyuk's eyes flew open. In those eyes shone a dazzling brilliance like 1,000 stars burning all at once. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. That was fun. He could still see it in his mind's eye the exact moment Man Dong came charging in, eyes brimming with murderous rage, his expression twisted into something monstrous. That overwhelming presence, that bloodlust, it all surged toward him like a living weapon. Then, out of nowhere, the principal had burst forth from the shadows and completely obliterated the stage. That punch, he remembered the hit with terrifying clarity. His eyes had gone wide, the whites showing stark under the sudden jolt, his head whipping violently to one side from the sheer force. His entire face had distorted. But that's when a thought flashed through his mind. Master's rabid dog strategy, flesh for bone. Break the structure. Instead of blocking with his sword, he'd raised his left arm to intercept that monstrous punch. His face had twisted in panic. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Even though he'd channeled his internal energy into it, the bones in his arm had shattered like glass, pain exploding through his body like wildfire. Still, through sheer grit, he'd managed to swing his sword in a diagonal arc, aiming straight for the vice principal's left shoulder. The blade felt like it was scraping steel rather than flesh. But just before he was sent flying into the ground, he saw it. A cut. A tiny slash, no more than an inch deep, but there. Clear. Undeniable. Lying in the infirmary bed now, Shin Hyuk suddenly let out a weak, crooked laugh. His body shook with it, the sound both victorious and painful. There's no way he can pretend that didn't count, he thought, eyes glinting. I'm definitely going to collect on that training exemption. Just then, a soft rustling from behind the curtain caught his attention. A woman gently pulled it aside and stepped into view. Professor Kang, you're awake? Standing before him was the school nurse, Kim Seonhwa. She leaned in slightly, her eyes curving into gentle crescents. A faint blush rising to her cheeks. You've been unconscious for about 4 hours, she said warmly. It's a relief to see you awake. Shin Hyuk blinked. The school nurse. Was she in the original storyline? I don't remember a character like this showing up. Slowly sitting up in bed, he looked a bit dazed, his expression half guilty. Thank you, he mumbled. Looks like I kept you from going home. As he lifted his arm to rub the back of his neck, his hand flopped uselessly, completely limp. His face turned pale again as he stared at it, confused. Seonhwa gently pressed him back down onto the bed with a soft smile, waving her other hand casually. Oh, don't worry. The bones in that arm were completely shattered. We've used healing spells to repair it, but it'll take another 2 hours before the feeling returns. Just rest for now, okay? Hearing that, he blinked at her, eyes slightly widened in confusion. So this is that healing magic I've read about in books. He had always assumed it was practically omnipotent, never realized it had this kind of drawback. Seonhwa lifted a single finger with a cheerful smile. The vice principal specifically asked me to stay by your side until you woke up. Don't worry, I live in the dorms anyway. Shin Hyuk forced a half smile, trying to curve his eyes politely. I see. That old guy, I mean the vice principal, I'm fine now. You really don't need to trouble yourself. You can head back to the dorms. She slowly walked over to the bed, her tone dropping to something softer, almost gloomy. I don't want to. Huh, he blurted, caught off guard, blinking at her in surprise. She leaned against the side of the bed, lowering her gaze. My father also told me to go back before curfew, but I stayed here on purpose. Then, out of nowhere, she brightened up. Eyes sparkling, she beamed at him with a smile that hit like sunlight. Because I think I'm a little interested in you, Professor Kang. He froze. Like a statue. His pupils lost focus for a moment, staring into the void. Eyes wide. Question marks practically popping out above his head. Trying to collect himself, he stammered, Me? What did you just say, Miss Seonhwa? She tilted her head innocently. Interested. Beads of sweat formed at his temple. He waved his hand slightly, still flustered. And no, I meant before that. You said your father? I must have misheard, right? She waved it off casually. Ah, just pretend you didn't hear that part. No one at school knows anyway. His face turned pale. His mouth fell open slightly. Eyes drained of color, expression sinking into horror. I'm sorry for calling him an old geezer. She smiled again and crouched slightly to look at him from eye level. Honestly, I was already a little interested before the match today, she said, voice calm and steady. But you were really cool out there. I never expected someone like you to actually fight my dad like that. He closed his eyes, voice flat. Well, I did pass out, so I'm guessing the vice principal won. She answered slowly. Yes, that was the official result. But her gaze didn't match her words. She leaned closer, eyes glowing with excitement, brows slightly furrowed in admiration. But I don't think you lost. That attack you pulled off in the beginning, it was really impressive. I'm sure a lot of people think the same. Watching her, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, half in awe, half exhausted, she's way more straightforward than I expected. Definitely nothing like her father. Then Seonhwa walked over to the nearby table and picked up a small cloth bag, bringing it over to him. Oh, and look at this, she said brightly. These are all the letters your students left while you were recovering. Shin Hyuk blinked again as he took one. He stared at the envelope in his hand, dazed, confused. Letters. Shin Hyuk began reading the letters one by one. Sir, even though you lost, you fought amazingly. Professor Kang, once you're better, let's go grab drinks, yeah. As he read them, his expression slowly softened. A smile bloomed across his face, unforced and full of warmth. This one's definitely from Yoon Seo. And this handwriting, is that Professor Park? Then came a particularly loud one. You're so handsome, Professor Kang Shin-hyuk. I believed in you. Shin-hyuk's smile twitched. Holding up the note, he muttered with a completely flat expression, Jin-soo's conduct grade next semester is now officially 0. Just as he was flipping through the rest, one letter caught his eye. His gaze sharpened. Slowly, almost reverently, he reached out and picked it from the pile. It was simple. Just 4 words. Thank you, Professor. That was it. And yet it made his heart feel full. A genuine smile broke across his face again. Yeah. This is enough. Right then, Manhwa clapped her hands in front of him with a bright grin. Well? Still feel like you totally lost? Shin-hyuk leaned back on the bed, looking smug. Not really. Honestly, I'm just hoping this earns me an exemption from the training course. She blinked. Exemption? He nodded slowly. Yeah, I only accepted the match because I heard that becoming an outstanding faculty member with a colonel-level evaluation would let you skip the new teacher training program. Her face lit up with amusement. A light chuckle escaping her lips. Wow, you're a lot more quirky than you look, Professor Kang. Why not try going through it just once? It's called training, but honestly it's kind of fun. He raised his hand and stared at it. His eyes were distant, reflective. Because I didn't graduate from a hunter academy. I figured even if I went, nothing good would come of it. Even my first assignment here turned into a public duel because of that. Hearing that, Manhwa placed a hand over her chest. Professor Kang, not every practical arts teacher in this school hates you, you know. I may just be the school nurse, but even I was curious about you. Then she smiled wider. Just wait till next semester. No one with any sense would turn their back on a talented teacher like you just because of your background. He scratched his head awkwardly, letting out a sheepish laugh. You're even giving me emotional support now. Of course. She held out a pen. Let's be friends from now on. Give me your number. Yes, ma'am. I'll transfer my monthly friendship fee too. Even though he hesitated for a second, knowing she was the vice principal's daughter, he thought. Still, I think I've made a good friend today. The scene shifted to the sprawling school grounds. A massive campus painted in shades of dark blue and black. Sleek, spacious. A large sports field spread out in front of the building, and a lush green mountain loomed behind it, its trees thick and thriving. Thanks to the healing magic of this fantasy world, Shin-hyuk had fully recovered in just a day. He could even safely attend the closing ceremony the next morning. Standing at the podium now, with a stern expression, was none other than Man Dong himself. The announcement came during the closing ceremony. The Outstanding Teacher of the Semester award goes to Professor Kang Shin-hyuk from the Swordsmanship Department. Luckily, that old man kept his word, and I actually got the title. Of course, not everyone was thrilled about it. One of the teachers raised his hand, his expression stiff. Vice Principal. I don't quite understand. Professor Kang didn't even win the match, how can he be the outstanding teacher? A few others murmured their agreement. But the vice principal replied calmly and without the slightest hesitation. Professor Choi. Would you like to have a go right now? That shut him up real quick. Scratching his head with an awkward laugh, the man muttered. No, I get it now. The old guy waved it off like it wasn't a big deal. He claimed Kang was the only teacher who signed up for the duel, so they had no choice but to give it to him. Still, something strange started happening after that. While Shin-hyuk was walking down the hallway, a voice called out from behind him. Professor Kang. Congratulations. He turned around to see 3 faculty members waving at him with bright smiles. They looked genuinely cheerful. He smiled back politely and responded, thanks. A few practical arts teachers had actually started small talk with him. Sure, it was just your typical polite morning greeting, but still it was something. Standing in front of them, he scratched his head, a little shy. It's a shame I didn't get to talk with you much this semester. Please take care of me next term. This is strange, he thought. I didn't expect things to change this quickly. Back in the classroom, the loudspeaker crackled with the principal's closing speech. The students groaned and scratched their heads, clearly over it. And finally, dear students, the principal droned on. I just want to say one more thing about summer vacation. Shin-hyuk stepped into the classroom, just as the speech was dragging on. And like that, the semester ended. Twin siblings On-sik and In-soo looked up at him with shining eyes. Professor. We're gathering everyone to go to the beach during break. Wanna come with us? Minhee's uncle has a vacation house in Jeju. With a deadpan expression, Shin Hyuk raised a hand and declined flatly. I'm busy. You guys go and enjoy yourselves, it's summer break. You think I want to see your faces during my time off too? I have a life, you little gremlins. Off to the side. Lee Jin-soo pouted and whined in a sugary voice. Ah oui Simon, Professor join us as the student next to him immediately turned away, holding back a gag. Jin-soo, you're disgusting. Stop that. Seeing his students getting out of hand, Shin Hyuk clapped his hands together loudly. That's enough. I told you I'm busy. Closing ceremony's over. Go home. Dismissed. The students chorused back, have a great summer break, Professor. And so began Shin Hyuk's sweet, well-earned summer vacation after surviving the vice principal's beatdown. But then his phone buzzed. A message popped up on the screen. Kim Seon-hwa, Professor Kang, I've gathered the team. Let's go. He stared at it for a moment, then grinned. Alright then. Let's make this big and exciting. He had just decided to start a new side hustle. My election-themed stock investment scraping together every last cent I had actually turned out to be pretty successful. Still, I couldn't shake the thought of getting a part-time job during this already miserable summer break. The truth was, my bank account looked less like a wallet and more like a black hole. At this point I was basically a frog tossed into a boiling pot, panic rising fast. Damn it, the amount I had to pay back on those investment loans was way more than I expected. Living expenses for my master, reinvestment costs, interest, taxes, more debt, and all the little fees that popped up here and there. To make matters worse, most of the leftover money had already been funneled into Lee Ji-song's father's company, leaving me with next to nothing. I stared at my phone, exhausted just thinking about it. Sure, long-term investing without borrowing is the smarter move. But right now, I needed to hustle and stack some cash for my next round. That's when a message popped up from Kim Seon-hwa. Professor Kang, I've gathered the whole team. Let's do this. I responded, great. What day works best? But what I really wanted to say was, how exactly are we gonna make money again? Through the teleportation gate, she'd said. Last night, while I was still laid up in the infirmary after that brutal match with Kim Man-dong, I overheard Seon-hwa chatting about the other teachers' summer plans. Apparently most of the practical arts instructors were planning to earn some extra cash by taking jobs through the teleportation gate. The base salary for teachers was decent, but the money from gate contracts. Not even in the same league. You're a hunter too, right, Professor Kang? I'm sure you know how it works, she'd said. All I could do was offer a sheepish smile. Actually, not really. I didn't graduate from a hunter-focused academy, so most of the time, I was just the guy hauling everyone's gear. She stared at me shocked. No way. Someone as strong as you got stuck being a porter? If you were in our group, we'd have begged you to join us. I smiled, genuinely touched. Just hearing that means a lot. Thank you. But then silence fell over the room. A terrible possibility crossed my mind. No, it couldn't be, her face lit up. Exactly. It's the perfect chance for some team bonding, and to check out the gate system. What do you think? I blinked. Right. Out of curiosity, what kind of income are we talking about? That only seemed to excite her more. The gate, Professor. Let's go. Later, standing at the upper floor of the school, I looked down at the empty classroom below. Honestly, I wasn't super thrilled about this. Sure, I'd won my gamble against Kim Man-dong, but if I could score big inside the gate and build up a solid stash of snacks for my master, she'd be thrilled too. Still, it was hard not to be a little excited. I was about to experience an actual teleportation gate, the same kind I'd only ever read about in novels. My heart raced a little. I wonder what kind of people are on this team. Gate runs are all about synergy, after all. Considering Kim Seon-hwa's profession, Shin Hyuk figured their team would have at least one reliable front-liner. After all, a tank, someone to draw aggro and buy time for the mage, was essential. Though if I had to wish for something, he thought idly, a chill bald dude with an easygoing attitude would be perfect. But what appeared instead completely caught him off guard. Nice to meet you all, said a stunningly beautiful woman, stepping forward with a bright smile. I'm Hong Yi-seol. Please take care of me. Shin Hyuk's mouth twitched into a slightly awkward smile as he greeted her. Bald guy, pleasure to meet you. Standing beside him, Seon-hwa was beaming with pride. Yi-seol is a longtime friend and also my father's top disciple. She's been my go-to teammate for years. Yi Seol blinked, looking a little flustered. Wait, Xianhua, wasn't the fact that the vice principal is your father supposed to be a secret? But Xianhua just grinned even wider, unbothered. It's fine. This is Professor Kang Shin-hyuk. He recently did really well in a match against my dad. Yi Seol turned her gaze to Shin-hyuk, a bit skeptical. He actually managed to land a hit on the vice principal? Her expression said she didn't quite believe it. Well, we can talk more on the way. Professor Kang, where's your luggage? I'll help you load it into the car. With a cheerful smile, Shin-hyuk pointed to the sword in his hand. This is it. I don't carry anything else. That answer made Yi Seol blink in surprise. She glanced toward her grinning friend, unsure. Is he seriously okay? No armor, no gear, just a sword. But Xianhua still looked like she was on cloud 9. Don't worry. He's fine. Yi Seol frowned. No, like that's a bit much, isn't it? The conversation made Shin-hyuk scratch his head awkwardly. I can hear everything, you know. He sighed inwardly. Honestly, I was expecting some buff, rugged dude to show up. But nope. Instead, a monster even more intense. A current hunter, future wrestling instructor at a high school, and an A-rank hunter, Hong Yi Seol. She was Kim Man-dong's disciple, someone who had held her own against Li Jishang all semester. That final scene, when she lost to him and maybe even fell for him, it had really stuck in his memory. Soon, their car was cruising smoothly down the highway. Alright, Xianhua announced, here's today's schedule. Our destination is a C-rank 4-person gate, and a D-rank 4-person gate, 2 gates in total. Yi Seol, sitting in the passenger seat, chimed in casually. Professor Kang and Xianhua are both B-rank. I'm A-rank. Technically, we could go into a B-rank gate, but she gave a small smile. To keep things safe during summer break, we're sticking to gates C-rank and below. Hearing their conversation, Shin-hyuk began quietly running the numbers in his head. From S-rank at the top to D-rank at the bottom, there were 5 levels of dimensional gates. According to the information he'd gathered, even a 1-rank difference meant a massive gap in profit. Unable to hold back, he spoke up from the back seat. Absolutely not, she shot back, visibly annoyed as she glanced over her shoulder. Those 4-person gates aren't called that for nothing. They're designed to be cleared by 4 well-equipped hunters. She narrowed her eyes, continuing bluntly, and especially with your gear, or should I say lack thereof? We're sticking with C or D rank today. We'll think about a B rank gate if a 3-person gate opens. Shin-hyuk could only sigh, realizing this trip probably wouldn't be as profitable as he'd hoped. Xianhua turned slightly in her seat, smiling sympathetically. What a shame. With your skills, Professor Kang, a B-rank gate would have been doable. But it's best to follow Yi Seol's lead on this. All the while, Yi Seol still couldn't understand how on earth her master had accepted someone like him. Kang Shin-hyuk? Cocky as hell. There's no way her master had gone all out in that fight. A B-rank hunter with no armor who still had the nerve to talk profits. Those types were always the first to get hurt or worse inside a gate. If nothing else, she figured she might as well teach him a lesson for safety's sake, of course. So she turned and called back. Professor Kang Shin-hyuk, you seem pretty concerned about profit, yeah? Then how about this? Her tone was neutral, but her words cut. Among the gates we're tackling today, there's one D-rank 4-person gate. Why don't you clear that one by yourself? If you manage to solo it, you'll get to keep all the loot. Once I see what you're really capable of, I'll reconsider letting you come to a B-rank gate. To her surprise, Shin-hyuk just smiled brightly. Even? Oh, really? Then thank you. That sounds great. She was stunned. No hesitation at all. Not even a second. What kind of lunatic just says yes to that with a smile? Sure, a D-rank gate might be 2 full levels below B rank. But still, it wasn't a solo gate by design. It was made for 4. Let's see how he handles it, and how he reacts to hitting the wall. Soon they arrived at the gate. After confirming their identities with the staff, Yi Seol stepped forward first. A rank hunter, Hong Yi Seol. Here's my ID. Confirmed, the staff replied. You may enter when ready. B-rank hunters will enter first. We'll follow after. Standing near the gate, Shin-hyuk looked ahead, eyes narrowing slightly in thought. So this is a D-rank dimensional gate. He couldn't help letting out a quiet sigh as he stared at the glowing gate in front of him. For some reason, he thought, I keep getting the weirdest feeling, Like the moment I step through this thing, I'm gonna see a legendary swordsman eating cup noodles. Beside him, Yi Seal spoke up cautiously, her tone reminding him this was serious business. The time limit is 1 hour. If you're not out by then, Xianhua and I are going in after you. But Shin Hyuk just grinned and nodded with cheerful confidence. Got it. I'm feeling pretty good about this, leave it to me. He was already scanning the terrain, checking the gate's energy fluctuations, reviewing possible monster types based on location. Perfect, he thought. This is a great opportunity for someone like me who's never fought actual monsters before. Honestly, Yi Seal's a lot easier to deal with than how she was written in the novel. Meanwhile, Yi Seal was watching him, completely baffled. What the hell is with that dumb grin? What's he so happy about? Total rookie vibes. Xianhua, more concerned than annoyed, leaned in a little. Professor Kang, even if it's just D rank, 4-person dungeons are designed to be tough. Are you really going to be okay alone? But once again he smiled that same damn bright smile. I'll be fine. Let's meet back here in an hour, yeah. This was the first gate Li Jixiang had entered back in the novel where his life changed from a normal high schooler to something far more. Shin Hyuk remembered how Li Jixiang, wielding a transcendent sword style much like his own, had breezed through this D-rank gate. As for himself, the martial arts he'd begun training just to survive a duel of honor with Professor Zhang had somehow evolved into something far beyond self-defense. Without even realizing it, he'd reached a master-level realm. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, but somehow, he kept being pulled deeper into this world. And maybe, just maybe, that wasn't so bad. In a way, Kang Shin Hyuk, the swordsmanship instructor of this academy, was truly starting to adapt to this world. Without hesitation, he stepped into the gate. Inside, the sight that greeted him made him pause. He'd heard gates sometimes led to surreal environments, boiling lava fields, shimmering deserts, fantastical landscapes beyond imagination. But this was just a mountain range. The most common terrain of all. Still, it was beautiful in its own way. He took a few careful steps forward, eyes sweeping the area for terrain irregularities or movement. The faint blue glow behind him marked the edge of the safe zone. Which means, he thought, from here on out, anything can happen. If something attacks me now, that's just life. He crouched down, pressing a hand to the dirt. Mountain terrain means unlikely to see undead or complex magic-wielding creatures. Based on novel logic, places like this usually spawn beast-type monsters or mineral-based ones. Almost on cue, a faint ripple of energy burst from his body, as if the very air around him shifted. A quiet aura pulsed around him, calm, refined, but unmistakably dangerous. All right, he murmured to himself, eyes narrowing. Let's find out what kind of monsters are closest and say hello. The sheer power radiating from his body spread outward, covering the entire area. If I can't spot them by sight, then I'll sense them. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Some people with sharp senses can track their targets easily, but if you're not posting flyers or asking around, there's really no shortcut to finding someone. From deep within his core, his energy surged outward like a silent pulse, weaving through the dungeon like invisible sonar. Beneath the cliffs. Between the trees. At 11 o'clock there. Roughly 3 of them. Target confirmed. Without hesitation, he stood up and grabbed his sword once more. Back when I trained with Master, I was always the one being hunted. Today's different. I'm the one doing the chasing. Kinda exciting, actually. A wide grin broke across his face. All right, he muttered, voice barely above a whisper, let's go. With ease, his body shot forward, gliding over the uneven terrain as if the mountainous path was nothing. This was a 4-person D-rank gate, but his movement looked effortless, almost like he belonged here. Meanwhile, the creatures inside had clearly sensed an intruder approaching. A chorus of snarls echoed through the forest, low and guttural. Bloodlust. So this is my first real taste of the hunter's world after everything fell apart. His footsteps were steady, almost rhythmic. Each stride brought him closer, yet his mind stayed calm, focused. He glanced up at the sky peeking between the canopy, judging distance, adjusting timing. They were about the size of grown adults, fast too. But nothing he couldn't handle. Even as he entered the heart of their territory, there wasn't a hint of fear in him. High mobility. Annoying shrieks. Good climbers. Giant gorillas, huh? He said softly, lips curling upward. His first hunt was officially on. On the other side of the ridge, a massive gorilla let out a series of deafening roars, shaking the treetops with each guttural scream. Shin Hyuk looked up at the beast, sighed, and muttered under his breath, "They're big and loud, sure, but compared to monsters from higher tier gates, these guys are pretty tame." Still, he wasn't thrilled. Low-tier gate monsters mean low-tier loot. Magic stone drop rates suck. Hunters don't even bother with these, unless they're desperate. He recalled from the novel that their hide could sell for a decent price. But considering the effort it took to catch these fast, agile creatures, the return just wasn't worth it for most people. Well, for most people. A shadow suddenly dropped from above one of the gorillas, lunged straight down, claws outstretched, roaring in fury. But Shin Hyuk didn't flinch. He wasn't even surprised. Instead, his eyes sparkled with glee. Yeah, this kind of hassle only applies to regular hunters. With a burst of speed, he shot forward, blade raised. In one fluid motion, he slashed upward with tremendous force. The beast's body twisted midair as blood sprayed in wide arcs. The young man glanced at his sword, now soaked in crimson, and smirked in satisfaction. Each one's worth about 300,000 won in magic stones alone. Let's see how many are there again. His expression slowly twisted into something far more unhinged. God, I love summer vacation. The remaining beasts watched their comrade fall and immediately sensed something was off. Even as they howled and beat their chests, some hesitated. These gorillas weren't brainless monsters, they were intelligent enough to know when they were outmatched. Normally, if the fight turned south, they'd retreat high into the trees and vanish. And with their tough hides perfect for armor and ridiculous speed, chasing them down was no small task. No wonder most D-rank hunters hate these things, Shin Hyuk thought. But today, this D-rank gate. It was no longer a dungeon. It was a slaughterhouse. Without pause, he dashed in again, blade whistling through the air. He aimed clean, brutal strikes deep enough to slice through hide, but careful not to damage the skin too much. These pelts better fetch a decent price, he muttered, eyes gleaming. I don't know the market rate, but hogging an entire gate like this, definitely a nice payday. He paused for a moment and let out another sigh, this time more thoughtful than exasperated. Still, cutting through flesh like this is way more disgusting than I imagined. The novels made it sound so heroic. Good thing he'd studied plenty of academy footage beforehand. At least he knew what to expect. But then as blood sprayed from the fresh corpse, a few droplets landed right on his lips. Instantly, something kicked in. A visceral revulsion surged through his entire body. His stomach twisted. His face contorted in horror. And right there, in the middle of the forest, blade in hand and surrounded by corpses, Shin Hyuk promptly doubled over and puked his guts out. Ugh, God. That's disgusting. The monsters finally seemed to realize something was seriously wrong. The moment they turned their heads, they saw the silhouette of a man's sword gleaming, charging straight at them. Shrill screams echoed across the field. Shin Hyuk didn't stop. He pushed forward at full speed, every muscle in his body working in overdrive. The beasts panicked. Pure fear rippled through their ranks. Some tried to turn and run, scrambling to flee as quickly as they could. Meanwhile, he was still sprinting, still puking. Blood. So much blood. And the stench, God, that's awful. It's even worse than I imagined. And nothing about this looks cool at all. He wiped his mouth, gagging again. Guess it'll take a while to get used to this part. I have to toughen up. If I can't handle this, how the hell am I supposed to make it through the next gate? And with that, he doubled over and threw up again. Just you wait, Hong Yi Seal, I'll be back in no time. Meanwhile, outside the gate, something else was happening. Two men in guard uniforms were standing near the terminal, finishing up their break. One of them turned back toward the portal, squinting suspiciously. Hey, Sergeant Gill. Something's up with the gate. What? What do you mean? Before we went to lunch it was blue. Right? Now it looks purple. What the hell are you babbling about? Purple. That's an A-rank gate color, you idiot. The moment he said it, his expression changed. Shit, his eyes narrowed. He quickly turned to the other man, voice rising. Why the hell didn't you say something earlier? I just noticed too. I swear. Someone already went inside a few minutes ago. What? Who? I don't know. Some hunter. Alone. God damn it. He fumbled with his phone, trying to reach someone higher up. Fine, we report this to the captain first. Let them sort it out. What about the guy inside? Shouldn't we go check the safe zone? Check it? We're not hunters, genius. What do you want us to do, Die? He stared at his phone, heart pounding, cursing under his breath. Please don't tell me that damn kid actually went into an A-rank gate. Listen, he said, jaw clenched. If that is an A-rank gate, it needs at least 4 A-rank hunters to enter. That's protocol. The other guy just stared at him, eyes wide. What the hell are you saying? The sudden shift had already rippled out, and it didn't take long before the 2 girls outside fell into a full-blown panic. We need to find Mr. Kang right now. Xianhua shouted, her voice cracking with urgency. Calm down, Kim Xianhua, Yi Seol replied, trying to keep her friend grounded. First, we need to report this to the Hunter Management Bureau. But the gate, Xianhua snapped back. It changed in a rank. Even Mr. Kang can't handle that alone. You know that, Yi Seol. Why are you so calm? Yi Seol exhaled slowly, doing her best to stay composed. First, breathe. You know as well as I do what causes a gate's classification to change. There are 2 possibilities, she continued calmly. 1, monsters inside the gate begin devouring each other and evolve. In most cases, unless something exceptional happens, the difficulty doesn't spike drastically. And 2, her voice dropped slightly. When monsters consume hunters who have already entered the gate. In that case, their traits mutate based on the hunters they ate, and a new type of entity is born. One that has never existed before. Yi Seol was analyzing the possibilities carefully, her gaze focused on the gate that still shimmered ominously. And if it's the second case, the difficulty would rise dramatically. Though she didn't want to say it aloud, her heart sank at the thought. If that's really the case, then Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk may already know. Xianhua clutched her staff tightly, her face set in denial. Don't look at me like that. It has to be the first case, just monsters evolving normally. It has to be. But Yi Seol, now clearly irritated, shot back. He's been in there for over an hour. I'm just being realistic. Her voice quieted, almost like she was speaking to herself. It's my fault. I should have never let him go in alone. I was so casual about safety, too casual. With no other options, she took a breath and continued. If someone has to go in, then Xianhua, you stay at the superhuman safe zone. I'll go find him, I'm faster. What? Yi Seol, are you serious right now? Xianhua couldn't believe what she was hearing. But Yi Seol simply let out a sigh. If this were Master, he would have done the same. If Mr. Kang still insists on continuing once I find him, then I'll just knock him out and drag him out myself. She looked her friend in the eye. Promise me if it really goes south, get out immediately. Just then, a nearby gate officer stepped forward, clearly alarmed by what he was hearing. Hey hunters, you do realize the state that gate is in, right? Are you seriously thinking of going in? Yi Seol, now dressed in her full protective gear, turned to him calmly. We need to confirm, at the very least, whether he's still alive. Please let us through. There really wasn't much of a choice left. Entering the gate now was incredibly dangerous. Everyone knew it. But just as the guards prepared to shut things down, a calm yet firm voice spoke up. Let them through. All eyes turned to the man who'd just spoken. His demeanor was quiet, but his tone left no room for argument. He pointed toward the tall, proud-looking girl in the distance. That's Hong Yi Seol, disciple of Kim Man-dong. She can handle this. His voice grew heavier. In the worst-case scenario, Mr. Kang may already be facing the dungeon boss. A silence fell over the group. An A-rank dungeon boss required at least 4 A-rank hunters to defeat. If they were lucky, it might just be a giant venomous spider or an oversized serpent. Or maybe a prehistoric orc. But if they were truly unlucky, then what awaited inside was an ogre. The nightmare of the deep forest. Xianhua's chest tightened as she stared at the glowing gate in front of her. Her heart thudded violently. Please, Mr. Kang, just hunt near the entrance. Please don't go deeper. But while the outside world held its breath in anxious silence inside, Kang Shin-hyuk was having the time of his life. He darted through the dungeon like a child in a toy store, cutting monsters down left and right. To him, they were nothing more than paper targets, practice swings for his sword. His hunter's instinct had already led him deep into the dungeon. He glanced up at the sky above, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. 50 down, and still no sign of a completion notice. Normally the gate would begin to collapse after all monsters were cleared. The sky would shift to a golden hue, signaling a successful clear. But nothing was happening. If that's the case, maybe this gate does have a boss. A chill ran down his spine, not from fear but anticipation. He'd felt it earlier too, a massive, ominous pressure lurking deeper within. But that didn't make any sense. This is supposed to be a D-rank gate. That's when the giant creature stepped out of the shadows. An orc, but not just any orc. The moment Shin-hyuk laid eyes on it, his body stiffened. Something wasn't right. Why is a creature like this appearing inside a D-rank gate? Before he could make sense of it, the system's voice rang in his ears. Boss monster identified. Ogre. The nightmare of the deep forest warning. Danger level. Extreme. The aura it emitted was crushing. The kind of presence that made humans instinctively want to flee. In every recorded encounter, 3 A-rank hunters fighting an ogre meant at least one would die. With 4, one was still guaranteed to be critically injured. The minimum recommended party size was 5 elite hunters. Shin-hyuk clenched his sword tighter. Yeah, I know all this already. In the novel, the protagonist had once been assigned the wrong gate by mistake and faced an ogre alone. That one, though, had 2 heads. A variant that only appeared in S-rank dungeons. Still, even just a normal ogre was bad enough. Even with 5 A-rank hunters, this thing was a serious threat. Fighting humans was one thing. But this was completely different. The pressure, the bloodlust, it was overwhelming. An ogre, he exhaled slowly. Guess it's time to see what I'm really made of. The system's voice rang out once again in his ears. But at that very moment, the monster before him raised its massive fist, ready to slam it down with terrifying force. With reinforced bones and highly elastic tendons, ogres possessed astonishing mobility for their size. Their skin was tough as hell. Shin-hyuk's aura blade had barely managed to leave a scratch. In the blink of an eye, that monstrous punch came crashing down. Caught off guard by the sheer speed, Shin-hyuk's mind briefly went blank. Ogres weren't like the usual monsters. Their mana stone classification was completely different. We recommend attempting this fight only after you've fully mastered the aura blade, the system had warned. As the ground erupted beneath him, he barely dodged in time. He stared at the crater left behind, cursing under his breath. What the hell, 1 punch did that? 10 punches and this whole place'll turn into a hot spring, he gritted his teeth. It keeps trying to keep me back. What kind of mana stone is this thing carrying? According to Kang Shin-hyuk's memory, the value of an ogre's mana stone was 10 million won per stone. The number made his heart skip a beat. His voice trembled, eyes wide, barely able to believe what he just recalled. 10. Even his hands, still gripping the sword tightly, started to shake uncontrollably. 10 million, demonic heaven. In that instant, his body moved on instinct. He unleashed his strongest technique without hesitation, launching a devastating strike toward the beast. Heavenly demon swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Yi Seol was still deep in the forest, running desperately through the thick brush, calling out at the top of her lungs, Yu Seong. Yu Seong, where are you? Back in the heart of the dungeon, Shin-hyuk's lips curled into a twisted smile. His blood was surging, his instincts igniting, and his sword was aimed straight at the ogre's heart. His laughter rang out, wild and unrestrained. He wasn't just fighting anymore. He was enjoying every second of it. Yi Seol was sprinting at full speed, her body cutting through the dense forest like an arrow. She had no idea how far she'd already run past the safe zone, but the moment she stepped into the woods, her instincts kicked in. This wasn't just a rescue anymore. It was a race against time. Her eyes were sharp, scanning everything around her with a soldier's precision. Then she saw it scattered across the forest floor were the corpses of massive gorilla-like beasts. Blood was everywhere. Not just in one place, but forming a trail. A clear path of destruction. She narrowed her eyes and crouched low beside one of the bodies, analyzing it with care. A chase, she thought grimly. There was a pursuit, hunter versus monster. Then, something squelched under her boot. She looked down and frowned. Vomit. The acidic stench hit her nose, and her brows furrowed. Was Professor Kang forced to vomit during battle? It must been brutal. He's fighting something way out of line. I should have gone in with him from the start. Damn it. But the more she saw, the more something felt off. No. This doesn't add up. Every corpse she encountered was the same, each beast decapitated cleanly, in a single, impossibly smooth stroke. That's not normal. The giant gorillas were among the fastest in their rank. Their bones were dense, their muscles thick. Even for her, a skilled combatant, killing one in a single strike would be near impossible. And they didn't travel alone. They moved in coordinated packs. She bit her lip, staring at the precise cut marks. That filthy sword he's using, no matter how high grade it is, shouldn't be able to slice this clean. Unless was that the flashblade technique? But why would someone like him be ranked only B? Her mind raced. Wait, these aren't signs of random chaos. They're signs of a relentless pursuit. And those monsters, they were the ones being hunted. Her thoughts came to a screeching halt as realization set in. And what about the vomiting? Why would he throw up? Just then, a piercing scream rang out from behind. She spun around instantly and came face to face with a towering beast. Its eyes glinted with primal hunger, and jagged fangs protruded from its massive jaw. Yi Seal froze. Not from fear but disbelief. Then she glanced back at the fallen gorillas. Something about them brought her a brief, fragile sense of relief. If he was able to do that, then maybe, just maybe, but that hope shattered instantly. From deep within the forest came a monstrous roar that shook the very trees. Yi Seal's heart stopped. That sound, she knew that sound. No, she didn't want to believe it. But there was no mistaking it. It wasn't just some beast. It was the beast. And a rank monster. The worst possible encounter. The one known in hunter circles as the nightmare of the green forest. An ogre. Even experienced hunters would freeze up just hearing that roar. Some ran, but it never mattered. The result was always the same. Death. The ogre barreled forward, crushing trees underfoot as if they were blades of grass. Its massive strides were so fast it could easily outrun a giant gorilla at full sprint. There was no longer any room for doubt. Kang was dead. She didn't want to believe it, but deep down, she already accepted it. And if the ogre had sensed her presence, she had to leave. Now. But then a low, guttural boom echoed behind her. Yi Seal froze. That sound, it couldn't be. Her body tensed on instinct. Ogre roars weren't unusual. They growled and bellowed even when not in battle. But that one, that was just a growl. That was the start of a hunt. Panic gripped her. She turned on her heel and ran. He might still be alive. Professor Kang might still be, but she knew better. That monster was the nightmare of the green forest. The one that took 5 A-rank hunters working in sync just to bring down. Even if Shin Hyuk was somehow still breathing, even if she threw everything she had into the fight, the outcome wouldn't change. Still, she clenched her jaw, cursing under her breath as she sprinted deeper into the woods. I'm out of my damn mind. What the hell am I doing? I should have just gone back to the warp gate. I'd be safe by now. There was always the slim chance the ogre had caught Kang's scent and was drawn to it. If Kim Seon-hwa was still waiting in the safe zone, she could have helped. Maybe they both could have survived. But if something had gone wrong, could she really face Seon-hwa again? Look her in the eye, knowing she'd walked away when she might have been able to save Kang. She gritted her teeth. And then a brilliant flash of light pierced the trees ahead. Her stomach dropped. Oh no, so much for rational decisions. So much for playing it safe. Today's just been one contradiction after another. Still sprinting, she cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted, Professor Kang. It's me, Yi Seal. If you can hear me, answer. Her voice echoed through the forest. Frantic and wide-eyed, she darted through the underbrush, calling his name over and over. Professor. But then she stopped dead in her tracks. Her eyes widened, mouth slightly agape. Kang. Because in the clearing ahead a radiant aurora flared into the sky, casting vibrant colors across the battlefield. It was breathtaking. It felt like something out of a dream. And there, standing beneath that surreal glow, was Kang Shin-hyuk. A crazed grin stretched across his face as he lifted his sword and brought it down with raw fury. A single, thunderous slash. The boss monster let out a deafening, high-pitched shriek and fell. She stood frozen, completely dumbfounded by the sight before her. The ogre's outer skin, famed for its defense that rivaled even the regenerative powers of trolls, was torn apart like a soaked paper towel. If someone else had told her, even Seon-hwa, she would have refused to believe it. But her eyes weren't lying. That was Aura Blade. No doubt about it. The boy turned around at the sound of her approach, visibly confused. Yi Seal? Weren't you outside? That's strange, I didn't think I was in there that long. He waved at her casually, letting out a small sigh. I tried to hurry so you wouldn't be waiting, but ran into another boss monster. What the hell is with this guy, she thought, stunned. How can he be so calm right now? Her eyes locked on the ogre's mangled body. Her mind still hadn't caught up. Professor, how did you do that? The young man smiled cheerfully. How? You mean the ogre? Before he could finish, Yi Seol quickly cut him off. No, forget the ogre. That thing you used. The streak of light. Was that aura blade? He calmly slid the sword back into its sheath. It's something similar. Not perfect yet. I only used it because that thing showed up out of nowhere. He looked off into the distance, voice oddly thoughtful. Now I get why you wanted to go to the lower tier areas instead. Yi Seol stared at him like she was looking at a madman. What is wrong with this person? Didn't he realize the gate had turned into an A rank? But he just grinned, pointing casually at the ogre's corpse. Well, since it's an ogre, aside from the mana stone, the byproduct should fetch a pretty high price too. Wonder how much this haul's gonna be worth. Then, suddenly his expression changed. He turned toward the pile of defeated monsters and instantly turned pale. Bending over, he began to gag violently. Erga, blurg. Yi Seol sighed heavily at the sight. So that's it. He's got a weak stomach. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk could barely stay on his feet anymore. Everything was spinning. He'd been throwing up non-stop, and now even the ground looked sickly yellow. Yi Seol scratched her cheek awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Well, it really is yellow. I guess that's our Q mission complete. Let's go call the cleanup team. But the man still couldn't steady himself. Yi Seol, wait a sec before we leave, alright? After struggling to collect himself, he finally managed to breathe out a few words. Hey, do you think you could take credit for the ogre kill? She blinked, completely taken aback. What are you talking about? Why would you give me credit for something you clearly did? But he quickly explained with a shrug, I don't really like attracting attention. Even if it was just a newly spawned ogre with no equipment. A B rank like me taking it down would cause quite a stir. Yi Seol stared at him, utterly unable to wrap her head around what she was hearing. This guy, he knew exactly what kind of opponent he was facing. Knew how strong it was. He knew how dangerous it was. And he still chose to fight it head on. Alone. She couldn't help it. A faint, tired smile slowly tugged at her lips. Then, in a soft and careful voice, she spoke. It wasn't you who was careless, Professor Kang. It was me. I'm the one who made assumptions based on first impressions. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. She hesitated for a moment, then added with a quiet smile, you must have your reasons for not wanting to stand out, right? I don't know if anyone outside will believe what happened here today, but let's just say I was the one who took down the ogre. Her delicate hands extended forward in a gesture filled with sincerity. I hope you'll continue to guide me for the rest of this summer break. He looked at her hand, clearly a little surprised. Then he let out a light chuckle, cheerful but unfortunately still tinged with the aftereffects of his violent vomiting earlier. It made him look a bit rank. I'm counting on you too, he said. Yi Seol flinched slightly at the smell wafting through the air and unconsciously wrinkled her nose. Her expression clearly screamed regret. Without a word, she quickly pulled her hand back, embarrassed. And just like that, the atmosphere between them grew more awkward than ever. Let's go get this processed, she mumbled. Yeah, he nodded. Mission complete. An A-rank gate, cleared. The scene cut to the teleportation gate. Manhwa had been standing there the entire time, waiting. Her expression was mixed, a blend of worry and faith, but she hadn't moved. Then, her eyes widened in shock. She saw them. The figure she had been praying for. Tears welled up instantly and began streaming down her cheeks. It was strange, she hadn't expected to cry. As soon as she spotted him, she rushed forward, and threw her arms around him tightly. Right behind her, Hung Yi Seol also bowed her head deeply, apologizing over and over. Then suddenly, Manhwa's nose twitched. She recoiled slightly. She just realized something. The boy reeked. It wasn't just blood. It was something far worse. After hearing the full explanation, it all made sense. The gate had transformed while he was inside, and they thought he hadn't made it out. He exhaled deeply once it was all over, still a little skeptical. So that's what happened. But if I were in their position, would I have done the same? They'd come rushing toward danger even after hearing the ogre's roar. Even knowing what it meant. He hadn't expected that kind of loyalty. Not from them. He looked at the two and finally spoke, his voice sincere. Sorry for worrying everyone. And thank you for coming after me. I'm just glad I made it out okay. The two girls in front of him didn't even flinch at his complaints. Calmly, one of them replied, Anyway, Professor Kang, do you have a disposal unit you work with? What are we supposed to do with the corpse? As soon as he heard that, his mood instantly brightened. Yi Seol, mind asking one of your contacts to help me out? It's been a while since I last went on a hunt, so I don't have a crew anymore. Without waiting for a response, he casually stepped out of the gate. The stench of blood still clung to him, but he couldn't help smiling the moment he breathed in the clean, crisp air outside. A fresh burst of phytoncide filled his lungs, sharp and pure. It was amazing how different the air was out here compared to inside the gate. But before he could say anything, his eyes locked onto a crowd already waiting for him. He blinked, genuinely confused. What the heck? Why is everyone here? A man stepped forward briskly and greeted him. Are you B-rank hunter Kang Shin-hyuk? Yes, I am. What's going on here? The man gave a sharp military salute, posture stiff and formal. We received a report that a D-rank gate transformed into an A-rank anomaly. The Hunter Management Bureau requested support, and we were dispatched from the nearest unit. According to our intel, 2 hunters entered to assist, but only 1 person came out. Are you the only survivor? Shin-hyuk's face didn't show the slightest change, but inside he let out a long sigh. So that's why everyone's here. They thought we were all wiped out in the gate shift. He spoke up calmly, voice flat. Everyone's safe. The gate's been cleared. The officer blinked, clearly stunned. You completed an A-rank gate. Seeing the disbelief on the man's face, Shin-hyuk chuckled softly. Yup. What, do you think I'd lie to a soldier? But just as he said that, a massive silhouette appeared behind him. The man's eyes widened in pure instinctual fear. Ogre, everyone weapons ready. Prepare to fire. But before the squad could pull their triggers, a familiar voice rang out behind the beast. Everyone calm down. Their guns remained trained forward, but the confusion in their eyes was unmistakable. From behind the ogre's hulking body, Yi-seol emerged, struggling as she dragged it along with visible effort. It's me, Hunter Hong Yi-seol, A rank. All 3 members of our team are safe and accounted for. The soldiers stared in complete disbelief. Their expressions said it all. What in the actual hell? The conversation that followed was strange, to say the least. Professor Kang, it won't come out. I think we'll have to cut it free. I'll go back in and finish it. Hold on. Nearby, the soldiers were even more lost. Wait, what are they even talking about? Did she just say they need to go back in to cut up the ogre? There were only 3 of them, and they took down an ogre. This was supposed to need at least 4 A-rank hunters. Nothing made sense. Sergeant Kim, what the hell is that thing? It's huge. Kim nodded slowly. You must have seen it in training too. That's an ogre. No way, I never thought I'd actually see a real ogre corpse in my life. It's massive. Aren't ogres the kind of monsters that usually take at least 5 A-rank hunters to bring down? That's what I've heard too. As expected of a disciple of Kim Man-dong. He's built different. Murmurs of disbelief and speculation continued to ripple through the ranks. I saw him come out first, so I thought maybe he was the one who took it down. Look at that nerdy face though. All smug and calm. You really need to learn how to read people better. Just look at the ogre's body. That guy's clearly a swordsman, but there's no way a sword could leave those kinds of wounds. Well, even if he didn't land the killing blow, I'm sure he helped. On the other side, Shin-hyuk exhaled softly, a hint of relief in his eyes. At least judging by the wounds, they think Yi-seol took care of it. That's a relief. I did land the blow after all. But if the heavenly demon sword style hadn't worked, it would have been way tougher. He turned his attention to the people now carefully inspecting the corpses for processing. The company handling this must be someone Yi-seol knows. I wonder how much they'll offer. The rugged man standing beside the ogre blinked in astonishment. Miss Yi-seol, what on earth did you do? I've never seen a giant ape in this pristine condition before, and you've got to be Master Kim Man-dong's disciple. It's also my first time seeing an ogre torn up like a rag doll. Yi-seol smiled awkwardly, clearly unsure how to respond. Well, it kind of just turned out like that, I guess. Uncle, so what kind of price can you offer us? Without wasting a second, the man quoted a hefty number. The apes are in great condition, and there are a good number of them. I'll give you 1.6 million won. The boy standing behind her went wide-eyed with disbelief. 1.6 million. Not bad, she thought. What about the ogre? Well, the bones are salvageable, but the skin's pretty torn up. We won't get much from that. I'd say 1.3 million. Not including the mana stone. When she heard that, she turned her head, a bit unsure. The price is kinda me. What do you think, Professor Kang? But what she didn't expect was to see the man silently crying. Professor Kang. He didn't respond right away. He was too overwhelmed. His lips trembled slightly as he muttered under his breath, barely audible. 3 million, in a single hunt, I've never made that much in one go before. He stood there, completely dumbfounded, unable to process what he'd just heard. Wait, 1.3. 1.3 million. His jaw dropped. He stared at the man in disbelief. No way, and that wasn't even counting the mana stone. Then with the mana stone added, that's gotta be 4 million. He suddenly jumped into the air with pure, unfiltered excitement. 4 million won. The man nearby let out a long sigh as he watched Shin Hyuk leap around like a kid who just won the lottery. What a weird guy. Yi Seol's the one who landed the kill, and he's the one getting this excited. Even Yi Seol didn't know how to react at that moment. She tilted her head slightly, caught off guard by how hyped he was. I have my reasons, she eventually said. Please transfer the payment to his account. But Shin Hyuk, off in his own world, was too busy spinning with joy over this sudden windfall. 4 million, just like that. He recalled the time he made a fortune by slowly grinding the stock market and pulling together 100 million won through sheer discipline. But this is different. This is explosive. One ogre corpse and boom, 4 mil. If it weren't for Lee Ji-sung, I would have quit teaching ages ago to become a full-time hunter. The payment came through in an instant, thanks to the tax exemption teachers at Hunter Academies received. And since both girls had their schedule disrupted due to the gate mutation, he decided to share a portion of the profit, 10% each. They both received the notification at the same time. Professor Kang, this really isn't necessary, said one of them. Yeah, I barely did anything at all, added the other. But the young man just smiled warmly, his expression sincere. I heard what happened outside while we were in the gate, and I felt a bit guilty. I'm really sorry for making you both worry. This is my way of saying thank you for coming all the way to help. Please accept it. No matter how much they tried to refuse, he always found the perfect words to soften their hearts. Now you're making us feel bad, one of them muttered. It's not like we're only going to see each other today, right? I mean, our party's not disbanding already, is it? No, he replied with a grin. Summer break's still long, we'll keep going. That radiant smile, paired with his surprisingly handsome face, made it really hard to say no. Exactly. So don't overthink it. I'll be counting on you both from now on. Yi Seol, who had been watching him this whole time, suddenly froze in place. Her face turned bright red, eyes wide with confusion as she stared forward, unable to respond. Then finally a voice called softly in her ear. Yi Seol. She flinched. Hong Yi Seol. It was Manhwa, sitting next to her, looking worried. Are you okay? You've been acting weird ever since Professor Kang left. You barely said anything at home and didn't even want to eat. Yi Seol slowly brought a spoonful of rice to her mouth and let out a long sigh. It's nothing, really. I didn't do anything today except drive and move the corpse. That's all, she said softly. But still, thanks to Professor Kang, I ended up making 400 just by standing around. She poked at her rice, hesitating. I'm honestly still feeling kind of awkward about it. I've been thinking maybe I should just return the money. Hearing that, Xianhua, her sharp-eyed best friend, immediately picked up on something odd. 400. That's not a huge amount for a rank a hunter like you. Don't tell me that's what's been on your mind all day? Yi Seol didn't answer. She sat quietly, eyes distant. In her mind, she kept replaying that moment from earlier in the dungeon, the moment she saw that blade. An aura blade that shattered an ogre in a single swing. A technique not even the highest-ranked hunters had ever displayed. After a long silence, she finally asked in a low voice, Manhwa, do you think someone like me, someone who's hit a wall after reaching rank, could still get stronger? Xianhua looked at her, confused by the sudden shift in tone. I mean, I think Professor Kang might actually be the key for me. Sitting nearby, the old man Mandong, dressed in a light pink apron that didn't suit his gruff image at all, overheard the conversation and gave a slow nod. That does make sense. He set down the pot he was holding with a soft clink and turned to Yi Seol. I heard you went hunting with Manhwa today. I also heard about the mutated gate. Then, in his usual calm and analytical voice, he added, even though you're my disciple, you still wouldn't be able to take down an ogre solo, not yet. Anyway. So if someone was able to bring one down with such efficiency, That person is most likely your Professor Kang. Yi Seal's thoughts were clearly spinning now. She spoke slowly, but with conviction. Yes, sir. He's technically a B-rank hunter, but unless you see him in action yourself, no one would ever believe it. He doesn't seem interested in showing his true strength though. Something suddenly came to mind, and she turned to Man Dong again. By the way, Master, didn't you mention there's still an open teaching position at the academy? Hearing that, the old man chuckled, already knowing where this was going. There is. It's the spear arts class, actually. Yi Seal nodded, her voice now more certain. Teaching kids, huh? Doesn't sound so hard. Bit of training and that's it. But Man Dong wasn't about to let her off easy. Thimph. That's rich coming from you. When I asked you to do it before, you didn't even react. Made me sad, you know. Yi Seal shot back with a grin. Oh come on, Master. You were happy. You just like playing grumpy. Besides, my guild contract's almost up anyway. With that, she smiled brightly, setting her bowl down as if she'd finally made up her mind. Starting next semester, I'll take the spear arts instructor position. I'm counting on you to help me get ready. Meanwhile, I had gone to find my master and report the good news. With a bright smile on his face, the boy proudly said to the man in front of him, I managed to cut off the monster's left arm, Master. I saw it clearly before I passed out. It was definitely wounded. But when the man across from him showed no reaction whatsoever, Shin Hyuk furrowed his brow, a little annoyed. Hey Master. Are you even listening to me? The man casually replied, I heard you. I'm eating. The boy blinked, slightly taken aback by the response. Is he seriously smiling right now? What a shy old man. Yu Ryan chuckled softly as he chewed, then said, using your secret technique on a run-of-the-mill monster. Guess that thing really didn't want to lose. Huh. Shin Hyuk grinned. So come on, that's gotta be worth like a solid 110 points, right? As your student, 90. What? Why? Because you got cocky. The boy quickly bowed in apology. Still, it's all thanks to your help that I made it through safely. I also used that technique really well when I fought the monster earlier right before I came here. The old man let out a sigh. This kid, if you're really grateful, then buy me a nice plate of dongpo pork. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk smiled brightly. I didn't come empty-handed, you know. He slowly pulled something out from his backpack and held it out with both hands. I meant to give this to you before I fought the monster. It's a gift I prepared specifically for you, Master. Please take it. He handed over a stack of colorful booklets, clearly some kind of albums. The old man raised an eyebrow. What the heck is this? It's a study book. For learning the language they use outside the snow zone. You once told me you were curious about how the outside world has changed, remember? The elderly man took the bundle, a faint smile appearing on his lips. You little brat, how'd you come up with this? Then he noticed the sheer weight of the book. Wait, what is this thing? Why is it so big and heavy? Shin Hyuk smiled, clearly excited. Here, I'll show you. You just open it like this. What the hell is this? He had pressed play on a recording from a famous girl group's live concert in Tokyo. Standing in front of the sparkling lights on the screen was a stunningly beautiful woman. With a playful wink, she exuded a charm that could easily make hearts flutter. The old man blinked a few times, then suddenly shouted in disbelief, Book of the Heavens. Who is this woman? Hey, Shin Hyuk, flustered, quickly stepped in. Master, please calm down. It's just a recording. A modern way of capturing people's images. The old man looked as if he was about to say, or do something outrageous, but the boy quickly cut him off. No, don't even try signaling me. I still won't get what you're trying to say. Gentle music flowed from the speakers, soft and melodic, making the old man pause and glance around, slightly dazed. The boy beside him couldn't help but smile at the sight. That's the most popular idol group right now, Shin Hyuk explained. You can think of them like dancers. Still no response. Yu Ryan just stood there, mesmerized, eyes fixed on the screen. Watching that reaction, Shin Hyuk gave a faint, satisfied smile. Yeah, he thought. He's been alone for far too long. Even though the old man always said he was used to solitude, no one ever truly gets used to being alone. Every day must have been a silent battle against the weight of loneliness. And now, look at this. This is the outside world today, so dazzling, so full of change. Just as Shin Hyuk was about to say more, the old man suddenly muttered, What a tragedy. Huh. Even the world's most famous dancer can't afford a proper outfit. Has the world really fallen into such ruin? Shin Hyuk stared at him, completely speechless. No, master, that's just how it is these days. He tried his best to explain, stumbling through his words. It's not what you think, really, it's just… Well… But Yu Ryang let out a deep sigh, then smiled contentedly. I really am getting old, huh? But with this magical book and this bowl of perilla seed ramen, I think I finally get it. He looked back at the screen and said softly, disciple, this outside world really has grown into something brilliant, hasn't it? Shin Hyuk nodded gently. Yeah, except for the part where unstable gates keep messing everything up. Then, remembering his schedule, he added, anyway, I'll be busy tomorrow, so I figured I should teach you how to use the laptop today. The old man scrunched his face in annoyance. What's this? Since when does training come with breaks? This doesn't sound like you at all. Shin Hyuk only shrugged. Well, you did say that real training comes from actual combat, so your disciple's going out to wipe the floor with some monsters and be back in time for dinner. And so the lesson began. Okay, see this? This is the mouse. And that little white arrow there? That's the cursor. If you move this around, with utmost seriousness, the boy began teaching his master how to navigate the digital world. But the gaze of the old master beside him lingered on his disciple for a little longer than usual, as if trying to read something deeper. Shin Hyuk couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. The next morning, the two girls were already waiting when he arrived. Over here. One of them called out cheerfully. He jogged over with a bright smile. Good morning, lovely ladies. Have you had breakfast yet? Yep, I ate with Manhwa, Yiseol replied. What about you, teacher? Shin Hyuk smiled softly. I've eaten too. Sounds like you two met up pretty early, huh? I stayed over at her place last night, Yiseol answered calmly. Let's take my car today. The sleek, white, luxury car sped down the wide avenue with a low, confident hum. From the back seat, Shin Hyuk glanced around curiously. I've never seen that thing on the back seat before. What is it? Oh, that's a collapsible spear. I'm planning to use it today, Yiseol replied casually. A spear? Shin Hyuk blinked, a bit taken aback. Wait, what do you mean? You know how to use a spear? He stared at her reflection in the rearview mirror, his expression clearly filled with doubt. From what he remembered, Yiseol's combat specialty was unarmed martial arts. There was no mention of her ever using a spear, not in the original storyline. She glanced at him in the mirror and explained, the spearmanship instructor position at our school is still vacant, right? I decided to apply for it. That single sentence hit him like a brick to the chest. Spearmanship, he thought, stunned. That's the role that opened up after Mr. Jung quit, the guy who left after losing to me in front of the whole class. But she's not applying for the hand-to-hand combat role, she's aiming for the spear instructor position. Something wasn't right. It hit him all at once. The original story, it's changing. He couldn't quite grasp how or why. But the thought alone left him uneasy. I don't remember ever suggesting she take up the spear. Did I do something wrong? Did my presence change things that much already? Still caught in his thoughts, he finally spoke up slowly, his tone uncertain. Hey, Yiseol, why did you suddenly decide on something like that? The girl cast a sideways glance over her shoulder before casually replying. I just thought, life at school isn't so bad. I get to rest during summer break and earn a paycheck. Shin Hyuk stared at her, stunned, barely restraining the urge to smack some sense into her. What the hell is she saying? You get paid pocket change for going through a single transfer gate, and suddenly you think life's perfect. Have you lost your damn mind from too much free time? He clenched his jaw. No, he had to stop this. This wasn't just some random side character. This was Hong Yiseol. If her original character setting started to shift, that could spell disaster for everything. Trying to keep his tone neutral, he asked again, using a spear seems pretty difficult. Isn't it tough if it's not your specialty? But Yiseol just gave a small, carefree smile. Hunters who use spears tend to get a slight edge during teacher qualification exams. Besides, the basics aren't that hard, at least not what the academy teaches. From the passenger seat, Manhwa chimed in brightly, teacher certification isn't easy though. Aren't you underestimating it a little? Yiseol laughed in response. I've got bonus points for being an A-rank hunter, don't I? It's just temporary anyway. At that, Shin Hyuk perked up. Temporary? She's only planning to teach temporarily. He immediately followed up. Wait, are you saying you'll be a temporary instructor? Yi Seol nodded with a calm smile. I'm just trying it out for 1 semester. If I feel like I'm cut out for teaching, I'll take the exam again and switch to hand-to-hand combat. Her answer threw Shin Hyuk off even more. He felt the weight of it land in his chest like something had shifted, just enough to make him uneasy. This timeline really is starting to diverge. Manhwa smiled and spoke up again. The assigned gate for today is an undead zone. By the time we get there, it'll be around lunchtime. Let's eat first, yeah? Shin Hyuk nodded with a chuckle. Sounds good. What's on the menu? I brought a lunch box. I brought mine too, Manhwa added cheerfully. That's when Shin Hyuk froze. Wait. What? Wal packed lunch and didn't even tell me. There's probably no convenience store inside the gate, right? I didn't bring anything. Yi Seol turned her head slightly, offering a smile that was surprisingly warm. I packed one for you too, Teacher Kang. Is there anything else you'd like? For a moment, Shin Hyuk just sat there, blinking. She made me a lunchbox. His heart skipped a beat, not from love, but from sheer confusion. Okay, seriously, what kind of butterfly effect am I causing here? Shin Hyuk's face turned a faint shade of red, caught completely off guard. Wait, she packed one for me too. He hadn't expected that at all. A homemade lunchbox from someone else. Back in school. Even on field trip days, he never had a proper lunchbox. Just a few thousand won his parents left on the table. And even that had felt like a luxury. Flustered, he rubbed the back of his neck and muttered, I just thought you two packed for yourselves. Didn't expect I was included. Manhwa laughed playfully. What, you think we're excluding you or something? Like we just leave you out? She put on a mock-offended look. Do we look that cold to you? Geez, you really think the worst of us. Shin Hyuk chuckled awkwardly, still not quite sure how to handle the unexpected kindness. And no, it's not that. It's just, this is probably the first time in my life I've ever had a day like this. It's honestly kinda touching. They cruised down the long road together. There's a park on the map up ahead, Manhwa pointed out. We can eat there. Sounds good to me, Shin Hyuk replied. Anywhere works. Soon, the trio laid out the meal. It looked amazing, neat lunchboxes, well packed, colorful and hearty. Shin Hyuk picked up a rice ball, took a bite, and his entire face tensed up. What the hell? A tidal wave of salt exploded in his mouth. It took everything in him not to cough it back up. He struggled to swallow. Did she accidentally dump in an entire salt shaker? He glanced around. Yi Seol was eating too, clearly unaware. Manhwa had just taken a bite and was frozen mid-chew, eyes wide. What had looked like a perfect meal had become a hellish battlefield for their taste buds. Later they finally arrived in front of a massive gate. Still recovering from the sodium overload, Shin Hyuk and Yi Seol charged in without hesitation, their moves sharp and aggressive, almost like they were trying to burn the trauma out of their system through combat. Manhwa, on the other hand, cheerfully joined in, wielding her staff with radiant grace, casting supportive magic that glowed like sunlight. Clearly someone hadn't been hit quite as hard by the salt bomb. The monsters lurking inside couldn't stop them. With unstoppable force, the two tore through the dungeon, wrecking everything in their path. Note to self, Shin Hyuk thought grimly while slashing through a bony undead. From now on, I'm buying lunch instead of trying to make it. After that chaotic day, the group Kim Manhwa, Hong Yi Seol, and himself had continued working together, offering non-stop support over several days. Their goal, dismantling several well-known B-rank transfer gates across the country. And just like that, they became a tightly coordinated team, well, in everything except food planning. Then one afternoon, out of nowhere, Yi Seol's phone rang. Who'd be calling at this hour? She glanced at the screen, her face growing serious as she picked it up. Uncle? What's going on? From the tone of her voice, it was clearly urgent. A whole week. Well, I have time, but her voice trailed off. A class gate? Emergency situation. She paused, processing everything quickly. If needed, Manhwa can support from the rear. But I still have to check with the others about their schedules. She turned, gaze landing on a familiar figure standing just a few steps away. And right then she already had her answer. Shin Hyuk was practically glowing. That stupidly confident smile. The way he struck a victorious pose like a kid about to win a toy prize. Just by looking at him she knew. Yeah, she muttered, hiding a small smile. Looks like it's settled. I'm about to face the second major turning point in my life. Yi Seol quickly responded to the person on the other end of the phone. Alright uncle. Once your schedule is set, I'll get back in touch. The teenager standing behind her was already bouncing with excitement, barely able to hold it in. Miss Yi Seol, what's going on? I thought I heard something about an A-rank gate. He beamed with enthusiasm and added. If it's something I can help with, feel free to count on me. The voice on the phone replied with a calm tone. With Teacher Kang there, I'd definitely feel more at ease, but this time, both the timing and the distance make things tricky. Shin Hyuk raised an eyebrow. Timing and distance. Just how serious is this situation? Seon Hwa jumped in to explain. Actually, Yi Seol's uncle is the guild master of the Haerang Guild based all the way out on Jeju Island. Wait, something happened to his guild. Yi Seol hesitated, clearly a bit embarrassed, then finally spoke up. From what I heard, a lot of people were injured inside an A-rank gate. They're short on manpower right now. He asked if we could come help out for a week. Flights, lodging, and transportation, he's covering everything. Shin Hyuk flashed a dazzling smile. Even if he weren't covering it, I'd still be happy to help. Miss Kim, you're coming too, right? The woman next to him grinned. Of course. Whether it's casting spells or cooking meals, leave it to me. But tonight, how about we eat out? Shin Hyuk chuckled warmly. Thanks so much. I'll treat you to something amazing once we arrive. But the girl simply smiled and said softly, Yi Seol, you can just cook for me yourself. Seonhwa added cheerfully, I'll treat everyone. Then the conversation returned to the original topic. So, Teacher Kang, can we head out the day after tomorrow? The three of them happily made their way home to get ready. Alright? Let's take tomorrow to rest up, then we'll fly out. As Shin Hyuk walked, a thought crossed his mind. Now that I think about it, some of the students said they were heading to Jeju too. It's not like we'll be monster hunting non-stop, right? Wouldn't mind running into those sword kids again. Could be fun. That night he quickly packed everything he needed. T-shirts check. Socks check. Underwear also check. Sitting in front of his open suitcase, he went over the list one more time. Phone charger, yup. Moisturizer, yup. Towel? Probably don't need to bring that. His eyes drifted toward the sword resting in the corner of the room. Wait, that thing definitely won't make it through airport security. Have I ever taken a weapon on a plane before? He scratched his head, lost in thought. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly started ringing. The familiar ringtone caught his attention. Glancing at the caller ID, he couldn't help but mutter, perfect timing. Got a few things I need to ask this brat anyway. The voice on the other end picked up quickly. Who, you actually picked up right away? That's rare. He replied casually, you're off work from the gate today, Seora? Hey, can I bring a sword on a plane? There was a beat of silence. Then she shot back instantly. Are you insane? Lying comfortably in bed, she explained calmly. If you show your hunter license, they'll let you check it as luggage. Actually, I was just about to call you about that. About what? Seora's voice softened a bit. Your hunter license, it's about to expire. You forgot again, didn't you? The renewal exam's coming up soon. You better get that taken care of, or you won't be allowed to teach next semester. Shin Hyuk blinked and grabbed a small notebook off the table, flipping through it quickly. Seriously? I thought I still had like a month left? How do you even know that? Seora let out an exasperated sigh. A few days ago, I got my usual check-in call from Mantis. Your name came up while we were talking, so I looked into it. Shin Hyuk looked genuinely surprised. They brought me up. Didn't I cut ties with Antas a long time ago? She replied without missing a beat. You made quite a name for yourself, remember? That W-tube incident and the whole duel with the vice principal. People still talk about it. He looked a little flustered. But that W-tube video got taken down ages ago for student privacy reasons. And I don't think anyone recorded the duel. Seora, still lying sprawled across her bed, said tiredly. You really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Huh? Why do you think the Hunter Corps suddenly stopped reaching out to you? There might not be footage, but students wrote dozens of posts about it online. Most people dismissed it, saying there's no way a B-rank hunter could use an aura blade, and claimed the vice principal went easy on you. So yeah, it didn't become a big story, but it still got attention. Shin Hyuk still looked confused. Then why would Antas bring me up again? Because they're short-staffed, and you're on their radar again. At the very least, they're acknowledging your ability. Seora chuckled softly. They even asked me to get close to you, pretend to chat, lure you back in. Shin Hyuk burst out laughing. Wow. So they basically told you to seduce me, huh? The voice on the other end answered in a playful, slightly whiny tone, it's not like that. They were just testing the waters, so I found a good excuse and turned them down gently. Honestly, after that, I doubt they'll bring you up again. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk felt a little uneasy. Wait. What excuse did you use? Now you're just making me more nervous. Huh? What do you mean? There was a brief pause as Seo Ra tried to think of a way to explain it. But Shin Hyuk couldn't help but push. It's fine, just tell me the truth. I'm not gonna show up at your place with a whip and beg you to punish me or anything. Or sneak in at night to steal your socks just to sniff your feet or some crazy nonsense like that. He let out a dry chuckle. Something so ridiculous that no one could possibly ask any follow-up questions, right? She replied with a smirk in her voice, exactly. As soon as they heard it, they shut up real quick. So you're safe. Shin Hyuk could only let out a mental sigh, mourning the professional image he'd worked so hard to build. Thanks, I guess that settles that. Time passed quickly. The next morning, they boarded a domestic flight to their destination. The airport buzzed with people. A chaotic mix of chatter, suitcases rolling, and flight announcements overhead. The sound of Shin Hyuk's suitcase wheels clacking against the floor actually had a strangely pleasant rhythm. The three of them quickly arrived at their destination. It's so crowded here, someone said. Probably because it's vacation season. Hang in there for a few more days. Once the injured hunters are back on duty, we'll finally get a break. Shin Hyuk spoke up from the side. We're heading to the Haerang Guild first, right? The girl beside him quickly replied. Yeah, I asked my cousin to pick us up. She said she'd be waiting at gate 4. Just then, a voice called out nearby, grabbing their attention. Over here, sis. A stunning young woman with sun-kissed skin and short, stylish black hair waved excitedly at them. Manhwa. You came to help too. This was Hong Yi-sol, a C-rank hunter and member of the Haerang Guild. The two women rushed toward each other, practically tackling one another in a warm hug. It's been forever. You doing okay? Yes, Unnie. I missed you so much. Standing nearby, Shin Hyuk couldn't help but comment quietly. She's even more attached to Manhwa than Yi-sol is. Introductions followed shortly after. Let me do the honors. This here is Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk. He's currently teaching at the Hunter Academy. Shin Hyuk offered a friendly smile and greeted her. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. Yi-sol responded with a cheerful smile. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Hong Yi-sol. Wait, you're actually a teacher? For real? Her surprise made him a bit flustered. Yeah, that's right. Her eyes sparkled as she grinned. Oh my god, you're so good looking. I honestly thought you were some kind of idol. Shin Hyuk stood there, thinking to himself, good grief. She's absolutely blinding. The group started moving toward the exit of the bustling airport. Alright, let's talk more on the way. Everyone, follow me. The car sped down the familiar streets, cutting through the city as they headed toward the guild headquarters. On the way, they were filled in on the current situation. A week ago, during an A-ranked dungeon raid designed for a 10-person team, one that had mobilized, the guild's core members, 3 fully mature monsters, had unexpectedly appeared. Although they were eventually taken down, the cost had been steep. 1 life was lost, and the vice-guild leader, along with the rest of the team, was left seriously injured. Some were even so shaken that they announced their retirement on the spot. Sitting in the back seat, Shin Hyuk nodded quietly to himself. Makes sense. In this world, you can heal nearly any physical injury with magic so long as you're still alive. But mental scars, those are something else. Looks like this situation is more serious than I thought. We might be way busier than I expected. Before long, they arrived at an extravagant building towering above the main street. Here we are. I'll take you all straight to the lodging area, so feel free to leave your luggage in the car. Looking up at the massive structure, Shin Hyuk couldn't help but comment. Wait, this whole building belongs to the Haerang Guild? Yi-sol smiled from beside him. Not quite, we only use floors 7 through 10. Right then, a colorful figure appeared in front of them, calling out warmly. My sweet niece, you're finally here? Uncle. How have you been? A tall man with sun-tanned skin and striking blonde hair stepped forward, his bright smile lighting up his whole face. If I were doing great, I wouldn't be begging for early retirement, now would I? This was Hong Jong-sik, the head of the Haerang Guild. He turned to greet another familiar face. It's been a while, Manhwa. How's your dad, Mandong? The young woman bowed politely. He sends his apologies for not being able to come in person, sir. Jong-sik chuckled cheerfully. Even a message is more than enough. I appreciate it. Then, with the same bright smile, he turned toward Shin Hyuk. And this must be the handsome gentleman Professor Kang Shin Hyuk, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Come on in, let's talk inside. Shin Hyuk thought to himself. Wow, this upbeat energy really must run in the family. They were quickly ushered into a sleek, well-appointed meeting room. The scent of freshly brewed coffee filled the air as steam curled up from the mugs placed before them. I'm guessing Yi-Sol already gave you a quick rundown on the way over. He got straight to the point. The dungeon you'll be tackling is a B rank, 7-person gate. Normally the Hei rank guild likes to overstaff these for safety, but with our current manpower shortage, your group will be going in with just 5. Yi-Seal took a sip of her coffee and smiled reassuringly. That's totally fine, sir. 5 is all we need. The conversation quickly shifted again. So, what's your take on it, Professor Kang? Shin Hyuk hesitated for a moment before replying. Honestly, I think 5 people might actually be too many. His words caught the man across the table off guard, his expression stiffening slightly in surprise. Leaning in a little, Shin Hyuk added in a low voice to the person next to him, based on our recent teamwork, I think 3 of us would be more than enough. A B rank gate meant for 7 people doesn't really require backup, to be honest. Then, with a casual shrug and a grin, he added, besides, more people just means less money to go around, right? That last comment visibly irritated the man on the other side. He scratched his head, forcing a neutral tone as he responded, well, confidence is good and all, Professor Kang. But just curious, what guild were you with before you started teaching? Shin Hyuk replied calmly, I was with Chase Guild. The man's tone chilled a little. Ah, Chase. A reputable guild. B rank, right? Yes. I'm a B rank hunter. The man's gaze grew noticeably colder as he stared at Shin Hyuk. Let me be clear, Professor Kang, our B rank hunters here at Hei Rang are part of a tightly organized system. If the gate calls for 7 people, there's a reason behind it. Not to mention my daughter, my niece and her friend are all involved in this operation. And here you are, suggesting we send fewer people instead of more. That doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Yi-Seal could sense the tension rising and started to feel uneasy. We know what he's capable of, sure. But Uncle doesn't. And with his temper, oh no, this might spiral fast. The air turned heavy as the man's tone sharpened, his aura almost oppressive. I welcomed you warmly because my niece brought you here. But now I'm starting to think you're a little too cocky, huh? Going on a work trip with pretty girls to a vacation island. And it's gone to your head already. His face darkened menacingly as he stood up. Come with me. I'll help bring your floating head back down to earth. Shin Hyuk sat there, momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond to the sudden hostility. Yi-Seal stood to the side, watching the scene unfold with clear discomfort. Uncle, he came all this way to help us. What are you even doing? She muttered awkwardly. The man let out a soft sigh, seemingly both tired and exasperated. Yi-Seal, just stay put. This concerns the safety of the new members we're bringing into our raid team. If we're going to add someone, it should be someone with the proper skill set. But this guy, he's just good with words. What's the point of bringing someone like that? His tone carried disappointment as he spoke. But before the situation could get any more awkward, the young man calmly drew a sword, its blade enveloped in a faint but powerful green light. The older man's eyes immediately sharpened in recognition. That power, that's an aura sword. No, wait, could that be an aura blade? It was the same power that had once gone completely out of control when first unleashed during a sparring match with Kim Man-dong, a blade enhanced with energy. An aura blade. But after a few days of clearing B-rank gates non-stop, the young man thought, I've gotten the hang of controlling it. Real combat really is the best kind of training. Master's never wrong. Jong-sik stood frozen, visibly rattled. Master Kang, didn't you say you were only a B rank? How the hell are you using aura techniques? But the young man, still smiling warmly, replied, I just happened to grasp it through training. I wouldn't say I've fully mastered it yet. The older man turned to leave, visibly flustered. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered. The young man quickly stepped in. I apologize if my earlier remarks seemed careless. The 3 of us have worked together for a long time, so I was simply concerned about everyone's safety. The man understood the weight of the situation. With rift gates continuing to appear across the region and their forces stretched dangerously thin, every hunter was an asset. If this man was strong enough to make the team downsize, then honestly, that was a good thing. Xianhua, smiling cheerfully, chimed in. Uncle, why don't you try trusting Master Kang? He actually sparred with and beat all three of us recently. Yes, I'm talking about my father too. Shin Hyuk scratched his head, embarrassed by the praise. Miss Kim, I wouldn't exactly call that a win. The vice principal held back quite a bit. She grinned. But under the rules of the match, you were still the winner, Master. Her words finally caught Jong Sik's attention. He paused to think, recalling a rumor about a teacher who had gone head-to-head with Mandong. Wait, don't tell me, you're the one who actually landed a hit on him, he asked, clearly surprised. Yep. That would be Master Kang, the girl replied proudly. The younger girl beside her was practically speechless. Honestly, I had the same reaction you did at first, Uncle. I probably should have filled you in sooner. Still in disbelief, Jong Sik muttered. Unreal. And he's still ranked B. With power like that, there must be a reason, right? Shin Hyuk smiled politely, a little sheepish. There's no special reason, really. I just haven't met the criteria to apply for a rank up yet. Unfortunately, overseas activity doesn't count toward that, so I'm still short. I renewed my license this year, but the rank up will have to wait till next year. The older man finally chuckled, his tone warming. Well, there's a saying, the tallest nail gets hammered down. Don't let any more misunderstandings happen, alright? Once you meet the requirements, you'd better apply for a rank immediately. His words carried a dual meaning. Standing out too much often draws criticism. Yi Seal smiled at him appreciatively. Thanks for understanding, Uncle. He looked at her with a frown. I'm still not entirely at ease, kid. Sure, his raw power is impressive, but real combat inside the gates is a whole different story. The fact that he hasn't met the requirements for rank up means his field experience doesn't quite match his strength just yet. I'll assign 2 hunters with strong support abilities and terrain expertise to go with him. That's my final compromise. I won't budge any further. She bowed slightly. Understood. Thank you, Chairman. Shin Hyuk cast a subtle glance toward the man, inwardly impressed. As expected of a guild leader. Not only did he spot the gaps in our setup, but he also proactively filled them with the right people. Even though he had said the 3 of them worked well together, in truth, their cooperation was pretty straightforward. Whenever Kim Xianhua cast her support magic, Hong Yiseal would charge in with her spear while he, as a frontline fighter, simply slashed his way through. Now that Yiseal, who was both a swordswoman and a guild member, was joining the team, he couldn't help but wonder who the other 2 support members would be. The day came quickly. 2 B-rank hunters, Han Kwang-ho and Li Jai-hai, arrived on site, both greeting him with cheerful smiles. Nice to meet you. Looking forward to working with you. Yi Sol beamed as she introduced them. These 2 are among the best from the support squad. Kwang-ho specializes in fire magic, and Ji-hai is an expert marksman with a bow. The pair smiled confidently. Ji-hai added, I'll take responsibility for navigating the terrain in the high-rank gate zones. I've got a decent sense for detecting magical energy, so I should be able to pick up on danger quickly. Since the current team leaned heavily toward melee and direct defense, it made perfect sense to supplement it with long-range firepower. Their planning was spot on despite his laid-back appearance. The chairman was clearly calculating everything with precision. Well then, someone said, let's head in. Today's mission is just basic coordination and familiarization. Got it. We're ready. With that, the group stepped into the dark cavern. The air inside was cold and oppressive, giving the place an eerie atmosphere. 6 people moved cautiously through the uneven terrain. The cave had limited visibility, with numerous blind spots throughout. The monsters that inhabited it were large red rats known for being unusually resilient, which was why the job had been delayed for so long. So that's the situation, huh? Then let's just scout for about 2 hours today, Shin Hyuk said casually, a smile on his lips. 2 hours. That sounds light enough, Kwang-ho replied, visibly surprised. When I heard they cut down the team size, I thought we'd be working with some arrogant jerk. Didn't expect someone this down to earth. Beside him, Ji-hai smiled brightly. We've already passed the safe zone, so everyone should start staying alert. These monsters can ambush us from literally anywhere. Just like this, she thought, grinning as she raised her bow and prepared to launch a powerful shot. But before she could do anything, A figure flashed past them. Faster than anyone could react. Shin Hyuk had already closed the distance, sword in hand, and dispatched the monster with a single fluid strike. His speed and reflexes were so astounding that Ji's eyes widened in shock. The massive creature collapsed in a heap. Everyone turned to look at him. So that's a red giant rat. Doesn't really look like what I expected, someone muttered. Curious, Yesil asked. Then what did you expect it to look like? I don't know, more like a regular rat, I guess. I mean, it's called a red giant rat. Everyone laughed. Master Kang, it's a good thing you didn't become a writer, Yi Seul teased. Are you saying I've got a terrible imagination? No, just well, let's move on. But what had just happened left the group genuinely stunned. He hadn't used any visible mana. And yet he had sensed the monster's presence even faster than her B-rank detection skill. With this kind of terrain and the creature's speed, that level of awareness was no joke. Shanhua smiled and asked, So, what's your take on this gate, Master? Are there too many monsters inside? Shin Hyuk responded with a cheerful tone, It's definitely a gate built for a 10-person raid. The traces I've sensed are pretty dense. That answer left the others visibly unsettled. Wait, Master Kang, don't tell me you've got sensing abilities too? Let's just say something like that, he replied calmly. But don't worry, you'll handle both protection and support. The two new members who had just joined were honestly a bit overwhelmed. Being protected, that's a new one. Still, it made sense now why the team size had been reduced. After about 2 hours of diving deeper into the gate, fatigue started catching up with them. One of them gasped for air, unable to hold back. I'm so tired. I'm seriously out of breath just trying to keep up. Ji-hai, panting beside her teammate, muttered, Kwang-ho, just how deep are they planning to go? Her partner wasn't doing much better. Who knows? They said 2 hours. But apparently that's the clear time, not just scouting. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk still wore a bright smile, his body stained with blood, but his spirit full of energy. His teammates had also performed their roles flawlessly. For the first time ever, I actually feel bad for the rats, one of them joked. They had cleared a B-rank raid designed for 10 people with just a 2-man front line. The monsters didn't stand a chance. Still in disbelief, Ji-hai turned to ask, Didn't Yi Seul say this guy was only B-rank? That's right, she said. But honestly, I don't know the full story. He was brought in by someone from higher up in the organization. A younger guy behind them froze when he heard the name. Wait, did you say Kang Shin Hyuk? Yeah, why? You know him. The name sent the boy into deep thought. I actually challenged him once. God, it's a miracle I'm still alive. They all let out a sigh of relief. With a gate like this, it should be worth at least 6,000 credits, right? But we didn't contribute much, so I guess we'll be leaving empty-handed. Yeah, he found all the monsters before we could even assist. Thinking about it made the two of them visibly depressed. Sure, Seal and Shanhua had contributed a bit, but honestly they'd spent most of their time just observing. But when Shin Hyuk overheard the conversation, he smiled even brighter and said, We'll split the rewards evenly. That completely stunned them. Ji-hai blinked, clearly not understanding. Master Kang, but we didn't actually do anything. Isn't today a special day? He replied with a wink. Maybe I pushed myself a little harder than usual just to help put everyone at ease, so don't worry about it too much. Besides, without all of you, I wouldn't have met the minimum requirements to enter the gate in the first place. You all took a risk trusting and following someone you barely knew. The least I can do is show my appreciation. As he said that, a radiant smile spread across his face, and his entire presence seemed to glow with warmth. It left the two newcomers genuinely moved. Moments later, Kwang-ho couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed over, calling out, Hey! Shin Hyuk! What's up? Don't come at me like that, man. And just like that, a new team had been formed, one that would embark on a special mission together on Jeju Island. Outside, the car was still parked neatly in its spot. Inside the backpack, the phone lay quietly on the seat. Suddenly, it lit up with a familiar notification tone. Master. We're heading to Jeju the day after tomorrow. You really aren't coming with us. Are you doing okay these days? Do you remember what you told us at the graduation ceremony? Master, come with us to Jeju, please. Then the phone fell silent again. Only for a moment before new messages popped up one after another. It's me, Jin-soo. One of your two little disciples. Master, come to Jeju with us. They finally emerged from the massive gate, all of them wearing bright, Satisfied smiles. It had been 3 straight days of intense missions, and the energy among the group was still high. Kwang Ho, walking behind, exhaled with a light chuckle. Today's the next gate shift, right, Master? With Shin Hyuk and Yi Sil backing us up, everything's been moving at lightning speed. And let's not forget Xianhua's support spells. Everyone's been full of energy like fatigue doesn't even exist. The girl beside him grinned playfully and looked toward Shin Hyuk. Master Kang, don't you have a meeting today or something? From behind, Shin Hyuk smiled casually. Yeah, my students said they've come all the way out here just to meet me. I figured I'd swing by and say hi. His face, however, was still smeared with blood. You should probably wash up before that. One of the girls giggled, clearly amused by the sight. Shin Hyuk, meanwhile, had his own thoughts. Everyone looks sharp. 3 days in, and the coordination is already smooth. I heard the injured hunters will be returning soon. Things should ease up sometime next week. Kwang Ho chimed in again with a grin. Hey Shin Hyuk, you're going to see your students, right? You're taking a car. Nah, it's close. I'll just grab a taxi, Shin Hyuk replied. But Kwang Ho casually tossed him a set of car keys. Then just take mine, it'll be more convenient. I was planning to crack open a few beers and rest here anyway. Thanks, Kwang Ho. I owe you one. A sleek Kia sped along the dark highway. Shin Hyuk sat behind the wheel with a relaxed smile. Taking Kwang Ho's car really was the smart choice. The kids are probably still out having fun. They'll be surprised when I show up. On the other end, when Jin Soo received a call from his beloved teacher, his face lit up with joy. No way, Master. You actually heard my prayers? You're really coming. I'm on my way. Do you guys need me to pick up anything? His students were practically bouncing with excitement. Wait, you're really in Jeju right now? Are you serious? That's really you. Well, I've been stationed here for a little while now, he chuckled. Is the whole group together? That's when 2 of the girls, overhearing the conversation, suddenly gave off an intimidating aura. Not the whole group, Master, one said. Only Yunseo is back at the lodge. The rest of us are downtown. She's feeling a little under the weather, took some medicine and went to bed. We'll be back at the lodge in about an hour. Could you stop by then? Sure, Shin Hyuk replied. But what do you all want to eat? The girls instantly burst out, barely able to contain their excitement. Master Min-hee really wants beef. His voice came through the phone, lightly concerned. Jin-soo, is Min-hee okay? Jin-soo took the opportunity to shout, hey, I want beef too. Yeah, beef. Shin Hyuk ended the call with a sigh, shaking his head. Beef really is dangerously addictive. Up ahead, traffic began to slow to a crawl. Guess I'll swing by the supermarket first, grab some drinks and snacks. Hold up. This is Jeju, right? Why are there so many sharp turns on this road? He squinted through the windshield. Is there an accident up ahead? The jam had grown so bad it was nearly at a standstill. He glanced to the side and saw a man directing traffic, not a police officer, but a soldier. Why are the military handling traffic checks? Shouldn't this be the police's job? Rolling down his window, Shin Hyuk leaned out and asked, Excuse me, sir, what's going on up ahead? The soldier responded with a firm, rehearsed line. A monster escaped during an attack on a nearby gate. The hunters dispatched were unable to contain it, so the safety zone has been revoked. This area is now locked down, and it's highly dangerous beyond this point. Once the cars ahead turn around, you should do the same. Shin Hyuk frowned, unsettled. What the hell is going on? What kind of careless guild would let things get this out of hand during a gate strike? Then, as if something suddenly clicked in his memory, his eyes widened. Wait, weren't all of them out? Except Yunseo, who stayed back at the lodge. The young man quickly stepped forward and asked the officer in front of him, Excuse me, how far does the lockdown extend? I was informed that this entire area is under lockdown. The officer responded, Are you a resident here? Not exactly, he replied. My friend is staying at a pension in this area. She's sick, already took medicine, and is sleeping. If she can't get out, it could be dangerous. In that case, you should try calling your friend, just in case something's happened. He immediately pulled out his phone and made the call. A soft female voice came through the speaker, but his unease only grew stronger. His instincts were rarely wrong. Hello. He spoke anxiously. Yunseo. Where are you right now? Sir? You're calling so suddenly, what's going on? Are you in Jeju too? No, I mean, what part of Jeju are you in? Are you really in your room? She let out a few heavy breaths, clearly unwell. How did you know? I'm just lying in bed because of the fever. His expression turned serious as he spoke quickly. Yunseo, listen to me very carefully. A monster just came through a portal near your area. Everyone else has likely been evacuated already. She sounded shocked. A monster? Yes. That part of town doesn't get much foot traffic, so under no circumstances should you leave your room. A nearby soldier interjected urgently. That monster is a Shadow Reaper. Turn off all the lights and stay completely silent. The young man was visibly shaken. Of all things, it had to be that one. Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth, trying to stay composed. If an ogre was rated a class, then a Shadow Reaper was B class with stealth abilities, high defense, and incredibly hard to fight. He gave another urgent warning through the phone. Did you hear me, Yunseo? If it finds you, it'll be dangerous. Don't move, just wait until I get there. Then, her curious voice came through. Sir, this monster does it wear a black cloak and carry a large scythe. His anxiety exploded. Wait, are you sure you didn't doze off during class? Panicked, she replied. No. It's right in front of me. His heart dropped as she continued in a trembling voice. I don't think it'll take long for it to notice me. Did you hear me, sir? Back at the scene, everyone nearby was frozen in fear, clinging to themselves, struggling to stay quiet. She added shakily, I don't think I'm alone here either. I saw some kids, and they're terrified too. The monster's eyes glowed with murderous intent. Its gaze was sharp, suffocating, sending waves of fear through anyone who locked eyes with it. Shin Hyuk felt as if he'd plunged into an icy abyss. The kids near Yunseo had completely lost their composure. The Shadow Reaper swung its enormous scythe down in a powerful arc. But before it could hit, a rock suddenly struck it square in the face. Yunseo, terrified, screamed as the monster turned toward her direction. Sir. The children around her couldn't believe what they were witnessing. You have to get here now. I'm burning up and won't be able to run for long. Facing the creature directly, she had run out of options. From the other end, someone shouted in panic, Shin Hyuk. Where are you, Yunseo? Yunseo. What's going on? Had she already come face to face with the monster? Shin Hyuk's face turned pale as he turned to the soldier next to him, and stated firmly, I'm a hunter. I also teach, but I'm currently registered under the High-Rang Guild. Can you authorize me to enter the area? If you're a hunter, then you're permitted to go in. But as you can see, traffic up ahead is a complete mess. You'll have to wait until the vehicles clear out. He suddenly pointed in a certain direction, catching everyone off guard. Instinctively, the group turned their heads to look toward the dense forest in the distance. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, a few others were cheerfully celebrating under the warm glow of restaurant lights. Cheers, everyone. They laughed, raising their glasses. Kwang Ho grinned as he raised his beer. This is the drink I've been waiting for. Nothing like a cold beer to cool off a sweaty Friday night. I didn't expect Miss Gi Hai to join in too, he added playfully. Smiling brightly, she clinked glasses with him. Normally, I don't even touch beer, but after 3 days of working with the support team nonstop, my throat feels like a desert. I need this. You were amazing. At this rate, I'll have my car paid off in no time, and finally make it big, Kwang Ho joked. His words made her blink in surprise. Wait, you bought your car on installment? Yeah, he nodded proudly. Took a risk and went for a 36-month plan. Bold, right? But what he didn't know, what none of them knew, was that his beloved car was currently being used in the most unimaginable way. At that very moment, it was barreling through the forest, tearing over fallen trees like a tank. Thanks to Shin Hyuk's strong earnings, Kwang Ho had felt the pressure to hustle too. But ironically, it was Shin Hyuk now behind the wheel, using that very same car in a desperate race. Hopefully, thanks to Kwang Ho, he's reached his student by now. Ji Hai said with a chuckle, still unaware of the chaos unfolding elsewhere. Inside the car, Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth and shouted, his voice filled with urgency and guilt. I'm so sorry, buddy. There was no other choice. He gunned the vehicle through the thick forest, ignoring the deep ruts it carved into the earth. Back at the bar, Kwang Ho continued chatting, blissfully unaware that his precious car was in the middle of a full-blown monster chase. Meanwhile, the monster pursuing Yunseo was getting dangerously close. A brief memory flashed through the young girl's mind once again. After your internships begin, remember what I told you, safety is the top priority. Rule number 1 is safety. And what's rule number 2? Of course, it's still safety. Got it? Don't go acting like some hero and charge in without thinking. It'll only get you hurt and turn you into an unpredictable variable. Anything can happen once you're inside a spatial gate. Sitting below, Yunseo spoke up seriously. But, teacher, no matter how careful we are, what if we run into something we can't handle? Like a monster that's way beyond our level, what should we do then? Without missing a beat, he answered, in that case, do exactly what I'm doing now. He mimicked a swift neck twist with one hand gripping tightly and the other on his head. Quickly, like this, make it clean so it hurts less. She clenched her fists in frustration. Why did I even bother asking? Shin Hyuk grinned. Just kidding. What you actually do is assess the situation around you first, and then run. If I'm going to run, why assess the situation? She argued. Because you still need to know which direction is safe, where the other hunting squads are, or where the nearest shelters might be. That's how you improve your chances of survival. So always memorize the location of hunter camps and shelters. Alright, enough talking. Time for our daily run. Let's go. Wait, we really have to run every single day. That was when she finally realized all those training runs back at school were paying off. When the monster came crashing down with brute force, she smoothly dodged it with practiced agility. I almost died just now. Now I get why we had to run every day all semester. The Night Reaper was a B-rank monster, one of the most dangerous of its class. She had only escaped thanks to sheer luck. As a first-year student at a hunter academy, surviving an encounter like that was a miracle. Her thoughts turned to the two sisters she'd saved earlier. Stupid, why did I have to act all heroic back there? Dripping with sweat, she felt overwhelmed. I was once asked why I wanted to become a hunter. Maybe it was because hunters made a lot of money. Maybe because they looked cool. But really, was there any deeper reason? She had simply followed her sister, who had said she wanted to attend a hunter school. At the time, Yunseo had turned and asked her sincerely, "Sis, why do you want to be a hunter?" The other girl blinked and replied, confused, "I just followed you." Huh? Then both their faces were filled with question marks. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Yunseo, you seriously forgot. When we were little, really little, her sister explained, you watched a documentary about people who lost their families to monsters. You said you wanted to become a hunter to help people like that so they wouldn't have to suffer. But she couldn't remember any of that now. The memory was completely gone. Her sister had chosen to become a hunter just so she could protect and support her. Maybe, if I had left those kids behind earlier, I would have survived on my own. But I could never face my sister if I did something like that. She pressed on. The shelter's just up ahead. I just have to make it a little farther. Turning to the others, she shouted, I'll distract the monster, everyone else. Get inside the building, lock the doors and hide. I'll call for hunters to come help. With no other choice, she raised her voice in defiance. But when she turned around, nothing. There was absolutely nothing behind her. No movement, no sign of pursuit. What? But it was just chasing me, a monster so dangerous that even B-rank hunters had to team up to fight it, the Night Reaper. And the reason for that wasn't its power, but its terrifying ability to vanish and strike from the shadows. It always waited for the perfect moment. That's when Yunseo realized she had been deceived. And from behind her, the silhouette of the monstrous creature loomed into view. Yunseo shouted again, her voice trembling, "It's dangerous." But the next moment she realized she couldn't move. Her legs were frozen, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura the monster radiated. Just then, a massive vehicle burst out of the giant forest with a roar. The monster, caught off guard by the sudden beam of headlights, turned its head in surprise. The once sleek luxury car now looked battered beyond recognition. From inside, someone shouted desperately, "Seo. Yunseo." A familiar voice. "Did I ever teach you to shut your eyes in front of a monster?" Shin Hyuk yelled, finally arriving like a hero to shield his student. The colossal vehicle charged straight at the monster with unrelenting force. Yunseo stood in stunned silence. That's the teacher? 3 minutes earlier, the same car had been tearing through the vast forest. Eyes shut, Shin Hyuk was focusing all his senses on the energy scattered around him. He could clearly feel the presence coming from the direction of Minhee's resort. 2 faint auras, probably the kids, and 1 chaotic hostile one, the monster. Yunseo, she's drawing the monster's attention away to protect the kids. In the original story, whenever Yunseo appeared, things usually didn't get too out of hand. But this world was unpredictable. Just like how Choi Seo left Antas, Or how Hong Yi-seol suddenly decided to enroll in the Hunter Academy. Every action here could trigger a butterfly effect and change the entire course of events. Focus Kang Shin-hyuk. Block out the noise and lock onto the clearest signal. He channeled his power to its peak, an ability he had long mastered. In that moment, every inch of the forest seemed to unfold before him. Then he sensed it, two figures racing through the woods. One desperately fleeing, the other relentlessly pursuing. There they are. Slamming his foot down on the accelerator, he shot forward like a missile. The car speedometer screamed. Shin-hyuk, overwhelmed with urgency, couldn't contain himself anymore and shouted, "Seo! Yoon-seo! Did I ever teach you to close your eyes when facing a monster?" It was the first time he had ever charged forward like this, wild and unrestrained. The monster stood confused, clearly unable to comprehend what was happening. Before it could react, the massive vehicle was already upon it. Yoon-seo couldn't stay calm either. That crazed expression, the fire in his eyes, it was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. For the monster, it was the first time seeing a human whose raw strength and energy exceeded anything it could comprehend. "You bastard," Shin-hyuk growled inwardly. "Don't you dare turn your weapon toward one of my students." A blinding light suddenly engulfed his entire body. And in that instant, he became a force of nature, a mad storm, ready to obliterate everything in his path. The brilliant light burst forth like an explosion rising from the depths of the sea. Tiny droplets shimmered, dancing in the air as if gravity itself had been forgotten. The teenager wielded his power without a hint of fear. From above, Yoon-seo couldn't believe what she was witnessing. "Teacher," she whispered in shock. The surface of the water gradually returned to its calm, mirror-like stillness. After a long moment, a few tiny bubbles began to rise. Then, from the depths of the sea, he finally emerged completely intact as he slowly crawled back onto the shore. That was way too close. One more second, and it would have been a disaster. Luckily, there weren't many people around. If there had been a crowd, I definitely wouldn't have made it in time. He looked over and gave a casual wave. "Yoon-seo, are you hurt anywhere?" But instead of answering, she ran straight toward him, tears streaming down her face as she broke into sobs. Her beautiful features were twisted in anguish, and he stood there stunned, unable to react. "You little rascal. You ran out there to distract the monster just to protect the kids, didn't you? You must have been terrified." He gently scolded her, his voice soft. "Don't cry, silly." Her words trembled with emotion, barely coherent through her tears. "But teacher, the car." As soon as he heard that, his expression darkened slightly. That precious car, his teammates' pride and joy, bought on a grueling 36-month installment plan, was now resting peacefully at the bottom of the sea. Shin-hyuk could only offer a weak smile. "It's okay. It's just a car. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Meanwhile, Kwang-ho was fast asleep after a night of celebratory drinking with his friends, completely unaware that his beloved vehicle had been sacrificed to save a life. For now he could rest easy, enjoying a blissful sleep in Jeju, untroubled and at peace. The sound of police sirens rang out not long after. The two of them were quickly taken into an ambulance where every scratch and injury was carefully treated. Emergency protocols had already been set into motion immediately after the monster was eliminated. Thanks to the kids who had the sense to call the police, a chorus of sirens followed. And before long, an entire convoy of vehicles rolled in: police cruisers, military trucks, and ambulances. From a distance, anyone could have mistaken it for some kind of festival. Judging by the uniforms, it looked like a squad of hunters had also been dispatched for a search operation. Shin-hyuk sat off to the side and asked gently, "Aren't you going to call your parents?" The girl next to him smiled sheepishly. "I'm scared they'll make me go home right away if I do." Shin-hyuk stole a quick glance at her, then casually tossed the towel from his head toward her. "Helping people is the right thing to do. But do you realize if you had died out there, none of that would have mattered?" Yoon-seo accepted the towel with a bright smile. "But you came and saved me, didn't you?" Shin-hyuk gave her a look with his handsome face. "Still talking back? Huh. What if I'd been just a little too late?" He sighed. "You're all talk, you know that." The girl glanced at him with a look that seemed to shift ever so slightly. Her voice came soft, almost like a whisper beside his ear. "Teacher, please don't go using that pretty face of yours so carelessly." That caught him off guard. He blinked, unsure how to respond. "Why are we suddenly talking about my face? Because it really is that pretty. Honestly, it'd be such a waste if no one appreciated it." She smiled again, radiant and full of life. "See you back at the dorm, teacher." Thanks a lot for today. Watch where you're going, you little brat, he called after her with a laugh. Just then, a voice called out nearby. Hunter Kang Shin-hyuk, sir, have you been waiting long? We just retrieved the Reaper's corpse. The man looked awestruck. You're incredible, sir. Sorry to ask this now. But, which guild are you with? Shin-hyuk simply smiled. I'm not with any guild. I'm a teacher at the Hunter Academy. Hearing that, the other man snapped into a sharp military-style salute. If you hadn't taken care of that monster, we'd probably still be stuck in combat mode for days. Seriously, thank you. Wow, I didn't expect this much gratitude, Shin-hyuk said, slightly flustered. Of course you deserve it, the man replied. But sorry to ask, at a time like this, could you come with us to HQ to help write up a report on the incident? It won't take long. Sure, Shin-hyuk replied. I'll go with you. But as he followed them, one thought suddenly hit him, crap. Because waiting for him at headquarters were countless VIPs. It's an honor to meet you. On behalf of the Hunter Association, thank you for your efforts. Another one stepped up, saying, Hello, I'm the mayor of the province. What you did today was incredible. It was nothing, Shin-hyuk replied modestly. Then another man appeared, bowing deeply. I sincerely apologize and thank you for everything. That monster got away because of our guild's mistake. That man was the guild master responsible for letting the creature escape. As Shin-hyuk listened to each person express their thanks, he found it harder and harder to stay composed. How many more rounds of this do I have to sit through? Every time he finished giving a recap, someone new would walk in, and he'd have to start all over again. Finally, someone brought up the topic he'd been waiting for. Now let's discuss your compensation. At that, his face lit up like a flower in bloom. Absolutely, let's. The guild, which had failed to contain the monster, agreed to compensate for both the creature's value and the reward money. As for Kwang Ho's car that had been buried along with the monster, they promised to replace it completely with a top-of-the-line, fully loaded model, no less. Even the city's provincial director said he would consider awarding a medal for bravery, or something along those lines. Of course I was more than happy about the money, but as for those titles, to be honest, they never interested me. However, the director looked at me with eyes full of sincerity and spoke firmly. That's not how it should be. When someone does something good, they deserve to be recognized for it. But I knew if I accepted such an award, it would definitely catch the attention of certain powerful people, and that was the last thing I needed. So I smiled and casually made a suggestion of my own. Then, why not give it to my student? She was the one who risked her life to lure the monster away. He paused, considering it. That actually makes sense. Alright, let me see what I can do. Just then, a police officer nearby smiled warmly. Let me give you a ride, sir. Where would you like to go? After thinking for a moment, I replied, I wonder if there's still a butcher shop open somewhere. A butcher shop? He asked, clearly puzzled. Seeing the confusion on his face, I gave an awkward chuckle. It's just, my students have been craving beef lately. Sure enough, moments later, premium cuts of beef arrived, stunning the kids with their sheer quality. The rich aroma of grilled meat filled the air, irresistibly appetizing. They devoured the beef with pure joy. Nothing quite beats fresh beef, after all. Watching them, I smiled to myself. These kids probably hadn't even had dinner yet. And now it was nearly time for a late-night snack. It was clear they'd been really worried about Yin Seo. Thankfully, everything had turned out all right. Nearby, a cheerful voice offered, We've got plenty of rooms at our place, so why don't you stay the night? That won't be necessary, I replied quickly. I wouldn't want to trouble anyone. But the man who turned out to be Min-hee's father grinned and insisted, It's no trouble at all. If it weren't for you, today might have ended very differently. Please stay. Yeah, I think so too, Min-hee added. Besides, didn't you promise to take us to the beach tomorrow? Faced with such enthusiasm, I couldn't find a reason to turn them down. All right, I'll stay, I said at last. The kids cheered in delight. Awesome. Let's play games together tonight. What followed was a boisterous, playful argument. I told you we're supposed to cook the meat first, you savage. The next morning the bright sun rose over the golden sands. The ocean sparkled a deep, clear blue, truly beautiful and refreshing. The kids were already out there, playing joyfully along the shoreline. From where I sat on the beach, I found myself completely at peace. This really did feel like a vacation now. I wondered briefly whether the teachers traveling with Mr. Kim were enjoying themselves as much. As for these kids, they were absolute machines. After staying up all night, they were still full of energy. Maybe next semester, I could make them run a little more during PE. Just then, Jinsu, currently under attack in the water, suddenly looked up and said something quietly to the girls beside him. The group of students in the water stopped their playing and fixed their gaze on me, mischief gleaming in their eyes. "Teacher, aren't you bored sitting there all alone?" "Not at all," I replied. "I'm actually really enjoying this." But they started creeping toward me, their expressions turning ominously playful. "Come on, teacher, don't sit by yourself. Play with us. You know how the Swordsmanship Club operates, we don't talk much." Behind me, I could already sense Yunho hiding, clearly up to something. Naturally, I wasn't about to miss any of their little schemes. "Get him!" they shouted. According to their plan, the ambush began. But no matter how they tried, they couldn't even lay a finger on me. Without blinking, I stood up and smoothly countered their every move. Jin-soo, watching from behind, couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Yoon-seo, Min-hee, what are you doing? Come on, catch him already." My body's not moving." "Wait, what the heck is he doing now?" Of course I knew exactly what these kids were trying to pull, so I couldn't help but tease them. "Trying to toss your teacher into the water, huh? You're still way too green for that, kids." But the moment I said that, they froze in place. "Seriously, we can't move at all, teacher." "Wait, do hunters even learn stuff like this?" "Stuff like this, my foot." "Come on, follow me to get some drinks," I said, then turned to Yoon-seo. "Keep an eye on the others in the shade for me, will you?" "What, teacher, that's so unfair. You're totally playing favorites with Yoon-seo." I just laughed and shot back. Maybe if Yoonho acted more like her sister, she'd be the favorite too. "Alright, I'll be right back, so you lot stay put, understood?" Jin-soo walked beside me and asked curiously, Teacher, are you really just gonna leave them frozen like that all day?" "Relax. They'll be able to move again in about 10 minutes. The boy visibly perked up. Finally. I knew all that sucking up while delivering pizza would pay off someday. But the guy next to him instantly shut that idea down. "Not so fast. You're on a 30-minute timeout. Ringleaders don't get off easy." Come on, teacher. Cut me some slack," the boy whined, trying to sound as pitiful as possible. I smirked. "Alright then, make it 40 minutes. Back on the beach, the group that had tried to prank me was now trembling, overwhelmed by the playful punishment. Yoon-seo grinned and started teasing them. "Wow, you really can't move a muscle, huh? Teacher's methods are wild. How'd you even do that?" Min-hee, who was now shaking with laughter, chimed in. "I can't believe you pulled something like this. You're way more devious than I thought." "She's the real danger here," someone muttered. "Always quiet but always doing something sneaky. When this wears off, you better watch out," one of the girls warned. But Yoon-seo just smiled smugly and said, "Too bad teacher likes me best." Suddenly, a voice from behind broke through their chatter. Well, what are you lovely ladies doing all gathered here?" Min-hee turned her head to look. A man was approaching with a confident stride, tanned skin, bleached blonde hair, glimmering rings on his fingers. His muscular frame gave off a certain bravado, and the smug grin on his face said he thought he was God's gift. But despite his flashy appearance, his face showed clear signs of age, wrinkles everywhere, a weathered look he couldn't quite hide. "So, how old are you ladies? Wanna come hang out with us?" That question, especially about their age, immediately hit a nerve with the girls. Their smiles vanished, replaced by looks that said, "You really want to do this?" The beach, with its golden sand and sparkling blue water, was absolutely stunning. Some of the nearby people had started paying attention to the strange conversation going on. "Didn't you say you weren't interested? Why are you guys still tagging along?" one of the girls asked sharply. "We didn't mean anything by it," one of the men replied. "Just thought it'd be fun to hang out with a bigger group." Yin-ho, still unable to move properly, stood trembling as she stared the man down. "Besides, we've got more friends coming," she warned. "Come on now, I only see 3 of you here." "No need to make this a big deal," one of the guys said, still grinning. A nearby man, flashing a friendly smile, pointed to himself. "Come join us. You all must be 20 or 21, right? I'll treat you to drinks tonight, beer, whatever you want." Min-hee, standing off to the side, answered coldly. "We're not even of legal age. We don't drink. Period." "What? You're still in high school?" the man asked, stunned. With a scowl and a gritted jaw, one of the girls snapped back, "That's right. So go bother someone else." The guy just waved it off casually. "No worries, sweetie. Everyone drinks a little at parties like this." That was the last straw. Minhee's expression darkened with fury. Are these people insane or what? In a flash, her body moved again and with no hesitation, she twisted the guy's arm back with a sharp, precise motion. "Trying to use force on a girl, huh?" she spat. The man screamed in pain, "My arm. Damn it, this brat's from the Hunter Academy." She let out a frustrated sigh, anger still burning in her eyes. "Now how does that feel? I told you to back off, didn't I?" Another guy nearby, his face twisted in rage, shouted, "You're gonna regret that, bitch." But before he could even move, Minhee's glare froze him in place. In a single explosive motion, she threw a punch that sent the man flying, blood spurting from his nose and several teeth knocked clean out. Still seething, she charged at the next guy. "Wait, hold on," he shouted. But she didn't give him the chance to explain. Her next punch was already flying. If a hunter attacked a civilian and got caught, it would be a serious offense. The hunter would always be the one held accountable, and the Hunter Academy wasn't exempt from that. Their physical abilities were far beyond ordinary athletes, so the law held them to higher standards. As those thoughts ran through her mind, Minhee couldn't help but exhale a sigh of frustration. Meanwhile, one of the men muttered under his breath, "What the hell is this girl thinking? She's imagining turning your face into ground meat, dumbass." A voice responded. The blonde guy laughed slyly. "Cute, aren't you? Alright, enough acting, why don't you come play with me, sweetheart?" Minhee swallowed her anger, fists clenched tight. "If it weren't for the school rules, I would have already turned these creeps into a bloody mess." Suddenly, a new voice called out nearby. "Jung Minhee. What do you think you're doing?" Her face lit up the moment she saw who it was. "Took you long enough to get here," she shouted. Shin Hyuk raised an eyebrow. "We just got here, it's barely been 10 minutes. The man nearby chuckled and started taunting again. "So you really weren't alone, huh?" He walked up with a smug grin, his whole attitude screaming provocation. "From the looks of you, I'm guessing you're not a student. More like someone's uncle or something." The arrogance in his tone made even Shin Hyuk raise an eyebrow. "Sure, let's go with that. And who exactly are you supposed to be?" Yunho suddenly spoke up, pointing at the men. "Teacher, they've been trying to make us drink beer." One of them laughed it off. "Come on, we're still young too. Just trying to have a little fun." Shin Hyuk stared at them, disbelief written all over his face. Even in a fictional world, scumbags like these still exist. Letting out a tired sigh, he said flatly, "The kids already said no. So how about you stop being so damn shameless?" That hit a nerve. The guy snapped his head around, glaring at Shin Hyuk. "The hell did you just say to me, shameless? You trying to look cool in front of the girls? Better watch your mouth before you get your face smashed in, got it?" Shin Hyuk remained completely calm as he looked at the group. From the way they carried themselves, they probably worked out a bit. Even if they were hunters, he wasn't the least bit concerned. In a swift motion, he grabbed the man's wrist with a firm grip, and in the blink of an eye, effortlessly subdued him. The man screamed in agony as a sharp pain shot through his arm. "My arm," he cried out. Startled by the scream, another man rushed forward. "You bastard," he shouted. But Shin Hyuk, still holding an ice cream in one hand, remained unfazed. Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter Academy Code, he stated casually as he caught the second man's hand mid-swing, "All teachers must prioritize the safety of students above all else." "Wait. Don't tell me you're a hunter too," the second man stammered, pulling out his phone in a panic. "Call the cops. A hunter's assaulting civilians." Unbothered, Shin Hyuk replied calmly, "Go ahead. If you don't call them, I will." In an instant, the man was struck on a pressure point and completely immobilized. I can't move," he gasped. The rest of the group panicked and attempted to flee. Of course, Shin Hyuk wasn't going to let them off that easily. "Trying to run," he muttered, already moving to block their escape. Moments later, a patrol car from the island arrived at the scene. These men tried to force underage students to drink and assaulted Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk, one of the officers stated. Now trembling and paralyzed, the culprits couldn't even argue. One officer let out a sigh of relief. "Just doing my job." "You hunters must be exhausted after everything lately," he added politely. Shin Hyuk offered a modest smile. "Not at all. Honestly, I feel bad for making such a fuss. The perpetrators were soon escorted away, grumbling the whole time. We just wanted to hang out, one muttered, trying to play the victim. He's the one who attacked us. But their excuses were useless. Before leaving, the officers exchanged a few polite words. Take a few days to relax, Hunter Kang. When things settle, come visit again. Thanks, Shin Hyuk replied. Take care. Jin Soo, watching the whole thing, couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, seriously? You even know the cops? Shin Hyuk chuckled. Met them by chance when I took down that Dark Reaper hair the other day. No way. You're seriously the best teacher. You all did great too. Let's get back to having fun. The group grinned and waved him over. Don't just stand there, teacher, come play with us. We're heading out first. Someone called out. Fine, go ahead, he replied with a smile. Min-hee nudged Yin Seo. What are you doing just standing there? Aren't you coming? Yeah, I'm coming. Yoon Seo answered quickly, tucking a loose strand of her platinum hair behind her ear, visibly flustered. Just as Shin Hyuk was about to speak, a voice called out nearby. Hey, you there. A girl appeared out of nowhere and struck up a conversation. Shin Hyuk, slightly taken aback, looked toward her. Me? Is there something you need? I've been watching the whole time, she said with a bright smile. You're really cool, totally my type. Can I get your number? Even though Shin Hyuk was handsome, this was the first time someone had directly confessed their feelings to him like this, and it honestly left him a little flustered. And the girl wasn't just any girl, she was stunning. Even the people nearby were in disbelief. The glow radiating from her was so intense that even a crab crawling across the sand stopped in its tracks. It blinked in confusion, clearly having no idea what was going on. Shin Hyuk instinctively pointed to himself, as if trying to confirm she was really talking to him. Seriously? This kind of thing just happens because I'm decent looking. He was still trying to process it when the girl, looking a bit shy now, softly asked, Do you not like me? Faced with such a straightforward question, he had absolutely no idea how to respond. What am I supposed to say? But before he could even react, someone suddenly clung tightly to his arm. Yin Seo, trembling and nearly in tears, looked up at the girl with a flushed face and declared firmly, He already has a girlfriend. The whole group fell silent, stunned by the sudden claim. Even Shin Hyuk, who was supposed to be the center of it all, was completely confused and looked over at her in shock. Yin Seo, clearly unable to stay calm, tugged on him and urged, Come on, let's go. Your friend's waiting, right? The girl who had just confessed looked dumbfounded. Wait a second, are you seriously trying to ruin this for me? But before leaving, Yoon Seo even threw a few teasing comments over her shoulder. Shin Hyuk sighed, Let go already. You're heavy. Nope, she replied without hesitation. You were about to freeze up and stutter again in front of her. Yeah, you're right. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the hair of the beautiful girl still standing behind. Her gaze held a subtle complexity as she murmured, Kang Shin Hyuk, the #1 swordsmanship instructor at the Hunter Academy. What a shame. You're exactly my type. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed someone. Jong Hyun Sik. It's Nam Ji Min. I just stumbled across a weakness bigger than we expected. On the other end of the line, a man sat in a room overflowing with trash, empty bottles scattered across the floor. His appearance was wild, his eyes burning with fury, hair disheveled, and face twisted in rage. That bastard, I want him crushed so badly he can never crawl back up again. The long holiday had finally come to an end, and everyone returned to their usual routines. The teammates' new car had been reimbursed spectacularly. Drive safe, man. Give me a heads up next time you come by. Thanks for picking me up. See you around. Kwang Ho was gifted a brand new ride, fully loaded with all the premium features. After dropping the kids off first, the main hunters who had just come back from a traumatic ordeal were immediately assigned to an A-rank gate. It was a bit disappointing, sure, but looking on the bright side, our team managed to close a semi-A rank gate, which was still quite an accomplishment. Yin Seo received a medal for bravery in my stead. Originally they planned to award both of us, but I strongly declined, so in the end, only she accepted it. My name still popped up in a few local news articles and online outlets for having helped eliminate monsters, but fortunately, the spotlight stayed on Yin Seo. I bet her parents are tearing into her right now for putting herself in danger. Even though everyone was saying their goodbyes, they all had bright smiles on their faces. I'll come visit you next time, sis. Yi Sol, I'll cook you a feast next time, I promise. It was honestly a bit overwhelming. That flowery old man kept his usual cheerful grin as we parted. You really did a great job. I was worried at first, but you exceeded my expectations. Not at all, sir. I acted a bit rashly back then, I replied. The man smiled back effortlessly. Your ability, no matter how well you hide it, will eventually be discovered. A peaceful life is fine, but when the time comes, please don't run away from it. Next time we meet, I hope you'll be carrying a title that does you justice. I'll remember your words, sir. Despite parting ways, everyone wore expressions of genuine joy. And so, the teacher's long vacation came to an end. The three of us were now ready to embrace the new school year with excitement and enthusiasm. The luxurious car carrying those formidable individuals pulled away from the airport. All the information about the powerful hunters had already been compiled and recorded. The guildmaster turned to look out the window, calculating silently. Another S-rank hunter might soon emerge in Korea, he thought. At that moment, the one person I wanted to see more than anyone else was the reclusive master on the snowy mountain. Master, it's been a while. Have you waited long? The old man responded with his usual grumpy tone. You were supposed to show up 4 days ago. What took you so long? Sorry, master. I've been swamped with stuff lately. He gave me a side glance and remarked casually, one look at that tanned face of yours and I already know. You've been working yourself to the bone, haven't you? You're a shade darker now, too. Well, yeah, something like that, I said, though I wasn't about to admit I'd just been sunbathing on the beach. This time I'd brought a bunch of supplies with me. Wow, brought quite a haul again. Huh? Planning to vanish for a few weeks like last time? No, not this time. I'll be dropping by more often now. I have a driving test tomorrow, so I have to go. But I'll be back before it expires. Once school starts, I'll come visit every week. The master grinned. Is that so? Perfect timing, I was just about to make noodles. Want some? Nah, I'm too tired to eat right now. If you come begging for a bite later, I won't give you any. Seriously, I'm good. You enjoy it, master. The young man lay back on the snowy ground, staring up at the clear blue sky. And just like that, he found himself drifting into an endless stream of thoughts. Can't believe it's already been nearly half a year since I first met Master. There was still about a year and a half before the original story would begin. The main character wouldn't even enter the gate for the first time until the semester 2 field trip of his freshman year, which meant there were still 2 full years to go. Yet, an unshakable sense of unease was beginning to build in his chest. One day, the master suddenly passed away. It shouldn't have been that surprising. After all, the master wasn't even part of the original storyline. When he thought back to it, the man had mentioned something about retiring, hadn't he? Come to think of it, the paintings had stopped showing up lately too. That thought alone sent the boy into a downward spiral of mood. Hey kid, I told you I'm not eating. The water's boiling, came the voice. I said I'm not hungry. The boy called back. Alright, what's the big deal anyway? That old man was so addicted to instant noodles he probably couldn't even ascend to heaven. Where are you going? I forgot something in the cart, just grabbing it real quick, he replied. He quickly passed through the familiar gate. Right, he had left the bottle of Kolulyang liquor in the trunk, the one he bought as a gift for his master. Ugh, he really didn't want to go all the way back. But since he went out of his way to get it, he had no choice. Then, his phone suddenly exploded with notifications. What the hell? Why so many alerts? Over 30 missed calls and 50 messages. Am I being pranked or something? Still holding his phone, he struggled to stay calm. Normally, getting a flood of messages after stepping out of a dimensional gate wasn't unusual. But this was way too much. Kim Lee Seo, Seo Ra, Yoon Seo, Yoon Ho, Min Hee, even Jin Soo, they'd all called or messaged. Another call came in just then, perfect timing. It was Seo Ra. As soon as he picked up, she erupted in anger. You piece of trash. What? What the hell are you talking about? Her voice was trembling with emotion. I didn't think you'd be that kind of person. I really thought you were different. Shin Hyuk had no idea what she was going on about. What are you talking about? What did I even do? Don't play dumb. It's all over the front page of every portal site. Filthy scum. That's all I have to say, goodbye. Completely overwhelmed, Shin Hyuk stood frozen. What the hell was happening? After taking a barrage of curses, his mind still couldn't process any of it. But soon, frustration boiled up from deep within. Wait a second, if I'm getting flamed, at least tell me what for. What the hell happened? he shouted, gripping his phone tightly as he started scanning everything he could. And then he saw at the top headline. A scandalous article. Perverted teacher. The article's wording was disgustingly vile. He stood there, unable to comprehend any of it. What the hell is this? He muttered. Reporters Hwang Ji-yeon and Nam Ji-min exclusive. Lately social media had been buzzing about a girl named Seo Yoon-seo, a freshman in the Swordsmanship department at Korea's top hunter academy. Her story of rescuing children from a monster had deeply moved the public. But the article posed a question. The monster was a Shadow Reaper, a highly dangerous B-rank threat. How could a student have possibly defeated something like that? Anyone who'd taken down a Shadow Reaper would surely be publicly recognized. But curiously, only Yoon-seo had received accolades. The truth. The monster had actually been defeated by another hunter, Kang Shin-hyuk, her swordsmanship teacher. By now, you've probably caught on, the article sneered. These two had a teacher-student relationship. She's a minor, and if this was a pure love story, maybe the public would have cheered them on. But as a journalist, the author wrote, I have serious concerns about the state of our education system. The girl, wearing a terrifyingly gleeful expression, seemed thoroughly satisfied with what she had just written. Let's see how this plays out. Shin-hyuk, upon reading the article, was so furious he nearly cursed out loud. What the hell is this nonsense? He growled. Lies, distortion, fabrication. It wasn't journalism, it was filthy fiction pretending to be news. Anyone with basic sense could verify the truth with a quick check, yet no one bothered. His fists clenched so tightly that his whole body began to tremble with rage. Another call came through, this time from the vice principal. Shin-hyuk had no choice but to answer. The voice on the other end was clearly agitated. Trash, no, I mean Mr. Kang. You're a hard man to reach. I'm not in the mood for jokes right now, vice principal, Shin-hyuk replied through gritted teeth. I was inside a gate, so my response was delayed. You saw the article, didn't you? Yes. I know you're not that kind of person. But right now the reputation of Hunter Academy No. 1 is on the line. I still feel bad about pressuring you into that last duel, so if you need help I'll back you up. What matters now is what are you planning to do? Hearing this, Shin-hyuk could barely contain his fury. What I'm going to do? I'm going to make them pay for dragging my student into this mess. His voice burned with conviction. I'll hang up for now. I need to reassess everything, he said. The vice principal sighed but responded quickly, understood. Then, speaking directly to the woman nearby, Shin-hyuk continued, you heard him, didn't you, Yoon-seo's mother? He said he's going to take action. Please, trust him. Just this once. The woman, embraced by her two daughters, seemed completely overwhelmed by pain. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk raced through the dense forest, unable to contain his emotions. Who the hell was that journalist? He'd never heard the name before, not even in the novel. Some total stranger, someone with no ties to anyone, had managed to smear his reputation in a single night with just one article. If the canon of the original story depicted Kang Shin-hyuk as a righteous teacher, then this must be a side story born from his presence. What, now we're unlocking a bonus episode about the disgraceful fall of Kang Shin-hyuk. He's supposed to be some depraved teacher now. The journalist, from beginning to end, carried that same deranged attitude. Shin-hyuk couldn't hold it in any longer. He screamed, voice hoarse with fury, like he needed to purge the rage from his soul. I don't care who you are, but you're done for.